99, so their first target will be to get to 362 to avoid the follow-on. Your commentary team is actually increased a little today. Let me go through everybody. This might be take me a while.
Embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, let's take right. So we've got Charlie Harden here, who's a local young player who plays for the St Cross Club. He's with us again. Started with us a couple of weeks ago. Amelia Clark is back. Emily Windsor is back, formerly of Southern Vipers, now with Durham Women. And it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Newcastle, Martin Emerson. Martin, good morning.
Good morning. It's a fresher feel today, isn't it? It's, we were melting up here in the sun yesterday, but I noticed when we went to the car park after the day's play, it had got cooler and it was chillier. And so for the first time in this match, I've actually got trousers on today rather than shorts.
Well, I, for one, am pretty glad that it's got a little chillier because of that, really. Seeing you wandering around in shorts for the last 2 days has been a little trying. Emily's in shorts, but that's fine. Yeah. But anyway, yes, you're right. You, to be honest, you're more dressed how I would expect if I went up north to come across somebody dressed.
Do you still get nosebleeds when you go past the River Trent? So do you still get them?
Yeah. Well, lower River Thames.
The River Thames. Yeah. past the. What's the St Mary's Stadium? What river's that on again? Is it the Test? The Itchen. Yeah. Yeah, so where's this going, Kev?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you.
Well,
that's
I
right.
don't know. So I'm asking you instead.
Well, the wicket needs to change a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to get a result, I mean, listen, it's hard. This is going to be hard going for Hampshire. You would assume, whether they bat once or twice, they probably will bat twice, that they've got to bat long. This wicket has not given much help to anybody so far. Will it change? I think to get a result he'll have to. I think if it stays like this, Hampshire will still have to bat well, but I think they'll still wiggle out of it with a draw. We shall see.
I'm going draw at the minute because even though it is a used track, it's just not done much, has it? It hasn't broken up. It's a fairly good track to bat on. We've seen plenty of runs already and not that many wickets. And you think the game last year, I think Durham, weren't they still in their first innings on the final morning?
Yes.
It's not been thinking a repeat of that, really.
I think you're right. I don't think it's been the most entertaining of cricket between these two sides.
Well, the crack's been good, though.
For a little while, but we've had good fun, which is the main thing. But, of course, anything can happen, and with so much time still left in the game, there are many twists and turns, I'm sure. But if it goes the next 2 days, how the first 2 days have gone, well then, you're right, odds on is a draw. Now, we're going to try a couple of little things again today because we've had a bit of fun with our May Bank Holiday 11s. And so what we're going to do today, if you want to get in touch with us, solocricket@gmail.com is one way, and Martin?
Yeah, wearecricket@bbc.co.uk. If you sent some emails yesterday, I didn't see them until later in the day because, quite frankly, I'm a bit thick and I was looking in the wrong part of my computer. But I now have found all of the emails that you all sent. We'll finish off a couple of summer's jobs as well because there was a few came in late yesterday that we didn't get around to reading. But
okay. Right. So, but today's theme is going to be your May Bank Holiday memories going to cricket or playing cricket. And any particular stories around that, or
sport in general, I would suggest.
Well, yeah, any sporting event over May. Cricket would be ideal, obviously. Or indeed, as we'll widen it out a little bit, any memories of going away, May Bank Holiday, and any stories that are worth telling.
Just send us some stuff.
Well, just send us some stories. So, cricket related, ideally, but it could be anything where you've gone away over the May Bank Holiday. So I think we'll have a bit of fun with that. Hopefully you enjoyed yesterday if you were listening and watching, because we're on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website. That's going out to the Durham Cricket website. And we're also on the BBC. If you go on the Sport website and app, and also on most smart speakers, just say, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Durham Day 3. That's the important bit, Day 3. And you can listen on most smart speakers as well. And if you have done at any point over the last couple of days and you heard us put together our May Bank Holiday playing 11, hopefully you had a bit of fun with that. So we're just sort of expanding that a little today. So any May Bank Holiday stories where you've gone to watch cricket, even played a bit of cricket, and any stories around that. Could be snow. It might have snowed when you played. Anything, or you couldn't get to the game because you were stuck in May holiday traffic and your team played with 10 people, or indeed any May bank holiday stories that are worth telling. So that's the way, and that's what we'll do for a while and see how we go with that. So it's going to be Callum Parkinson to get us underway. Just a reminder, Hampshire 112 for 1, trail by 399, and 362 is the follow-on target. Mark Stoneman 54, Nick Gubbins 38, have put on 95, just that one wicket last night, Fletcher Middleton. Right, here's Callum Parkinson with his left arm spin, immediately turned around square on the leg side by Nick Gubbins. First runs of the morning. Takes Hampshire on to 113 for 1. It's a little cooler today, but still predominantly blue sky ahead, and there is a bit of sunshine. So should be all right today. Forward is Stoneman. There's a short leg. There is a leg slip, and there is a slip for Stoneman. Callum Parkinson is bowling from our commentary end, the hotel end. Stoneman drives, goes out towards extra cover. And there is no one. Brendan Doggett is on the field. Yes, thank you, Emily. Just pointing out, he went off yesterday with a little injury when the ball was hit to him at mid-off, I think it was. Little tickle around the corner by Mark Stoneman. Pick up 2. And he moves on to 56. That's his highest score for Hampshire since he joined them at the back end of the winter. 46 here with his first innings against Yorkshire was his previous best. 46 and 11 in that first game here, which Hampshire beat Yorkshire. He's forward there, just turned a little bit out of the rough. Made 28 and 3 against another of his former side, Surrey, at the Oval. And 17 in the one innings that Hampshire had here 2 weeks ago against Somerset, and that was drawn as well. Parkinson bowls again, Stoneman forward. Gets a big stride in, does Mark Stoneman. There's nobody out on the offside for a bat pad. Not yet, anyway. End of the first over this morning. Hampshire have advanced by 3. And that partnership is up to 98 currently for the second wicket. Emily Windsor's hobbling around on her crutches, but I have to say, you are moving a bit better today. Better yesterday, better than day 1. So it's all moving in the right direction. Well, she says she's playing on Wednesday. Hampshire women have taken on Durham on Wednesday at Arundel. She won't be available for that, but she will be part of the BBC's commentary team for that. And both Hampshire women and Durham women are in action today in the Women's One Day Cup Tier 1. We've seen pictures from Chester Street. Not quite sure how much play will... Oh, they're playing. Oh, this is Hampshire. Hampshire are playing the Blaze at Trent Bridge, and they are 41 without loss in the 9th over, with Ella McGacken, who got a superb century in the last game against Lancashire, 25 not out, and Maya Boucher, 14 not out as well. No play at Chester Street yet between Durham and Somerset, I think it is. That's pushed out square on the offside. Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, it should be a nice afternoon in Chesley Street, actually. The rain's going to clear through, I think.
10 over game?
Yeah. You call it a beer match?
Beer match. I really don't think there's ever been, well, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's ever been a women's game where they've played a beer match. But I could be wrong.
Have you played in a beer match?
I have.
A bank holiday
when
beer
I was
match?
younger.
Yeah?
Bank holiday, yeah. I've played beer matches when I was younger, but they seem to have gone out of fashion.
Yeah.
It's Matthew Potts, who bowled quite quickly yesterday.
Here he comes.
Oh, was it you?
Well, I don't know which end do you want me to take.
Go on, you do that one.
Yeah, okay then. Potts bowling here, and that's defended by Gubbins. Sun is shining. We did see Brendan Doggett in the warm-up, and he is fielding as well up at mid-on. So he injured his side yesterday trying to field the ball in the deep, land heavily. So we were a little bit worried, but he was bowling this morning and took part in the warm-up.
He looked good last night with the new ball.
Next ball from Potts is defended by Gubbins once more, goes off towards the covers. We were talking yesterday about holiday jobs, and Tony Gordon emailed quite late, actually. In fact, this might have come in this morning, I think. Maybe at 14 or 15, my first holiday job was as a trainee freelance journalist. It's not too bad, is it? With the Sun and News Agency. My first success was being published by the Daily Telegraph and earning 2 guineas for the privilege. Ted Elkins was my boss. He was a very experienced freelancer, along with his son Ted Elkins Jr. And the article was all about the huge queue on Fawcett Street to see the Beatles, a Liverpool group that was just becoming famous. Potts again, round the wicket now to Gubbins. Gubbins cuts at that one. He's got it past Emilio Gay at point, and that's away for 4. Takes him on to 43. 119 for 1. Partnership of 102 as well in 239 balls. So it's certainly not a speedy 100. Just a very tentative one.
Professional one.
Yeah.
Need a few of those. Hampshire do throughout the day and tomorrow. To make sure they stave off the threat of defeat.
239 balls, that partnership, and this is pulled by Gubbins down towards Parkinson at long leg, 1 run. Moves him on a 44. I'll just finish this email from Tony. Yeah, so the story was about a group of queues in Fawcett Street to see a band from Liverpool called the Beatles. My ambition at the time was to become a Martin Emerson, really, and report cricket for the BBC.
Was that his ambition?
Yeah.
Was to become another you?
Before I was even born.
Wow.
Incredible, yeah. Potts comes in again. Oh, good ball. That's just beaten the outside edge of the bat of Stoneman there, and it was quick as well. That is the end of the over. 5 runs from it, 120 for 1. There's another email. David Taylor. In 1976, I spent a week as a butt marker at Bisley. £5 a day, up front, no shooting in the rain or the fog. What do you reckon a butt marker is? I know Bisley's the national shooting centre, isn't it? What would be a butt marker then?
I'll have to look it up.
You shoot from butts, don't you?
Maya Boucher is out for Hampshire women. She went for 41 for 1, Hampshire. It's Callum Parkinson, that women's game against the Blaze at Trent Bridge. That's pushed out in the covers, no run, 120 for 1. Waiting for a start at Chester Street. Durham women and Somerset. I think might be waiting a little while, looking at the amount of covering that was on. Emily's just showing me a picture now. Oh, the covers, some of the covers have come off. That's pushed out square on the offside.
So you're talking about bank holidays involving cricket, or a bank holiday that didn't involve cricket but should have done, but because of this rotten southern weather.
That's pushed out into the gap behind square on the offside. Gubbins picks up a single, moves on to 45, 121 for 1. Well, there won't be many of those stories.
So May 1996, Durham were playing Hampshire in a one-dayer in Portsmouth. So me and my dad decided to make a weekend of it. So on the Saturday, we went to Wembley to watch Plymouth against Darlington in the 3rd Division playoff final.
Sweep from outside of off stump goes behind square on the leg side from Stoneman. He moves on to 57, 122 for 1.
So Darlow lost 1-0. Ronnie Morge got the goal. And the attendance was 43,431, and I think about 35,000 of them were from Plymouth.
Wow.
And then we drove down from Wembley to Portsmouth, stayed in a hotel on the seafront at Southsea.
Parkinson again, still with 3 men around the bat, and comfortably forward again is Gubbins.
We got up the next morning, couldn't even see the pier across the street because the rain was that heavy.
Ooh.
And the game had already been called off. So we drove back to Wembley and we watched Bradford against Notts County in the Division 2 playoff final.
What a treat.
Yeah.
Was kept a little low, and Gubbins has just had to jag down on that one. He was looking to play it through the offside. The ball in the end squeezed out on the leg, but he was safe enough. 122 for 1, end of the over.
So did about 350 miles, no cricket, 2 trips to Wembley, and I think we were back in the pub for last orders that night as well.
Wow, what a bank holiday.
Yeah. Always a risk, I suppose, coming this far south.
No risk today, I don't think.
It's I mean, we do it a lot, don't we? How far have you gone to knowing you're not going to see what you set out to see? I mean, driving to Neath 2 years ago, knowing it was going to be biblical the next day, turning up at the ground and then driving home again. Here's Potts. Oh, that's an edge and that's out. That's the end of Stoneman, and he has gone for 56. And I was talking yesterday about him reaching 50 and not getting to 60. And he's at 57, he's gone for, it says there now.
I think that looks a good delivery.
Yeah.
Just watching that again on the picture feed, that's straightened. That's actually a really good delivery. 2 caught behinds for Matthew Potts, Fletcher, Middleton, and now Mark Stoneman. 57, yeah, that's shown on the board. So 122 for 2. First wicket goes down after just 10 minutes of play this morning. And I thought Potts looked quite impressive yesterday. He looks strong. He naturally just shapes the ball into the right-hander, so a little bit away from the left-hander, and that's the perfect line. And a fairly simple catch there from Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
What did that partnership end up there? 105.
Tom Prest is the new batter. Has been put up one place up the order. Has been Toby Albert in that position, but I think it was mentioned that he might just drop down a place or two. Move Ben Brown up the order a little bit because he's been in good form and been left stranded a couple of times. So there's just a bit of tinkering around with the order, and Tom Prest has been in decent form with the bat. And of course, number 4 is the position that James Vince has vacated, so it comes with a bit of pressure. But he's hit a couple of 40s and a half century as Tom Prest so far this season, and a couple of 30s to go with that as well. So fairly consistent without getting the big one yet.
What's the deficit then? 3-8. Is that 389?
Yes.
Yeah. Follow on target 362.
Still a long way away. As Adi Birrell was telling me last night, you can see that interview on the Hampshire Cricket website, part of it on the Solent Sport X feed. A mountain to climb, he said.
Next ball is bowled to the new batsman, and he plays that up to mid-on. No run.
So Tom Prest, just 22 years of age, playing only his 22nd championship match for Hampshire, but he already averages 39 career-wise, and he had a slow start as well. That was much lower for the first half a dozen or so games that he played, maybe even a couple of more on that, but he's picked that up pretty well.
Pot in, that's left alone. Club cricket, Bashley Rydal in the Southern Premier League.
Yes.
Have you played against them? Bashley, yeah.
Charlie would have done it.
Yeah. Dorset in the minor counties as well.
Yes.
England Lions.
He captained England under 19s a couple of years ago. So maybe 3 years ago now.
Potts over the wicket, bowls. Oh, inside edge onto the back foot, and it misses the off stump somehow. See that again. He's decided to go and do a bit of gardening, but do you think that just stayed quite low on him?
I think it did.
Yeah.
But I think Potts is just a little bit quicker than you think. He's got a very quick arm, and it skids on a little bit, even on this wicket where there's no pace really now. And I think for the first few deliveries, it just takes a little while to get used to Potts. And I think Prest has just found out that he perhaps just needs to speed up their reaction a little bit. Often happens for the first 2 or 3 or so balls that you face as a batter. You just need a few balls.
Potts in again, and this has gone off towards backward point. Stopped by Emilio Gay, diving to his left.
So yeah, he's just definitely got hurried. First couple of deliveries as Tom Prest. Potts 2 for 36 now in his, or what will be 11 overs after this delivery. Then there'll be a double change.
Potts in, and that is left alone. End of the over, and that is a wicket maiden for Matty Potts.
Right, that's the end of me and Martin Emerson for a little while, and it's going to be the dynamic duo, the A-team of commentators here at the Utilita Bowl. It's going to be Emily Windsor, formerly of the Vipers, now of Durham Women, who's still on the crutches but moving well, and Amelia Clark is also back with us as well. So sit back, enjoy Amelia and Emily for the next half hour. Amelia, good morning.
Good morning, Kev. How are you? Yes, so thank you for that. And we'll be joined by Emily in a minute. And as we kick off the next over. Lovely. Parkinson is coming up from the hotel end. Hello, Emily.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to be back.
Yeah. Parkinson's in, and that's been held there for no runs. So Hampshire are 122 for 2.
Yeah, good start for Durham. I think getting that early breakthrough is going to be important, and Durham really need to pick up a few wickets in cluster.
Parkinson in. A little bit of a length ball this time onto the leg side, and that's going to run away for 4. Diving fielder there just wasn't able to catch it.
Yeah, I think if Durham are able to pick up a few quick wickets, especially early in today's play, that will put Hampshire under a lot of pressure, especially with that deficit still being 385. But it's been a belting pitch to bat on. It's one that I'd love to, strap my boots on, get out there and have a go. But will it deteriorate? It's now on day 7, the pitch, because it was a used wicket.
Parkinson in again over the wicket. That's just pushed into the leg side. Mid-off will come and pick that up.
But there's been no real inklings that it will do that so far. So it's going to take some good bowling to dismiss these Hampshire players. And Hampshire have got to fight. They've got to dig deep.
Yeah, absolutely. Parkinson in again. Much fuller ball this time. Just blocked back. I mean, they're still trailed by 385. So it's still, as was said by AD, quite the mountain to climb to even match what Durham have, let alone sort of put up a good fight to sort of give them something to think about. Parkinson in again, last ball of the over. Full delivery again, blocked back by Gubbins.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's dead right, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think when any team posts that amount of runs, you've got a long way to go. But I really liked how he talked about breaking it down. It's like session by session. So obviously every session they tick off, they're in with a chance. Obviously the most likely result for them is a draw. They did say that obviously if they got anywhere close and then Durham had a big collapse, and they would be in the shout. But that's the least likely result at the moment, the Hampshire win. But how Ailey just kept it really simple and said, let's tick one session off. Let's move to the next one.
Yeah.
And he talked about batting bonus points as well, which I think is a really important point to illustrate. Obviously, it's very easy when you're like this. You can just bat for a draw and survive, but you're not going to get any points on the board, which is so important in the championship. As Potts into press, and that's driven up to mid-on, will be no run. So they're still going to have to score at a rate to try and get those points later, but they can't do it in a reckless way because they've still got that deficit of 385. So it'll be an interesting start to the day. I think this first session will probably set up where this game's going, but Potts here looks like he's got a bit of...
He does. He looks like he's got a fire in his belly, hasn't he? He's out for blood.
I don't know what way the wind's blowing, but it looks like he's got the wind behind him, and he's bowled in good areas this morning. Picked up a wicket of Stoneman as he's in again, and that's a play and miss outside the off stump. Taken low to Ollie Robinson's left.
The wind I can see coming from the trees and the flags. It looks like it's come from the north today, so it's a little bit chillier. That's why the
the north.
Yeah. Any opportunity she gets. Yeah, a little bit chillier today. Only about 15 rather than yesterday's 20 so far. But yeah, I think, as you say, from the end that he's bowling from, it's sort of wind behind. It's just going to give him that little bit more boost.
126 for 2 then Hampshire. Preston Gubbins at the crease. Stoneman the man to go this morning. As Potts in and defends. Pressed into the offside, will be no run. Hampshire women going nicely. McCacken off the back of 100. She's on 31 not out. And they're 49 for 1 against the Blaze. Durham women, there was a delay due to the rain, which is a rarity in the northeast.
Yeah, you never get rain up there, honestly.
Never do. So we'll let you know when that starts and keep you updated on that. There's Potts from the pavilion end into the right-hander, and that's played on the back foot to extra cover. Will be no run. We also want some information from you guys to get in touch about your bank holiday memories today.
Yes, Stephen Clark has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Good morning to all the entertainers in the gallery from the Shane Warne stand. So good morning to all of you. My bank holiday cricket memory is from the early 60s when I was a sprog. My Auntie Val used to score from Gosport Borough, and one bank holiday she took me to a game at Woking, and he sat in the scorer's scoreboard. So there you go.
Potts to Prest, and that's pushed in the offside. Uppish, but fielded well by Emilio Gay, who throws at the bowler's end.
I thought you said my name there. I was like, oh, did I field that well?
Poor Emilio. Got too many Emilios.
Yeah.
I can't cope.
I am not on the field.
We can send you down there if you want.
I can give it a go.
Durham women have started, and we've lost a wicket already.
Oh, goodness me. It's for nothing.
Susie Bates, the Durham overseas, has gone bowled by Ellie Anderson, so Durham are 0 for 1. Sorry, that's just a tear. Potts in again, bowls. That's on the leg side, and that's worked down to fine leg. Graham Clark does the fielding down there, just to keep it to a single. Pressed off the mark, he moves to 1. And that's the end of the over. 127 for 2, deficit 384.
So not a good start for the Durham women.
Not a good start. The
Not-
only way's up now, though.
Absolutely.
Literally.
Yep. You've got to get on the board in a positive way. Yeah, that's not the start you would have wanted, but hopefully they can come back fighting.
Let's hope their captain, Holly Armitage, will stride out to the crease, who's been in good form. New England head coach Charlotte Edwards, I'm sure, have an eye on what Holly's doing.
So Parkinson back from the hotel end. This time he's going to come around the wicket. Bowls full length delivery there, worked onto the offside.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting how Parkinson now goes to the right-hander, because he's been bowling at the left-hander so far and into that rough. So obviously a change of angle around the wicket, but potentially could see less turn because there's less footholds for him to target.
Yeah. Oh, a bit of a shout there for LBW, but nothing.
Say that turned, I think.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the replay on that one. I feel like I jinxed him. That's angled in.
I think
Turn.
that's sort of the first time we've seen it really turning this morning. He's already in. Parkinson goes again, and it's just blocked onto the leg side there. And mid wicket will come and pick that up.
Yeah, good sign when it beats the right-hander's bat.
But top of the mark is Parkinson as he's in round the wicket this time. Full length delivery swiped at, and square of the wicket, and point will manage to stop that to hold any runs. Hampshire 127 for 2. Still looking for another 384 runs as Parkinson's in again towards the pavilion. Blocked nicely by Prest.
Good to see Brendan Doggett back on the field as well.
Yes.
Obviously went off with a bit of an injury yesterday's evening session. But he's back on the field. Yet to see him bowl, but important overs for Durham.
In again by Parkinson. This time worked into the offside. Mid-wicket diving to stop any runs. And the end of a very quick over for Parkinson as the field changes again.
Yeah, made an over that by Parkinson, and that's what he's so good at. Actually, he just churns out a lot of overs, and he keeps the run rate down, and I think that will allow Alex Lees as captain to change things up, especially from the other end. At the moment you've got Matt Potts with the wind behind him and looking aggressive this morning, which is good to see. So yeah, having a bowler like Parkinson, again, he's still threatening and he will still pick up wickets, but if he builds some dot ball pressure, that means the scoreboard's going nowhere.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Hampshire have to find a way.
And they get that, it builds that frustration as well in them. Absolutely.
So Potts is coming round the wicket to left-handed Gubbins. He hasn't had much strike this morning. As Potts in, bowls, that's driven back to him, fielded off his own bowling. And it's raining at Durham, so we get rid of that stream, we'll put Hampshire back on.
They came in, lost a wicket, and have gone back up again.
If I was Susie
no.
Bates, I'd be livid.
Yeah, that is not the start they would have wanted. Hopefully the rain can hold off and they can get some play.
No signs of rain here today. Blue skies, scattered crowds. Clouds? There's scattered
crowds as well.
All of the above as pots in, bowls, and that's defended by Gubbins into the offside. Will be no run.
Yeah, there was a nice little crowd filling in this morning. Hopefully we'll get a few more on this Bank Holiday Sunday. Quite a lot in the Shane Warne and Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, as well with the centre stand.
I have to ask, Ben and I were asking people to give us their bank holiday memories. Do you have any?
To be fair, I haven't actually been in the country for a May bank holiday for a while, so I don't know that I do.
That's a good place to be on holiday, surely. It's pots in, bowls, and that's a thick outside edge down to third man. Played nicely by Gubbins, and the crowd applauds. And Nick Gubbins, 50. He's come off 116 balls. And it's something Hampshire fans are so used to seeing. He's really owned that position at number 3, experience, and he delivers yet again. But that Hampshire dressing room, I'm sure the words will be double up, Nick, come on, and the rest.
Keep going.
But lovely innings from him.
Yeah, very controlled, very watchful, very patient innings. And it's needed really in this situation. As you said yesterday, just keep batting.
Bat and more bat. There's pots into press bowls, and that's played up to mid-on. Will be no run. Good pace again from Potts, hitting that deck hard this morning.
So have you got any bank holiday stories?
Do you know what? I reckon this is the first bank holiday, and I'm talking in many years, that I've not been playing cricket.
Oh, wow.
We would always have, when I was younger, you'd always have a county game. Then obviously we'd have regional cricket for the Sun Vipers I'd be playing, but this is my first one where I'm crippled out. I should be playing cricket, obviously. Yeah. Crippled out, and I'm commentating. So at least it's still cricket, I guess.
Absolutely. Still got cricket involved.
Just play back down the pitch, will be no run. So yeah, my bank holiday memories, and for my poor family as well, are very much
cricket and more cricket.
Cricket and more cricket.
Nice.
But I wouldn't change it. But no, I haven't really got... I'm actually really terrible. Some people can remember like every game that's happened and how they did and where they were, and I can't. I'm terrible.
All merges into one.
There's some players, like for instance Ella McCacken, who plays for Hampshire, who I'm good friends with. She will remember as Potts into pressed, and that's played back in defence to him. Almost like I could go to about a game last year and she'd tell me how she got out and all these.
Wow.
I can't do that.
No.
I can't remember yesterday, let alone today, to be honest.
That's
but it's weird how there's some players that are like that and others can't remember.
Absolutely. I always used to think that whenever you watch, for me, like whenever you watch like a professional tennis player and their post-match interview, and they're like, oh well, you know, in the 5th over of the first set, and it was this ball, and it's like, how do you remember that? how you remember? Oh yes, you played that, and she played. It's like, goodness gracious, that is quite the memory to be able to do that. I'm the same as you. Can't remember this morning, let alone. Parkinson in again from the hotel end, in this time over the wicket, and that's just played into the leg side.
Interesting as well to Gubbins, because we saw last night he played that reverse sweep a lot, didn't he, to score some runs, and Durham have opted to try and take that option away from him, and they've got a deep backward point to him, so to try and make him play in a different way to accumulate runs, but also to slow that run scoring down.
Parkinson again round the wicket this time to the right-handed pressed. He's having to change each time there's a right or lefty in, as you said, just to try and get those footholds, get the ball turning a bit.
Another wicket for the Blades versus Hampshire. Charlie Knott's now dismissed for 8. 62 for 2 the score there.
Oh, and there's a big shout for a wicket, and the one umpire's given it.
Yeah, big booming drive that from Prest.
It was a good bowl from Parkinson there, but a missed time, and has given him an early exit.
Yeah, caught behind that. We watched the replay here. He's gone for a big swipe and a great catch from Ollie Robinson. Good hands. And you'd almost argue a bit of aggression from Prest. Was that needed at this stage? Was bogged down, as I said to you. He's scoring 1 off just 22 balls, restricting them scoring. And that brings a breakthrough. Hampshire Now 3 down, and Durham have picked up 2 this morning, and still with that large deficit of 382. You feel Durham are right in the game here.
Absolutely, that is not what Hampshire would have wanted this early on in the match. They wanted that partnership just to start forming again, get that 50, build again on the foundation of that they'd put in place before, but unfortunately Prest has to go, and only for 1.
Yeah, and I'm really happy for Callum Parkinson as well, back into the side this year for the first time. Played a lot of twos cricket. They opted for George Hazel, sort of as the leading spinner, who's also been fantastic. But yeah, Parkinson back in the side, first wicket of the year. He'll be happy with that one.
Absolutely. So Hampshire 129 for 3. The next batter in is obviously the captain, Ben Brown. Will kind of join Gubbins.
So he's moved up the order as well, hasn't he? A change in tactic from A.D. Birrell. Obviously, one of the experienced batters, and sometimes when you bat that little bit lower, you don't get the opportunity to go on and get big. He's scored a lot of hundreds. He's very experienced in county cricket, is Ben Brown. But he's got a big job to do here today. 2 of Hampshire's most experienced at the crease.
Which is, I think, exactly what they need right now. That's Parkinson in again. Around the wicket this time. Yeah, no runs.
Be interesting how Ben Brown plays the spin as well, because from previous years I've always enjoyed watching him play against spin. He's a good sweeper of the ball. Looks to score, looks to accumulate.
Parkinson in again. Well, was a little bit shorter this time. Well left by Brown.
But again, the nature of this field, Durham are looking to squeeze, Durham are looking to build dot balls, build that pressure, get that loose shot exactly as they did to Tom Prest.
A little bit straighter this time, well blocked by Brown. Back to Parkinson. And the end of the over comes again. 129 for 3 at the moment. Hampshire, they chase by 382 they still need. They still need 382 just to reach the score that Durham put down.
Yeah, good, very good. Ooh, that's someone's screaming in excitement.
Yeah,
sorry, that got my ear, so I'm sure it did the listeners too. I have no idea what that is.
No.
Sorry.
Okay. I think that's someone downstairs getting a bit excited.
Rather excited, I'd say, but must be a Durham fan. As Matt pots round the wicket into the left-handed Gubbins, who defends into the offside, will be no run.
It looks like Hampshire women have got another. They've lost another wicket as well. 63 for 2.
Yeah, Charlie Knott was dismissed. But the Hampshire captain, who in the game so far, Georgia Adams hasn't had to come in this early because there's been fantastic opening partnerships between Ella McCacken and Maya Boucher, so it'd be interesting to see if she can enjoy a bit of time in the middle. Pots to Gubbins, that's a leg stump line, played up to mid-on, will be no run. Probably still raining at Durham. 129 for 3, Hampshire deficit 382. So it's not ticking down too quickly, and Durham have picked up 2 wickets this morning. They picked up the wicket of Mark Stoneman, that was Matt Potts, caught in the slips. Good delivery, that one. And then Callum Parkinson with his first wicket of the season dismisses Tom Prest as that was bowled and pushed into the offside, fielded by Emilio Gay at backward point. There'll be no run.
So I've just been handed a very helpful piece of information by Martin. So Ben Brown apparently he's got form of enjoying playing against Durham. His previous was 163 not out when they drew against Durham at Hove in 2014. And yeah, he added 335 for a 6th wicket with Luke Wright, who scored 189. So he's got a nice bit of form playing against Durham.
It is funny how certain players prefer playing against specific teams. As Potts round the wicket, Gubbins again just plays that softly down to Graham Clark at the deep 3rd man boundary. Will just be a single. Gubbins moves to 52. And a score 130 for 3. That was under control though from Gubbins. A few oohs and ahs, but just used the pace of it to find that space. Gets the scoreboard ticking over.
Don't forget, if you've got any bank holiday memories, cricketing or disaster-wise, please send us an email, solarcricket@gmail.com. Let us know what you were doing. Let us know what happened. Let us know your memories.
There's got to be some funny bank holiday
There's
memories
got
out
to
there.
be.
Potts in again, bowls. That's slightly shorter to Ben Brown, who works that into the onside. They're going to think about 2, but Graham Clark very quick to it. And his short leg pads as well. So to keep that pace up with those on, fair play to him. But Brown is off the mark. Deficit now 380 for Hampshire in this first innings. 131 for 3. That was a horrible length first up to Ben Brown, just hard into the pitch from Potts.
Yeah, he did well to get round to that very quickly and sort of hold them at just the 1.
Left hand, right hand at the moment, so we see the change in field, but one slip in play as Potts in and bowls. That's played to mid-on. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. 2 runs from it. Potts has bowled 14 overs so far, 40 runs and picked up 2 wickets. So been impressive. Selected for the England Test squad against Zimbabwe coming up at the end of May.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Durham have really, they're fulfilling what they set out to do in just holding Hampshire at bay and just creating that frustration, creating those dot balls, sort of adding those overs over again and again and again, of just not letting them sort of run away with this at all.
Parkinson will continue. I reckon he's going to bowl a lot of overs here, Amelia.
From the hotel end.
I imagine so.
He's round the wicket this time. Blocked nicely. Yes, Hampshire started the day on 122. And they're currently 131 for 3 as Parkinson is back round the wicket. Blocked nicely by Brown.
Yeah, that really illustrates that point. You said that Durham aren't letting them get anywhere.
No.
We've only scored 9 runs so far this morning. Durham have picked up 2 wickets.
Parkinson in again, wasting no time. Fuller delivery this time. Placed into the offside. Cover will come collect it as the ball just grinds to a stop. 1 slip in place for Parkinson and a very short leg. In. Again, Fuller delivery this time, blocked nicely by Brown.
Yeah, short. They've opted for the short catching cover on the offside, which is obviously because Parkinson turns it away from the right-hander in his eye line.
Just comes into play there, but it bounced before it reached him.
I'd never like to field there, though. Would you?
No. No, not even with the helmet on. No, thank you.
Or the pads?
No. I'd want to be in like a sumo suit if I'm going to stand that close. No run scored again for Parkinson. A maiden over. Nice and quick. Parkinson won for 35 off 16 overs, so he'll be quite pleased with the rate that it's going at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It's good stuff, this, from Parkinson. And it's what he does. He gets through overs quickly. He's economical. And for Alex Leaves to have someone like him in his attack is going to be invaluable. I think we're going to see a change of bowling. I think we're going to see Brendan Doggett coming into the attack from the pavilion end for Durham, which this is good to see. Bearing in mind he went off the field injured yesterday, but he's clearly fit to bowl, and he looked good yesterday, I thought. He was hitting the deck hard, skidding, good carry through to Ollie Robinson. He bowled from this hotel end, so it is a change of end for him. But the Australian overseas just has 1 slip, and then 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side. He's going to actually opt for a deep backward point, a deep third, a deep fine, and a deep square. So we might see some short stuff here from Doggett. We know he liked to hit the pitch hard in that first spell that he bowled yesterday evening.
Yeah, maybe just opening up the door a little bit, just for the odd ones and twos, the odd singles for Hampshire, but yeah, preventing those bigger shots.
Doggett is coming right arm round the wicket from the pavilion end into Gubbins. That's full, good length delivery, and Gubbins just defends. With Durham teammates like that, loud cheer behind him, which is what they'd want so far. Sun's coming out, which is nice. Strong breeze though as we look to the trees to our right.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the flag over to our left that seems to have dissipated under the scoreboard. It was the one to the left is flying quite nicely, but the one on the right, it looks like it's seen better days.
Doggett over the wicket bowls, and that's left alone by Gubbins, pushing it across the left-hander.
Doggett does have a very long follow-through, it must say. I think
That's the Australian aggression,
isn't it? Yes.
Get in their face.
A little cheeky, just trying to take a little bit more and a little bit more. I think the umpire will be watching that. I think he was warned about it yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Don't think he got an official warning, but
No,
I think
it was just
the
a little
umpire was doing
keep
the
an eye.
subtle,
Yeah. Just
watch
keep an eye
of
on
it.
that.
This Doggett, yeah, the little scurry to start his run up. Tall, fast bowler in, and that's left alone again by Gubbins outside the off stump. Happy to just see a few here from Doggett. He's into his 7th over, first of the day today. Hampshire women are going along nicely here. 76 for 2 after 20 overs. Lala McCacken, who's the batter in form at the moment for Hampshire women, she's on 45, alongside the Hampshire captain Georgia Adams. There's Doggett in again, left alone by Nick Gubbins. It's almost a repeat of the same delivery, but as I said, Durham won't mind this. It's not. I appreciate it's not creating wicket taking. They're not wicket taking deliveries, but they're building dot ball pressure.
Yeah.
We had a maiden over from Parkinson previous over. There's 2 balls remaining this over, and the scoreboard's not going anywhere. So something's going to have to happen.
Absolutely.
Shackles are going to break at some point.
Yeah, they're just forcing Hampshire to make those, you know, go for those bigger shots, make those mistakes, and sort of let them play into their hands almost.
Doggett in again, leaves that one outside the off stump. But saying that, Gubbins is equally just as patient. He's happy to stay there. We've seen him play many innings like that.
Absolutely.
For Hampshire, a very good 100 at Surrey. So he's also a man in form, is Nick Gubbins for Hampshire. And he'll be well aware of the job he has to do today. Doggett again. Scurries in. And again left alone by Gubbins outside the off stump, taken to Ollie Robinson's right. So a little bit of nip back, but that's maiden over from Doggett. First over of the day. He'll be happy with that one.
And it looked like he was moving really well actually as well out there. It didn't look like whatever took him off the field yesterday was hampering him still. So nice to see that he's feeling good, back on form. So yeah.
Good signs for Durham. Have we had any contact about some cool bank holiday stories? No one's interested.
No, unfortunately not. It's not, no.
Who came up with that? If you heard the me, it was Kevin James.
If you have a better subject for us to talk about, please email us at Solent Cricket.
That's dangerous.
No, I'm joking.
We could.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this could be dangerous.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll filter through them. It's all right. I won't read them all out necessarily. No, I won't. Yeah. So Parkinson again from the hotel end. Round the wicket this time. Full delivery, just blocked back. Hampshire 131 for 3.
I think we're going to be having a double change after this over.
We are.
Getting ousted.
Already.
for two much smarter people than us.
Parkinson in
definitely
again. And me. Just worked off into the offside there. Parkinson yet again creating that pressure.
Lots of dot balls here.
A lot of dot balls coming in again. Very straight delivery there. Just bending off into the leg side, but Brown happy to defend. In again, Parkinson wasting no time. Phil creeps in as well. Just pushed off into the leg side. They thought about going for one, but thought otherwise.
Again, Parkinson will not mind this. So again, what I've talked about is building this dot ball pressure. It's going to make these two batters try and do something different. Brown used his feet, so it's the first time he's run at Parkinson to try and change the length to make something happen.
Oh, there was a big shout there as it went behind, but
turn and bounce.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic delivery by Parkinson, and Durham won't mind this start at all.
End of the over, 131 for 3.
We're at Vivi with Alice.
Yeah.
Martin Emerson will hop in.
So another maiden over for Parkinson. His 18th maiden over, which is yeah, a very impressive stat. The current partnership of Gubbins and Browns is only 2, but I'm sure that will develop more as it goes on. So yeah, we're going to have a little change. Martin's going to join me here in the commentary box. Martin, I'll leave it to you.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can still mine the bank holiday theme. Kev wants to give up on it, defeatist attitude. But there's plenty of stories to be had out there about bank holiday travels involving sport and cricket. This ball is bowled by Doggett and left alone by Gubbins, who's on 52. There's a message here for you, Kev, from Matt from Farnham. Can you push Kevin James and Hampshire Cricket to go on to Blue Star, please? Blue Star's a football team in Newcastle. I think he means Blue Sky. Yeah, but I think Hampshire are on there. I'm sure I follow them. A number of counties are. Doggett comes in again and bowls. That's defended. It goes off towards the cover area. No run. And Charlie Harden's alongside me as well. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Martin.
Now, you were saying earlier your Southern League cricket began yesterday, is that right?
Yes, it did. First game of the season.
That's a bit late because I'm sure the North East Premier League's 2 to 3 weeks old now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in the Southern Premier League, it got underway yesterday with a lovely day of sunshine.
Doggett comes in on bowls, and Gubbins looks to pull that through the leg side. I think it's hit him on the thigh pad and then looped up off his glove and not gone very far at all. Ackerman's loitering at short mid-wicket, no run.
Playing for St Cross Simondians Cricket Club in Winchester. Felix Organ had to pull out of the first team late this week.
Nightmare for the captain.
To come and play.
Did he have something more important to do, did he?
He did.
Yeah.
He really, really did.
Yeah.
And he's here today. Could get some runs, hopefully, later on.
Doggett comes in, that's gone through to the keeper, and it's good to see he doesn't look to have been troubled by the injury that he picked up yesterday afternoon when he fell heavily in the field. He went off the field to get some treatment, but it was good to see that he was involved in the warm-up this morning and is bowling at what looks like full pelt here, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yesterday I've heard he's bowling a lot to skid on very, very fast in the with the new ball yesterday. Definitely not lost too much pace this morning, despite what we thought might happen.
He's coming around the wicket from the pavilion end. We've got bright sunshine here at the moment. It's gone off towards backward point. It is a bit breezy, certainly cooler than the last couple of days, but it does seem pleasant, but it's the wind's coming from the north. Now, interesting, the people on the east side of the ground are all in coats, and the people on the west side of the ground look to be in t-shirts and jumpers. It's a bit strange, so they must be a bit more drafty down there.
It's a brilliant observation here, but Brendan Doggett looks a lot more threatening from around the wicket, I feel. From over the wicket, Gubbins was leaving him pretty comfortably, but this looks a much better approach from Brendan.
Comes in again, and Gubbins forward to this one, the left-hander plays it off towards point, and that is a maiden over from Doggett. So none for 14 from 8 overs, 5 of which have been maiden. So he's bowling with some authority there and putting pressure on the batsman.
Yeah, brilliant start from Brendan Doggett this morning. Looks to be bowling really well, making Gubbins play outside the off stump. But I think Callum Parkinson's got a huge role to play today from the hotel end. He's so far gone at an economy of 1.9 runs per over for his 18 overs. He's got a huge role to play if Alex Lees is going to have a comfortable day's captaincy. As Callum Parkinson starts his 19th over. In bowls to Ben Brown, who pushes into the offside for no run.
Pringleen has sent a message: fitness and fast bowler workloads. Balls bowled in cricket over a career.
As Parkinson starts his run up, bowls clipped into the leg side again for no run.
Ever decreasing circles. This looks like Brian Statham 101,946, Freddie Truman 100,607, Jimmy Anderson 72,844.
Wow, as Parkinson comes into bowl again. Played straight to mid-off, quite firmly, but for no run once more.
Stuart Broad 59,400. He retired a little bit early, I thought, Stuart Broad, because Jimmy Anderson's continued to play much longer, hasn't he? And then you get out to Mark Wood and
as Parkinson bowls again, pushed into the offside once more for no run.
Wood, who was constantly battling injuries, 18,839, and Carse, who's had a few problems as well, 9,987. But Carse is still fairly young, though.
Parkinson bowls again, off the back foot, cut towards the deep point fielder. That'll be one run. As Parkinson has one ball left in the over. I thought Jimmy Anderson would have bowled a lot more than that. 72,000 balls, with Fred Truman up there with 6 figures. 100,000 balls bowled in his career.
There's a fantastic statue of Freddie Truman in the Canal Basin at Skipton in full flow. Nice little spot for a picnic if you're ever popping by.
On a day like this would be beautiful, as Parkinson left arm over the wicket, defended into the offside for no run. That over from Parkinson going for 1. He's 1 for 36 off 19 overs, and Hampshire are 132 for 3.
Morning, Martin. Expecting a hard day today, says John Pick. The pitch seems to have held up particularly well considering its use. Credit to the ground staff seems due. A butt marker marks the score of the shooter and signals the hits and misses, etc. I see. I had a message earlier about summer jobs and somebody working as a butt marker at Bisley at the National Shooting Centre in the 70s and getting a $5 a day up front, but no shooting in the rain or the fog. That's canny pay, that, man, isn't it? £5 back in for a day in 1976. It's not bad money.
Don't know what that would get you these days.
Oh, what would that be equivalent to now? 132 for 3 the score as Doggett comes in. Bowling here to Ben Brown. I've still got that Brown and Luke Wright partnership ingrained in my brain. Just totally turned the game on its head. 335 for the 6th wicket for Sussex, which was a record. He got 163 not out, and Wright got 189. So he's certainly had a good time playing against Durham over the years. Got a century and 7 50s. Doggett, right arm over to Brown, that is left alone.
I thought it was very interesting to start the year. Hampshire playing Ben Brown quite low down the order, and he definitely had a pretty good season last year of it, averaging north of 40. But Hampshire putting a lot of faith in the younger lads. Tom Press, Toby Albert have been batting above him so far this season. But Ben Brown, given the backing by the Hampshire selectors, he's batting at 5 today.
Doggett in the Southampton sunshine, comes in and bowls. Brown behind that one, pushes it up towards mid or no run there. Paul Wilson's been on. Greetings from a chilly and showery Costerdale Hartlepool. We are too far north today, he says. The pitch looks like a batting track. Fear a high scoring draw, brackets at the moment. Quick wickets needed, should be with you until about 4 o'clock before going to watch an excellent rock blues band called the Pistoleros at South Durham Social Club. I've heard, I think I've seen them actually. Have fun and come on Durham. Oh, inside edge there from Brown. He didn't know where that had gone. It's gone off down towards backward square leg for 1 run. So what happened on this day in the world of cricket and cycling? Looking down to see whose names I recognise here. Martin Moxon, born on this day in 1960, former Durham coach, played for Yorkshire in England. Happy birthday, Martin. Luis Herrera, I remember him, born in 1961. As Doggett comes round the wicket here to Gubbins. Gubbins plays that to wide mid-off for a single. Takes him up to 53. Brown on 3, 134 for 3. That is the end of the over. No, it isn't. There's one ball left, sorry. Fielders are switching positions for the right-hander and the left-hander combination. 2 singles off the over so far. Luis Herrera, he was a Colombian cyclist who was a fantastic mountain climber. I remember him involved in the 1987 Tour de France and the battle with Pedro Delgado and Stephen Roach. Doggett comes in, bowls. This is turned by Brown to mid-on. No run there. That is the end of the over, so 134 for 3.
There's some brilliant cycling knowledge there, Martin.
Well, that was the first year I started to watch the Tour de France, and just by pure accident, my man bought me a racing bike for my 16th birthday, and I think that year the Tour de France started on my birthday. And I just started watching it, and before it had finished, it was a month long back then. I was out on my bike, I had all the cycling gear, and I was just hooked. It's just the colour and the spectacle and the noise and the scenery. Ravi Bopara, born on this day in 1985.
Happy birthday, Bopara. What a brilliant player he was, eh? Fan favourite. Loved his medium paces. Not a bad batter either. As Parkinson begins his over. Runs past the umpire, left arm over. Defended into the offside by Nick Gubbins, who kept the strike from the last over.
You've got an MCC notebook there, haven't you?
I do.
Yeah,
I'm a playing member
Are you?
of the MCC. Yes, I am. Parkinson bowls in again. Off the back foot, clipped through the leg side really firmly this time. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. There's a short leg waiting, but Nick Gubbins has just blasted it straight through short leg, off the back foot, in front of square on the leg side. Runs away for 4. 57 for Nick Gubbins.
Nice shot. On this day in 1955, Len Hutton was made an honorary member of the MCC, the first professional still playing cricket to be elected.
As Callum Parkinson starts his run up, bowls off the back foot, clipped into the leg side, this time to mid-wicket. Len Hutton was part of that innings and 500 run against Australia, I think, when he got that 360 odd. What a player Len Hutton was. Much longer before I was born, that's for sure. As Parkinson bowls, fuller this time, clipped into the leg side for no run. 138 for 3.
What year were you born?
Hampshire. 2003.
2000. People born in the 2000s, Kev. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
As Parkinson bowls again. Clipped into the leg side by Nick Gubbins. He's trying to find that gap through short leg here, just in front of square on the leg side. He found it earlier in the over, but when Parkinson drops his short, that's really his scoring option there. Also a big gap in point, but Parkinson bowling left arm over the wicket, spinning it in to Nick Gubbins. Nick Gubbins doesn't really want to be playing against the spin as he bowls. Final ball of the over, clipped into the leg side, again for no run. This is good bowling from Parkinson. He's holding up his end tremendously well.
Right, I've got to nip off to do an update for Radio Newcastle.
So the score is 138 for 3, Hampshire. They are currently in a deficit of 373 runs, thanks to Durham's 511, 160 for Graham Clark. Scored early on day 2, as we're joined by Kevin James.
Nice to have you back, Charlie.
Thank you, Kevin. It's lovely to be back.
So, 2 wickets for Durham this morning. Put Hampshire under a little bit more pressure as they try and bat out for 2 days.
So Brendan Doggett is getting ready to begin his 10th over. He is currently 9 overs, 0 for 16, bowling brilliantly so far this morning, into Ben Brown, who plays it down leg side. A little bit of an appeal for LBW, but it will be 1 run of leg buys for Ben Brown, so it won't go towards his total. He's 3 off 27 balls now.
Quick update on the women's Tier 1 50 over cup games today, because both Durham and Hampshire are in action. Hampshire at Trent Bridge against the Blaze, 91 for 4 at the halfway mark, 25 overs gone. Ella McGacken continuing her good form after our unbeaten 100 up at Southport during the week. She's 50 not out.
Australian Doggett bowls again. Played back to the bowler for no run.
Players out: Maya Boucher for 14, Charlie Knott for 8, captain Georgia Adams for 13, Rhianna Southby's just gone for 3, and as we've been mentioning several times, there's a bit of rain up at Chester Street, but Durham and Somerset did get underway for just 3 balls, and Susie Bates will hope that they didn't, because she was out bowled by Ellie Anderson for no score. 0 for 1 Durham.
Doggett bowls again. Played into the offside for no run, defended. Not a lovely start to that game for Susie Bates, was it? Of all the 3 balls to get, you've managed to get yourself out in that second ball. Absolutely horrifying day. Horrifying start for Susie Bates.
Yeah, we've seen pictures as well from up there. I think the full covers are back on, so just the 3 balls and then they're back off.
It's a nasty little spell as an opening batter,
Yes.
isn't it? It's raining, you don't want to go out and bat as Doggett comes into bowl. Well ducked here by Ben Brown, a little bit of pace there. Doggett went short, but it is a wide.
Called wide by the square leg umpire, who signalled to the bowler's umpire to get your arms outstretched. I have to say it went quite high.
It did. It was a very early duck as well by Ben Brown. Don't know what Doggett was trying to do. Maybe just give him a little bit of chin music, see how he fares. But he really did miss the mark there, Brendan Doggett. 2 balls left in his over. As he begins his run up. Trots past the umpire. Into Ben Brown, well left alone. His right arm over the wicket. 1 slip. 3rd man, backward point. 2 in front of square on the offside. There's a cover and a mid-off. And there's a mid-on. We've got a catching mid-wicket here. Clearly on that angle from around the wicket. Brendan Doggett looked to bowling into Nick Gubbins, the right-hander. Although mid-wicket has slightly dropped off. I wouldn't quite call that catching.
No, it's not quite orthodox. It's a little closer than that.
Agreed. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg as the over comes to an end. 140 for 3 Hampshire.
Apologies if you've already mentioned it, Charlie. You played yesterday?
I did play yesterday. Yeah. So I played St Cross. I scored probably some of the 16 best runs of my life, actually, to be fair, Kevin.
Right.
4 boundaries. Then got out going for a 5th.
Were any of those edges?
No.
All off the middle of the bat?
All just, I mean, if you saw the hot spot there, Kevin, it was pretty unbelievable stuff, to be fair. 3 through the covers in the first over. Gave the new ball a bit of a battering, but then the new ball battered me, I think it's fair to say.
So was it a case of you actually got a little bit too carried away with the fact that you hit a couple of falls through the covers?
Exactly right.
Was it?
I mean,
it's fatal.
Feeling the new ball on the bat, and 4 boundaries early on really made me want to go for a 5th.
Callum Parkinson to start his 21st over, the left arm spinner. He's driven firmly up to mid-off, but there is no run. So St Cross is a club down here near Winchester that play in the Southern League. But you were telling me earlier that you're sort of flitting between the first and second team. So which team was this yesterday?
So it was the second team, opening up for the second team yesterday.
Parkinson bowls again. Cutting away is Brown. Goes out towards deep cover, 141 for 3.
Yeah, Felix Organ had to make way to come and play for Hampshire.
So he was down to play at the weekend for St Cross, was he?
Yep, he was down to play for the ones. He's had a good start to our season. Got a big 100 in that first game we played. Pre-season match.
Did he?
He did. Big 100, 140 odd, I think. Played very well.
Against?
Ooh,
can you remember?
now you're testing me.
No,
It was a pre-season game. I want to say it was old Rustillians or something.
Oh, never heard of them.
No, neither.
Parkinson switches to over the wicket because it's the left-hander Gubbins. It's full. It's driven through point for 4. I think Parkinson there's trying to find the bowler's footmarks. Just overdid it with the length. And Gubbins strikes that nicely away to the west side of the ground, the right side as we look. He moves on to 61.
That's probably one of the areas he can't really bowl with this field. There's no one in that point region from about cover, extra cover, There is no one until, I'd call it a deep third man out there. And you cannot be bowling full as an off spinner wide outside the off stump.
No, so we did it. So 145 for 3. Hampshire still trail by 366 as the sun comes out a little stronger, whipped away towards one of the 2 mid wickets, the deeper one fields, and there is no one. I must admit I'm getting a little worried because we did sort of try and promote your bank holiday cricketing stories, whether you played or you travelled to a game and something happened, or maybe even any bank holiday stories that you'd like to give us, and we haven't had too many, I think it's fair to say, so maybe it's the wrong subject, as that's driven up to mid-on. They're going to take a single this time. 146 for 3, and Gubbins moves on to 62. Stephen Bryce has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com, but not on that subject. He says, looking like a struggle to get a batting bonus point yet again. Any comments? Well, it's interesting. I think Durham have bowled pretty well this morning. Well, that's turned. It's beaten the forward prod there of Ben Brown to end that over. 146 for 3. And A.D. Birrell, the Hampshire head coach who did speak to me last night, was saying that, you know, as well as having to bat long, it's important that they bat well enough and keep the scoreboard ticking along to get the full bonus points. Well, actually, yes, it is a bit of a struggle because I think Durham have bowled very well, bowled very tightly this morning, both seamers and spinners.
Absolutely. I think Matt Potts bowled quick and well, consistently, constantly making the batsman play. Matt Potts was bowling brilliantly, and as you've got Parkinson at the other end, really holding an end well. It's not putting any pressure on the captain, Alex Lees, and they can really rotate the pacers from the pavilion end, rotating them, keeping them fresh. Yep. Brendan Dockett is bowling very well from around the wicket.
Yeah, Matthew Potts again looking impressive. He's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets that have fallen. 1 last night, 1 this morning. That was Mark Stoneman, caught behind. Tom Prest, the other one, caught behind off Callum Parkinson.
Cody Youssef to start his spell, bowling into Nick Gubbins, who plays it into the offside for 1 run. There's a deep point, who runs in and collects, getting Ben Brown back on the strike. Gubbins moves on to 63.
It might be worth having a quick look at the other Division 1 games going on today. Essex are 246 for 4 against Somerset in their second innings. They lead by 307 with 6 wickets remaining. Essex started the day at 163 for 4, so they haven't lost a wicket. Cox has retired hurt though on 103.
Oh no. That's not a good sign. Well, the 100 is a good sign, but not the retired hurt. As Youssef bowls in again to Ben Brown, wide down the leg side. I'm not sure if Ben Brown got a tickle on it, but it will be 4 runs. It's leg byes given. Ollie Robinson couldn't quite get there, but it is drifted down the leg side there from Cody Youssef.
Yeah, he's another one that's a very skiddy bowler. First time we'd had a look at him yesterday. The 150 up for Hampshire in the 63rd over of their first innings. So Jordan Cox there. A problem, I guess.
Jordan Cox, yes, he got I think he broke his finger before the last England Test series he got picked for. He got picked as the spare batter against New Zealand and wasn't able to play, and let's hope that hasn't happened again. As Cody Youssef bowls to Ben Brown, clipping down the leg side, but does miss. It's gone through to the keeper. Well caught this time by Ollie Robinson.
And Warwickshire is 62 for 2 in their second innings. Need 123. With 8 wickets remaining to beat Yorkshire, so they actually have lost a couple of wickets this morning. Alex Davis has gone for 31, bowled by Ben Code, and the other batter is Hamza Sheikh. He's gone for 8.
That Yorkshire innings yesterday characterised by a 90 for Joe Root, as Youssef bowls, clipped it down towards fine leg by Ben Brown. Will be 1 run. And Ben Brown moves on to 5. Not going at the fastest of rates, but he's still there. That's all that matters for Hampshire so far. Nick Gubbins is really the man who we're looking out for today to go and put out a big total on the board.
Yeah, well, you're looking at your players, aren't you? The ones that are more than capable of playing long innings. These 2 are, definitely. Liam Dawson, still Toby Albert to come.
Felix Organ as well. I think he's got a couple of first-class hundreds.
And Felix Organ, your fellow St Cross teammate. How could I forget him?
Yusuf bowls, driven towards mid-off for no run. That's Nick Gubbins on strike.
Oh, it's been another wicket for Hampshire. Ella McGacken has gone now in their game with the Blaze. She went for 57.
Oh, the opener. That looked to be a key role in that game. That would be a sad loss, that, for Hampshire. Hampshire on this ground, though, 152 for 3. Currently in deficit 359 runs as Yusuf, final ball of his over, into Ben Round, clipped into the leg side. Nick Gubbins, sorry. Will be 1 run out to deep square leg, fielded by Emilio Gay, and that is the end of the over. Good start from Cody Yusuf.
Now, the last time you were on was the first time you were on in the game against Somerset, Charlie, and you were telling us that you've started this podcast. Have you done an episode since you were on 2 weeks ago?
I have done. I think I've done 2.
Oh, well,
Kevin,
look, you're quite proficient then.
I know. It comes out Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. One of the 3 every week. I run the What's He On About Cricket podcast. You might have seen it on the social medias. Built up about 5,000 followers. And but to be fair, for all the YouTube watchers out there, the one platform I'm not quite getting a lot of grip on is YouTube. So feel free, if you're watching on YouTube, to go and subscribe to the What's He On About Cricket podcast.
So these last 2 episodes, I can see Emily Windsor frantically going through her phone to find it. Or maybe not, but something else. So what were the episodes about, as we are just waiting on a bowling change where George Drissel, with his off breaks, is going to take over from Callum Parkinson?
So a lot of county championship roundups,
yes,
looking at who's performing well, and then I always round off the show with a big question for the England selectors.
Ooh.
Whether it's who's going to be the spinner, who's going to be the opening batters.
Okay. Right, Drissel's around the wicket to Gubbins, who's driving up to mid-off. And any guests on those 2 episodes?
Well, I was very close to getting a Northants pro who I played a bit of cricket with at Exeter, Rafi Wetherell. He's made a good start to the season.
Oh yeah, is he under 19? England under 19s?
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah.
Oh, was? Is he too old now? Has
I think
played
he might
out on
just
the
be
onside?
too old
Is
now
he?
this year. Yeah.
He's supposed to be quite a good bowler, isn't he?
He is a very good bowler.
But you didn't get him.
I didn't get him. One of those, you get a few little messages back and then he ghosts me.
Oh, never mind. Well, maybe next time. Drissel bowls, tucked away behind square on the leg side by Gubbins. Runs the first one quickly. I've got no time. Anyway,
how dare
Emily
you, Kevin?
Windsor was set me up. I'll tell you what I'll do, Charlie. When I do have some time every now and then, of course I do. Yeah, but you can't say that because you might not want me, Emily. That's really unkind. 155 for 3.
Kevin.
Thankfully, Emily's not with us this afternoon. She's getting some physio from the Durham person. That's nicely tucked down to fine leg. That could go all the way, and it does. Nicely rolls up towards the Colin Ingleby-Mackenzie stand. And Gubbins, with that boundary, moves on to 71.59 for 3. I can't believe you said that, Miss Windsor. But anyway, yeah, you have stirred it really badly. Yes.
Well, Kevin, here it is now. If you'd ever want to come on the podcast, I'm not saying, I'm forcing you to.
No.
Maybe there's a day in the future.
I would listen. I will happily, having been forced into this position, and it would look bad if I said anything else. That's played out towards the bowler. I'll happily join you at some point if we can sort it out. Because I know, well, you're a school teacher, aren't you? So
I am.
I know that you won't have a lot of time. And hopefully my time doesn't correspond with that. I can't believe I said no. I definitely, I will. I'll make it a commitment. We'll do it. We'll do it at some point when you want me. Right, that's out into the covers, and there is no run. I think this is a good time that we're both going to come off commentary for a while. Thank you, Charlie. He'll be back a little bit later, actually, just before lunch. There's a double change. It's going to be Martin Emerson and Emily Windsor is back. I think Emily would also make a good guest as well, actually. Charlie, do you think? Would Emily be a good guest for you?
Absolutely.
There we are. So, Ems. Okay. So there, we've helped each other out there. I'll do an episode and you do an episode. Right. Okay. Thank you, Charlie. Let's get those out of there. And here we go. Look, we found you 2 guests, Charlie. What a day it's been. Martin Emerson also is free at some point to do a roundup from the north. So there you are, there's another guest. And Amelia, I'm sure, will do something at some point. So there we are. Gosh, I'm not sure there's enough podcasts that can accommodate us all. Welcome back, Martin.
Thanks, Kev. I'll have to get his people to talk to my people, I think. So, 159 for 3. Deficit is 362. And Cody Youssef bowling here. 1 ball so far of this over, a dot ball.
Truth is, Martin, why I volunteered Kev was because the name of the podcast, the What's He On About? And I often think that when Kev's talking.
Yeah. That was a full toss, a low full toss, and it's been flicked away one-handed by Brown out through deep mid-wicket, and it's gone for 4. There is a fielder out there, but he couldn't get across to it.
Yeah, he almost lost sight of that, I think.
It's,
Looked like he was going to duck into it and then just whipped it off his pads.
Emilio Gay is the man out there, fielding just in front of the tunnel, which links this ground and the nursery ground. Brown on 9 from 35 deliveries. And Hampshire 163 for 3.
Yeah, I think Durham have bowled beautifully so far this morning, kept it really tight. Hampshire have scored at no rate.
Youssef in, and that's gone off down the leg side. I think a leg bye will be signalled here as Brown jogs to the other end. And indeed it is.
But crucially, from a Hampshire perspective, 2 of their experienced county stalwarts at the crease. Gubbins playing nicely, he's on 70 now. And Brown, very steady start, 9 off 36 deliveries, but they've got to bat a bit of time, but at the same time they need to go after some batting bonus points. We heard A.D. Birrell talk about that in his post-match interview yesterday.
Youssef round the wicket to Gubbins, who turns this off towards long leg for 1 run. That's fielded by, I think that's Jack Blatherwick down there. On loan from Lancashire. Last game he'll be playing for Durham. He's on as a sub-fielder. Just looking at Nick Gubbins' stats, so he's now got 1 century and 3 half centuries against Durham. The previous, the 250s and the 100 were for Middlesex. Did score 145 at Lords in 2016, 91 in a win at Chesley Street in 2018, and 60 in a draw there in 2016. And today he's got 71 to his name. Brown at the other end on 9. Came together with a score on 129 for 3 when Prest was out for 1. And this is played towards Colin Ackerman at short mid-wicket, and he dives in to try and stop the ball, and he just couldn't reach it. Runs away from him. So a single there for Brown, who moves on to 10. 166 for 3. Certainly feels a bit cooler today, doesn't it? But I mean, we have had sunshine throughout the whole period of play so far.
Yeah, there's definitely a cool breeze here today, isn't there? I think
it's a northerly wind now, and there's been quite a bit of rain up in the northeast this morning, which is drifting down the country. It's Youssef bowls, that's gone through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over, so there was 7 runs from it, 166 for 3. It's just clipping the east coast, and then it's going to come down across the southeast of England and across down past London. And tomorrow morning, it looks like there could be a bit of rain around, but whether it'll actually reach us or not, we could be on the cusp.
the rain never reaches the sunny south coast.
I have seen it bucket down here many times. My last visit to Hove for a one-day game on a Sunday in the height of August, didn't see a ball bowled. Seen plenty of rain here and bad light over the years.
Yeah, it is classic England, isn't it? And I think we've been, well, lucky, haven't we, with the start of the season that we've had. This must be unheard of.
The last match here, they lost 5 sessions to the weather, didn't they, against Somerset? So, a couple of weeks ago.
George Drizzle then, the off spinner from the hotel end into Ben Brown, who plays off the back foot, leaves it alone outside the off stump. A slip and a short leg in play. Drizzle into his 11th over. Yet to pick up at wicket, but Gone for just 21 runs. Bowled tight. This is in reverse sweep from Brown, and there's a fielder at deep back with a point. Just come through for a single. Ben Brown tends to go for that shot against spin. He moves to 11. The deficit's still 344. So a long way to go for Hampshire. Again, Ailey Birrell, the message from the top from Hampshire is to take it session by session. Let's drizzle round the wicket to Gubbins off the back foot, played into the same area but deep backward square to Gubbins, and will be a single. He moves to 72. 168 for 3 Hampshire. 2 wickets to fall this morning. Mark Stoneman was first to go off the bowling of Potts. Caught at slip, followed by Tom Press. Good catch by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Callum Parkinson. Reverse sweep again, but this time fine. This might go all the way. The fielder there's got a lot of work to do. Can't get there. So a boundary to Ben Brown. Looks like they're just putting a foot on the accelerator this over to the off-spinner Drizzle. He's on to 15, deficit of 339.
If you want to get in touch, you can email wearecricket@bbc.co.uk or @MartyCricket on Blue Sky. Where you at today? What you doing? Always like to know what you're up to on a weekend. Bank holiday weekend as well this weekend.
My road at home in Portsmouth was shut today for VE Day. They're doing
VE
like
Day
a big,
celebrations,
big
right?
party.
Yeah.
Does that happen up north? Is there
Well, it's because
much
it's
of
the
that?
80th anniversary. So.
There we go. Drizzle over the wicket to Brown off the back foot, pulls this time, and he's hit that beautifully. That'll be 4 more. The short leg had to duck, and of course he did because he's hit that well. It's been an expensive over so far. 10 runs from it, and Brown moves to 19.
There's quite a few events on in London over the next few days for VE Day. There's a big parade and a march. There's Westminster Abbey, there's an event there as well. There'll be stuff going on in the northeast of England as well. In fact, my wife was filming something in Saltburn on Friday about VE Day.
176 for 3 then. Drizzle in. He used his feet this time. Brown fielded well off his own bowling by Drizzle. That's the end of the over. Scores ticked along nicely there for Hampshire. Deficit now 335.
I think we were sort of just coming out of lockdown when they had 5 years ago. What was it was the 80th anniversary of the start of the Second World War, I think. We had a little event to mark the occasion. Must have been May 2020. There was something happening in our street.
My street down here, they love to have a party.
Yeah.
Get the roads closed. Everyone comes out the front, and yeah, it just seems to be a very sociable. Oh,
there's your crutches gone.
Don't need them anymore.
It's not true that she was trying to hit Kevin over the head with them. There's no truth in that at all. Here's Yusuf bowling his 11th over from the pavilion end. That's played out to deep square leg to Rhodes. 1 run.
Pulled
for
hard,
Gubbins.
that wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good shot.
It's very windy all of a sudden. You see Ben Brown's shirt billowing in the breeze now. Quite a bit of dust just coming up there as well. And the sheet at the far end of the ground, which is acting as the sight screen, is flapping away in the stiff wind. And certainly more people in the ground today in coats. It's been t-shirts and shorts so far this game, but it's a different feel to things today. Yusuf right arm over to Brown. Brown plays that up to mid on, no run there.
It's been no shirts as well. Sometimes it's been that hot, hasn't it?
I don't like that. I remember years ago when McDonald's opened in South Shields and there was a sign on the door saying shirts must be worn, and I thought, why would you not have a shirt on in here? But I suppose in the summertime people are wandering along Ocean Road from the beach. Brown is on 19 from 43 balls, 177 for 3. Yusuf bowls. Brown plays that to the cover area. No run there.
Where did you see this game going, Martin? I
Well,
got a bit excited early on in the session when Durham
settled
picked
down
up
again now, hasn't
2
it, really?
quick wickets.
There was a message I got earlier, which I didn't read out, but I did read, from Adrian Kirk. He said, I was asking where do people think this game was heading, and he said Hampshire aiming for maximum batting points and the game drifting off to a draw, which is exactly what happened last year. It was a high scoring 4 days of dullness, really. There wasn't much going on. There was first day, Durham lost the toss and they only took 2 wickets by tea. There's a conversation going on here now between Alex Lees, the Durham skipper, and Yusuf, and they're altering the field. They've brought Cannon Parkinson up from 3rd man on the boundary to a deep point, and they've moved Rhodes round to sort of the deep gully position. Potts is in the covers. Ackerman's close in on the leg side. And Yusuf's bowling to Brown. Brown plays the ball up to Potts in the covers. Gone down on one knee as he plays that. No run.
Yeah, interesting this from Alex Lees, but it's him trying to do something different here, isn't it? He's changing the field, trying to make both Ben Brown and Nick Gubbins, who both now look comfortable at the crease, try and make them do different. There's big conversations here. 4 people in the huddle. I think you got Brendan Doggett, Matt Potts, Cody Yusuf and Alex Lees, just having a bit of a conversation about what the plan may be here. But I like that from Durham, trying to find something different. Good captaincy from Alex Lees.
Yusuf in again to Brown, tries to york him. That's come off the pad and drifted across towards square leg. It'll be a leg by. Partnership's now moved up to 49 from 92 balls. So they've quietly gone about that, haven't they? 50 stand.
Yeah, as I said, that it seems like Ben Brown has now gone up a gear. That seems like he's got himself in. Gubbins is playing nicely for his 73. And from a Hampshire perspective, seeing Ben Brown move up the order into that number 5 position, to have that extra experience there, and I mean, he's churned out many runs in the county championship, so give him that extra bit of time to bat.
Yusuf to Gubbins. Gubbins is right behind that one, plays it down into the ground defensively. That is the end of the over. A single and a leg by came from it. Hampshire 178 for 3. And they trail Durham by 333. All the threes. If anybody's suspicious, superstitious. Does all threes have anything? Does that mean anything? It's 6s, isn't it? 3 6s.
And 1, 2, 3, isn't it? Never won a game. Is that a saying?
What's that one?
1, 2, 3, never won a game.
1, 2, 3, never won a game.
So like if it's like 123 for whatever.
Right.
If you're on that score, you're meant to be a bit nervy.
Never heard that one.
George Drizzle will continue from this hotel end. One fielder out either side of the wicket. Previous over went for 10 runs, so on the attack to George Drizzle as he's in flatter, quicker, and just played into the mid-wicket region. Will be no run.
Have you had your physio today, or is it later?
Later, after lunch.
Has it been helping a lot? You've got a bit more mobility, do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely been helping. My leg can move now, which is great. It was Drizzle in, advances Ben Brown, plays the mid-wicket, will be no run. As I said to Kev earlier, aiming to be fit for Wednesday for Durham versus Hampshire women at Arundel.
Are you in a gazebo when you commentate there?
Yeah.
On the hill? No?
On side now.
That's pushed into the offside. There's no fielder in close, so they jog through for a single. Ben Brown will move to 20. 178 for 3, and that's a 50 partnership from Gubbins and Brown. It's come off 96 balls. It's Hampshire home crowd enjoy that one. So they're just accumulated nicely. It's tough going now to find that wicket. It's Drizzle to the left-handed Gubbins. In defence will be no run. Definite breeze though, you can see it's picked up down there. Drizzle creeps and approaches, and that's defended again. Good line that from Drizzle. Just 1 run from the over so far. Hampshire women rebuilding a little. Score 130 for 5 off 35 overs. Nancy Harmon and Abby Norgrove at the crease. There's Drizzle in, and that's played to mid-wicket. Will be no run. And at Chestler Street, the covers are moving, so they're coming off. So it's not raining. But
No, I've just spoken to my wife, and she said it was dry now. So.
Ooh,
What was that?
that was my phone.
39 overs per side.
39 overs per side for Durham versus Somerset at Chestler Street. So lost a fair few overs to rain so far, but do you think that's it now? Do you reckon the rain's gone?
I think so, yeah. I think it was going to be okay this afternoon. Is it a 50 over game, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be reduced now, and Durham went out for 3 balls and were 0 for 1, so got some work to do in the 39 overs. As do Durham here, deficit of 332, and we'll have a change.
Okay, Emily will be back with us a little bit later on as Yusuf comes in to bowl to Brown, who drives beautifully through the covers. That's a really classy looking shot, and that's away for 4 towards the Shane Warne stand. Nicely timed. Potts diving in the covers, couldn't get near that one. Amelia's coming back in now.
Hello, Martin.
You all right?
Very good, thank you.
I'm starting to think about putting my coat on, actually. It's a bit chilly today.
Yeah. The Hampshire bowlers, batsmen have been doing well this last half an hour. They've
Yeah, settled in nicely, these two, haven't they?
really got an injection of pace. Ben Brown playing well off the spin. Yeah, move the scoreboard forward a little bit. I think they'll be really happy with this.
Yusuf from the pavilion end to Brown. That's drifted down the leg side, and Brown plays it out to Gay, a deeper square leg for a single. So he's got 25.
Obviously, we're expecting a new ball in about 10 overs, so that'll be after lunch. So maybe the Hampshire guys can really capitalise on some slower moving ball, a bit of an older, softer ball. Really try and keep those boundaries coming, keep that deficit moving. It's 327 now. They chase by, so yeah, an interesting next half an hour, I think.
Yusuf round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. Gubbins forward to this one, plays the ball gently along the floor back to the bowler's end. Dot ball. So 184 for 3, deficit 327. And there are 70.3 overs left today, which sounds an awful lot. And overs gone 68.3. So there were 43 overs bowled yesterday. And at the close of play last night, Hampshire were 112 for 1 and trailing by 399. Stolman was the first wicket to fall today as Yusuf bowls to Gubbins. It's another dot ball. He was caught behind for 57 off Matty Potts, a ball that just straightened on him. And then Tom Prest looked to try and cut the ball from Callum Parkinson when he was on 1 and clipped it straight into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. So they were 129 for 3 at that point and trailing by 382. But since then, Gubbins and Brown have added 55 from 102 balls. Brought a bit of stability back to proceedings after those early wickets. It's probably been an hour, I would say, since we've had a wicket, actually. This is played by Gubbins through the covers. It just sat up nicely for him. It was just a little bit too short from Yusuf, and he's punched that away for 4.
Yeah, I think maybe, I mean, what do you think, Martin? Maybe is the older ball coming into play a little bit? Is it just moving?
Maybe. I still don't really think the wicket's doing much.
No. But Gubbins seems to be seeing it really nicely, being able to find those gaps, play it really well. 77 off 170 now is Gubbins. Really making his mark on the game.
Yusuf round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins forward to this one. Ball bounces out into the covers. No run. End of the over, 9 runs from it. Hampshire now 188 for 3. And the deficit is 323 on the BBC here. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Newcastle. You can listen to us on most smart speakers. Ask your smart speaker to play Hampshire versus Durham, Day 3 on BBC Sounds, and that should do the job. But we're on the Sports app as well, and around the world on the BBC website, and of course on the YouTube feed as well from Hampshire Cricket Club.
And we've got a change in the bowling again. Parkinson's going to come in on the attack at the hotel end. Once again, add a little bit of spin to proceedings. Try and see if Durham can create something here. Currently having a little chat with a couple of his fielders just to see what the decision's going to be here. See what the attack's going to be. So we've got Ben Brown on strike, waiting to receive his first ball at the Parkinson over. If you warm up, it has got a little bit chillier here, so I think Parkinson is just warming up those shoulders as he stands at the top of his mark. He's going to come round the wicket here. Bowls, full delivery, blocked back by Brown. Well defended, and over the ball. Parkinson makes his way to the top of his mark. Doesn't take long as he's beginning the run in again. Phil creeps in with him. A big swipe there at Ben Brown, but it was a swing and a miss, and it carried through to the gloves of Parkinson. Ollie Robinson in the wicket keeping. Parkinson again, round the wicket, still to the right-hander. Begins his run in. Bowls. Straighter this time, well blocked by Brown.
It's reaching a climax at Leeds already. Wow. Final innings of that game is well into it.
Parkinson in once again. Well done there by Brown. Pushed the leg side down to deep cover, and no one there to pick it up. So it's gone for 4. What was the score there at Leeds?
Well, Warwickshire are in their second innings, and they are 87 for 2, and they need another 98 runs to beat Yorkshire. So that's rattled along at a rate of knots. Not quite as quick as the 2-day finish Durham had at Worcester last weekend, but Essex are in their second innings at Taunton against Somerset. They're 255 for 7, so they lead by 316.
Parkinson in again. For this time again. They've scurried along for 1 as mid-wicket came in to pick that up, and we'll hold them at 1. Good running there from the Hampshire boys.
In Leicester, Leicestershire are in their second innings against Northants, the M1 derby. They're 165 for 9, so they're nearly all out there. And they have a decent lead, 279. Kent are at Lords against Middlesex. They're in their second innings and doing a lot better than they did in their first innings. They're 310 for 5. They were all out for 129 in their first. So they currently lead by 201 runs.
Parkinson in again, this time over the wicket. Played into the leg side by Gubbins.
Lancashire made 450 at Manchester. Gloucestershire are 277 for 3 in their first innings. And in Cardiff, Glamorgan 431 all out. Derbyshire in response 284 for 8. End of that over, and there's no real hurry to get the next over started. There's lots of conversations going on down below us. Batsmen are having a chat in the middle. And George Drizel's switching ends here. He's replacing Cody Youssef, who's taken none for 44 in 12 overs, 2 maidens. Drizel none for 32 in 12 overs, 2 maidens. Parkinson 1 for 51 from 22 overs, 6 maidens.
We've had an email from Stephen Clark, thank you, up in the Shame-worn stand at solentcricket@gmail.com. He said he's got a bit of a weather report for us. The sun keeps popping through, but not for very long. And the intermittent cloud cover is a bit of a worry for those batting. So let's hope the lads can keep calm and resilient under the scoreboard pressure. Thank you very much, Stephen. I think you've got a job as a weatherman if you ever need one.
In comes Drizel, and it's a reverse sweep from Brown down to third man for 1. Picked up by Rhodes. There's a guy we did a story on a few months ago. There was a guy who was working for a TV channel as a weather presenter in somewhere like the British Virgin Islands. And his wife was from South Tyneside, so they decided to move back to the northeast, and I think they live near South Shields, somewhere like that. So he gave up his career as a TV weather presenter there, and is now working as a station announcer on the Metro system in Newcastle.
Brilliant.
Oh, got a wicket here.
Oh.
And there was quite a bit of turn there from that delivery from Drizel and an edge from Gubbins. And that has moved a lot, and he's furious with himself here.
He is.
And the ball spinning away from him and has edged into the gloves of the keeper. He's taking it around about bail height, and that was a big stride from Gubbins as well.
He stayed exactly in that position for a while, actually, a couple of seconds there. Mainly out of, I would say, just annoyance of his own decision there. But unfortunately for Gubbins, he's had to go. He's had an amazing stint, 77 off 173 balls. So should be very proud of the effort he's done. But I think for now he'll be a little bit frustrated that he wasn't able to push it even further. Hampshire 194 for 4.
Came out of nowhere, really, that wicket, didn't it? I mean,
did.
it was just such a flat period of play in terms from a Durham point of view, but the switch to move Drizel to the far end and replace Yusuf's have paid off because he's got a wicket with the second delivery. 194 for 4. And the partnership was 65. So how many overs have we had? 70.2. Here's the reigning PCA Player of the Year and the Cricket Writers Player of the Year, Liam Dawson, coming out.
Absolutely hoping to again push the Hampshire score even further. They still have a deficit of 317 that they need to catch on the Durham score. So the boys still out there have a lot of work to do, but they've got some good people at the crease now to do it. We have had an email, solentcricket@gmail.com, from Michael Lithgrove saying, "Hi Kevin and the team, driving home this afternoon from the ground," and he wanted to know if you can pick it up on the commentary on or where you can get it. So if you go on our X feed, that's it's Solent Sport, you can see the link that will take you straight to the sports app, but it's also there under the commentary in the county championship. Also, if you can get YouTube, we are on the live picture feed there as well.
So Dawson, the new batsman, facing Drizel from the pavilion end. He goes down the track and plays this one short into the covers to Potts, no run. You can try BBC Sounds, of course, as well on your car.
Absolutely.
Get that on my car.
Or if you've got Apple CarPlay, that's always a good one.
Yeah. Next ball is bowled and snuffed out by Dawson. I use what's the app I've got in my cars? It's not the Apple one, it's the Google thing.
Oh, the Android one.
Android,
Yeah.
Android Auto, that's it. Yeah.
That's it.
Next ball is defended by Dawson, runs short on the offside. There's tons of ways to listen to us.
Absolutely.
194 for 4. Last ball of the 71st over. Result of Dawson. Dawson turns this late to Parkinson, who's just behind square leg. End of the over. Good over, that one.
Yeah, the clouds have just come in again, the sort of mottled light, but actually will that play into the hands of the fielders? It's a little bit cooler, it's a little bit easier to see the ball. Will it change the spin? I know there hasn't been, the pitch not doing a lot, but you never know. The cloud cover, will it just help a little bit more? We'll have to wait and see, but still a good 15 minutes until lunch, still a lot to do from both sides.
I think batting's easier when the sun's out. So cooler overcast conditions you'd think would help the bowling team a bit more.
Yeah.
But again, there's not much in this pitch. Parkinson starts anew over here. That was a loopy delivery, went right in towards the block hole.
Stands at the top of his mark, coming over the wicket again. Bowls. A little bit fuller this time. Blocked. The umpire had to scurry out of the way in case there was going to be a run there, but the batsman didn't want to move as Parkinson starts again. Bowls a little bit fuller this time. Blocked straight back to him by Brown. Ben Brown has 31 off 60 so far, looking to move that along even further. Parkinson in again, fuller this time, worked into the offside, and cover will throw that back to Parkinson as it's held yet again for another dot ball. Wasting no time as Parkinson straight in again. The field creeps in with him. This time just worked off to square the wicket to point, and they'll hold for another dot ball.
I think in the next few days it's going to get really warm again. So it's coolish today because the way the high pressure system's sitting, it's allowing colder air to come in from the north.
Parkinson again just blocks into the leg side.
It's nearly over, but yeah, I think the weather forecast this morning was suggesting 24 again within a day or two. So anyway, that's me done for this morning. I'll see you all after lunch.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, I think I'm going to be joined by Charlie, who will be coming in a moment. We're having a bit of a bowling and field change. Hampshire 194 for 4 off 72. Parkinson, that was his 23rd over. The partnership currently hasn't actually built any runs, but I'm sure that will happen soon. Brown is 31 off 63 faced, and Dawson is nothing off 4. We now have Giselle back at the pavilion end. That's just worked off to Fine Leg, who's gone chasing after it, but they'll run for 2. Doesn't quite make it to the boundary. Oh, they thought about 3, but a quick scurry back from Ben Brown, make sure he's safe. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Amelia. It's lovely to be back. The day really started with Durham, but a couple of quick wickets. Preston Stoneman going early, as Drizzle bowls into Dawson, who defends it back to the bowler. Then a 65-run partnership for Gubbins and Ben Brown. Just looked to tilt the game back towards Hampshire, but since then the wicket of Gubbins for 77 has really brought the advantage back to Durham. As Drizzle bowls again to Liam Dawson, who works towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the boys now will be Ben Brown and Dawson will be looking to build that partnership again, as they the guys before had.
They certainly will. Drizzle bowls in again, blocking to mid-on. Liam Dawson for no run. Yeah, big partnership this, Amelia, between Dawson and Ben Brown. Obviously with Toby Albert and Felix Organ still waiting in the wings, but these two will look to put on a big partnership as Drizzle bowls, again defended off the back foot.
2 of the most experienced batters as well in the Hampshire side, so they know exactly what they need to do.
Yeah.
They won't be,
absolutely.
Won't be worried about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Liam Dawson fresh off Wisden Cricketer of the Year for 2024, as Dawson plays defensively for no run, ending that over from Drizzle. Good bowling change there from Drizzle, taking the wicket.
Absolutely, just putting that extra pressure on Hampshire, just creating that frustration still that they just need to move the scoreboard on, but they're just not able to. They still trail by 315. Hampshire 196 for 4 currently.
It's definitely going to set up for a really interesting session 2 after lunch, with just Hampshire really fighting for their lives here. They can't really win the game, but they might be able to lose it.
Parkinson in again. Oh, well done there from Ben Brown, just worked off into the leg side. Well done for 1. You had to do a bit of work then to go and fetch the ball, but looks like they're going to bring in short leg catching point there. He's just fetching the helmet.
Yeah, short leg coming in right under the eyes of Liam Dawson, the new batsman. Just a little bit of pressure building. Just 10 minutes before lunch. Can they get that breakthrough? They'd love another wicket here. Really put the pressure on Hampshire.
Parkinson now coming around the wicket to the right-handed Dawson. He's in, bowls. That was just edging off to leg side, but Dawson managed to block that nicely back into the offside. Parkinson straight at the top of his mark already, and he's off. Doesn't waste any time, straight in, the field creeps with him. This time a lot straighter, worked into the offside. They thought about 1, but Dawson scurried back. And they'll hold for a dot ball.
Just need to get through this period, don't they, Hampshire? Be 4 down at lunch, they'll just about take that. Not ideal, but just need to get through to lunch, just 4 down.
Parkinson again, in. Straighter once again, well blocked by Dawson.
Callum Parkinson's bowled well today. 1 for 52. off his 23.4 overs so far this innings. Put good pressure on the Hampshire batters.
Parkinson once again in. A little bit fuller this time. Dawson doesn't make any issue of that. The fielders, however, did a bit. I think there was a diving fielder. The ball managed to get picked up by mid-off.
Yeah, the cover fielder's almost predicted it to go to his left side, started running, and then Liam Dawson's hit it on the other side, and he had a bit of trouble there.
Yeah. Parkinson in again, last ball of the over. The field creeps in with him. Straighter this time, straight through to mid-wicket, and then run for one. Yeah, you can really sense that Durham are really hunting for that next wicket there. Everyone's creeping in that little bit more every single ball, just to really put the pressure on, really get in the head, get in the psyche of the Hampshire guys, just to say we are still hunting. We know it's lunch in a few minutes, but we're not going to let you get away scot-free.
Absolutely, it's a great attitude this from Durham, as the game could go either way. It could go towards draw, but there's definitely could be a result on the line. Durham are putting everything into these next 10 minutes, really just hunting for that wicket, as you said, Amelia. They're not going to go down fighting here, Durham. As Drizzle gets ready to begin his over. Liam Dawson on strike, he's on 3. Drizzle bowls. Played into the offside, fielded by cover. 3 on the ring on the offside. Mid-off cover, backward point. We've got 1 slip and a short leg under the helmet. Drizzle starts his action, bowls. Smashed away through leg side. This is going to be a good chase for the fielder, but it's well fielded by a deep square leg. Hampshire going to get back for 2. But that was a short ball there from George Drizzle as Hampshire bring up the 200. It's taken 74.1 overs. It's a good milestone that, but they need to kick on.
It is a good milestone, and then you think I've still got a chase by 311, so they've still got work to be done, but going in the right way, and that will definitely help.
Driving away Liam Dawson there through the covers for 4. Over pitched from George Drizzle, and there's a big gap through point between extra cover and backward point. And Liam Dawson has just cracked a cover drive beautifully through the covers. 2 full that from Drizzle.
But also I think it was that 200 up, he sort of maybe just got a little bit of a confidence boost, another little adrenaline kick. Yeah, I can go for this one, I think, to Dawson. And he does.
Maybe he fancied a bit more of that applause. Liam Dawson facing up again to George Drizzle. 3 balls left in the over. Bowls right arm over the wicket, off the back foot again through that point gap. It's going to run away for 4. This time it's too short and it's cut away. All for putting pressure on the Hampshire batters, and George Drizzle just not quite getting his length right at the minute.
No, and I think Dawson's really seeing those balls. He saw his opportunity as well and just thought, yep, let's go for it.
Yeah, it's brilliant footwork from Liam Dawson. George Drizzle is not even that short, pretty good length, but it's wide outside the off stump, and as a result, Durham have put out a deep backward point this time. Bowling again. Dawson down the wicket, over mid-on, and I think that might have gone all the way. No, it hasn't. A couple of bounce 4, skipping down the wicket here, Liam Dawson. He's really putting the pressure on George Drizzle. Maybe he knows he's a spin bowler himself, that after a couple of 4s, why not come down the wicket and hit him for another?
Yeah, really finding his stride in this over as Liam Dawson is. And the applause, absolutely worth it for him. He's done really well here. I mean, what?
Very interesting batting this from Liam Dawson. Just as the pressure was switching to Durham, he's at 3 boundaries on the bounce, just switching it back. He's not scared as Liam Dawson.
14 scored off this over.
Wow, as George Drizzle bowls. Clipped through the leg side to deep square leg. Brilliant batting from Liam Dawson. 3 4s and a single, keeping the strike.
Yeah, much better length on that one from Drizzle. He really sort of found the length a little bit more. It was almost Yorker length, and it just put Dawson on the back foot. Said, okay, yeah, enough's enough now. You've hit me for 4 3 times. Let's just stop you there.
He's fired that one in a bit faster, but again, Liam Dawson, 1-2 full, he's cracked through the covers. Next one too short, he's come back, and just as George Drizzle's trying to find his length, Liam Dawson skipped down the wicket, probably a little bit premeditated because he knew that George Drizzle was just trying to find his length.
We've got Parkinson coming back in from the hotel end, and I wouldn't say there's pressure on him, but there's definitely just a little bit more, just to say, okay, right, let's just calm this down now. Let's not give them any more. Let's not open any more opportunities. Let's have a nice little maiden over, get the, it back in our hands, and just get the control with us again. As he comes in around the wicket, full length delivery, worked into the offside, stopped by cover.
Yeah, as much as it's lovely watching Liam Dawson bat here, Hampshire just really cannot lose a wicket here. They do not want to go into the afternoon session 5 down, and Durham know that.
Absolutely. 213 for 4 at Hampshire off 75 overs. As Parkinson's just having a little chat with one. I think they're just looking at the ball. I think they're dying to get it changed, but won't be happening quite yet.
5 overs till the new ball's available.
And probably about 5 overs until lunch, if that. Well bowled by Parkinson, well blocked by Dawson. Very straight delivery there, couldn't really do anything. Again, just changing the momentum. Parkinson saying, I'm in control here. As he comes in again, around the wicket. Dawson tried to open it up and it's just pushed through extra cover, but deep point will be there to pick it up and hold them just at 1.
So short legs moved out of his position to a catching extra cover for Liam Dawson, but now the little change in the field as Ben Brown comes back on strike. Bit of a flurry for Liam Dawson, but here's Ben Brown's chance to have a little bat.
Parkinson in. Well blocked there by Brown. It almost looked as if he was gearing up to do sort of, maybe come down the wicket, come towards Parkinson a bit, and I think he made the right decision, play defensively,
Agreed.
Stay in.
Just play your game, Ben Brown.
Just get to lunch. Parkinson in again. Tempting Brown, but no attempt to take it into the offside.
It can't be easy when your teammate at the other end has just pumped several boundaries on the bounce, and then you at the other end, you're playing it slightly differently. Ben Brown's got a strike rate of 48.
In again comes Parkinson. Just nudged into the offside. Cover will come and collect that as it brings up the end of the over.
That's that length, isn't it, there for Callum Parkinson. He's bowling quite a good slow pace, getting a bit of drift, but it's that good length where trying to get the batsman to play a hard-handed defensive shot out in front of their body. We've seen 2 well-made catches behind by Ollie Robinson today, and that was off the spinning of Callum Parkinson and George Drizzle, both in on the act. 2 minutes to go before lunch. I wonder if we'll be able to get through a quick George Drizzle over.
I think we will. I think the umpires are saying, yeah, let's go for it.
So the field is short leg. Liam Dawson has a look around to the leg side. There's a deep square, mid-wicket, mid-on, short fine leg. As Drizzle bowls, cut away through the offside and just about alongside square to a deep backward point for 1 run. Ben Brown back on strike.
Yeah, I think it was a good decision to move that deep field around. Just to cover that. I think they know that's where Ben and Dawson like to push the ball into.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Still leaving a very big gap on that side.
As Drizzle bowls, well defended into the offside. Drizzle seems to have found his length to Ben Brown. Can't quite say the same about Liam Dawson, who's using his feet really well to get the most out of the length bowled by George Drizzle. See what Ben Brown can do. Last over before lunch. He's 32 off 68. It's 2:15 for 4. Just played back to mid-on for no run. Liam Dawson looking for a single, but Ben Brown not too keen. But the deficit is below 300. To all the Hampshire fans listening, it's 296 now. Hampshire 4 down. As George Riddle starts his run up. He's 1 for 51. Number 8 on his back. Bowls. Defended by Ben Brown. He looks like he just wants a bit of lunch, doesn't he, Ben Brown?
Biding his time. I think he just... Yeah, I think they'll always just welcome that bit of time just to go back into the dressing room, have a quick chat with the coach, see where they're at, see what the tactics are, see if it's changing, see, what's going on, really.
Cut away this time by Ben Brown. It's a little bit short by George Drizzle. It'll just be 1 to that deep backward point. Wonder what Liam Dawson will do for this final ball. It's 1 o'clock on the dot, so it probably will be the last ball before lunch. What do you reckon? Booming shot or lovely little defensive?
I
Where would he
think
go?
a defensive block. Keep it nice and safe. Take the edges out of play.
Let's see what Dawson does. Drizzle, last ball, defended. Great call, Amelia. Straight to mid-wicket. And that will be lunch.
Lovely, yes. So Hampshire 216 for 4. They still chase the Durham score of 511 by 295, with at least another 62 overs left to go in the day. It is lunch, so we will join you a little bit later, back for the second session of the day. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we are just about to get underway the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. Hampshire replying to that large Durham total of 511 all out, a 216 for 4. So they still trail by 295 runs. And the first target is the follow-on, which is 362, so still much to do. Hampshire lost 3 wickets this morning. Mark Stoneman, after 10 minutes of play, was caught behind off Potts for 57, only added 3 to his overnight total. Tom Prest nicked behind to the left-arm spinner Callum Parkinson for just 1. And Nick Gubbins, who added 39 to his overnight total, was out 20 minutes before lunch, caught behind off the off-spinner George Drissel. That one did pitch and it did straighten, and it just caught the outside edge. Good catch behind. So all 3 wickets this morning involved Ollie Robertson behind the stumps. 1 for Matthew Potts, 1 for Parkinson and 1 for Drissel. Ben Brown resuming on 33 not out. Liam Dawson on 20 not out. Hampshire 216 for 4. Trail by 295. It's going to be Callum Parkinson to get proceedings underway for the afternoon session. There's still not a lot of turn out there for the spinners, the odd one, but it is only the odd one and it's quite slow. So here's Parkinson over the wicket with his left arm spin, swept away by Liam Dawson. He's been quite positive out there in the time that he's been in. That's his 27, sorry, that's Ben Brown sweeping, apologies. Ben Brown moves on to 35, but Dawson has been positive since he's been in, 20 from just 26. Ben Brown 35 from 72 now. Nick Gubbins' innings lasted 173 balls for his 77. There's another sweep shot down to deep backward square. 219 for 4. Hampshire trail by 292. Matthew Potts has been impressive. Wicket last night and a wicket this morning. 14 overs, 2 for 40. The second new ball is just under 3 overs away. So that will be another little battle for Hampshire to overcome. They batted pretty well, to be fair. They added 104 this morning for the loss of 3 wickets, but Durham's sizable total, this sweep down the leg side missed and it's called a wide. We saw this a lot with Liam Dawson bowling over the wicket. But anything that misses the pads is called a wide, and now Callum Parkinson has fallen to the same way. Sweep shot, this time he's got a bat on it. That's good stop around the corner. Prevents any runs being taken. Your commentary team this afternoon, Emily Windsor's having an afternoon off. She'll be back this evening. Charlie Harden's still with us. Amelia Clark's with us, but it's me, Kevin James. And from BBC Radio Newcastle, it's Martin Emerson.
You nearly forgot that.
I did, actually. I had to think about that.
It's an age thing.
It is.
Emily was sitting in the dugout over there a minute ago. I think she might have moved on now.
Yeah, I think it takes her a little while getting around the ground with her crutches on. So I think to get halfway around the ground, I think she had a bit of a break. But she does get on well with the ground staff here, actually. She always has a bit of a chat with him. And then she would have made the second half of the journey. That's just clipped away slightly in the air, but he's found a gap, has Dawson, just in front of square.
Did you go around for tea, for lunch?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah. There and back, mate, me.
Athlete.
21 on Dawson. What did you have?
The beef.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I had it a couple of days ago. It was nice. I had what did I have this time? Fish pie, but I think you've already had that,
Yeah.
haven't you? Yeah. Very nice. We're very lucky with the food. I keep saying it, and we are. That's a nice looking drive up to mid-off by Ben Brown, but there's no run.
When you say it, you've said that throughout the game, which is quite spot on. But the way you say it, you'd sound like Mark Steele, the comedian.
Oh dear. I've never heard of Mark Steele.
You
so
haven't heard of Mark Steele?
That's played into the gap on the offside. Ben Brown moves on to 37 and will keep the strike.
He's a big cricket fan, Mark Steele.
All right.
I saw him at the Tyne Theatre a couple of years ago. He's coming to Sunderland soon. He's been around for years, Mark Steele. He's a really good comedian. He does a series on the BBC called Mark Steele's in Town, and he visits all these different theatres around the country, but he does a load of research before he gets there, and it's a comedy night about the town. Introduces lots of local characters who are a bit quirky and whatnot. It's very well done. It's a good listening material when we're on journeys with the kids. The kids love it.
Okay.
So he was on Have I Got News for You the other night. He's been on Desert Island Discs with Lauren Laverne in the last week or so.
I'll have a look out. He'd struggle to find anything funny about any of the towns and cities in the south, though.
He would. He has. He does.
Has he?
The one on the Scilly Isles was very, very funny. Here's Drizzell from the pavilion end. And Brown with a reverse sweep guides the ball down to Rhodes at third man, 1 run. I've got my sunglasses on, but you know what, Kev? I really don't need them on because it's not that bright now. It's overcast and it's quite chilly downstairs. I'm just talking to 3 Durham supporters who are at the back of the stand next to the tunnel there, and it's very blowy over there.
It feels colder outside than it does in the gantry, which is very unusual.
Drizzell again, bowls. Dawson places up too long on to Gay. They said they thought about moving, but because it's a bowl, the wind just sort of swirls around anyway. So. But you've got a stiff northerly wind today, and the temperatures, it does feel a lot fresher than yesterday. Drizzell again to Brown. Brown drives at that. Quite a bit of dust comes up as he plays it up to mid-off. No run there. 2 singles at the start of the over. 1 for Brown, 1 for Dawson. So Brown on 38, Dawson on 22. 224 for 4. Deficit 287. Another reverse sweep, and this one's down to Rhodes once more on the boundary down below us. 1 more run for Brown.
Second new ball is 8 balls away. I'm sure Durham will take that straight away.
Next ball bowled to Dawson is played to mid-wicket, no run there.
His mum and dad are here again today. Had a quick chat with him. He's walking around to lunch.
Bowler comes in and that's defended. That's the end of the over. Finishes with a dot ball. 3 from the over then. 2-2-5 for 4. Mark Steele's got a podcast as well, and he has a different guest on each week. And I think it was last summer I was driving back from a game at Trent Bridge and I was listening to it, and his guest was a guy called Dan Norcross. Have you heard of him?
Yes.
Yeah. It was just peculiar to hear Dan as a guest on a famous comedian's podcast, but they're all mates from South London, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
TMS, of course.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Dan Norcross. Callum Parkinson. This may be his last over if the second new ball is taken straight away, which I'm sure it will be. Here it is over the wicket. Bowls and Brown kicks that away. Ralph Brooker, sonoccricket@gmail.com writes, hi everybody, quietly confident that we can save this game. Enjoyed Dawson's trademark positivity. Whilst Organ deepens the batting, I would have played Fuller, though, says Ralph Brooker. Well, yes, he was very much in the discussions. I think that's a quick single out on the offside. Brown moves on to 40, 226 for 4. I think they basically wanted to play Fuller as well, but I think Hampshire were thinking that this wicket might have turned a little bit more by now. It may still turn at some point this afternoon, who knows. So I think it was very difficult to try and fit all the players in when you've drafted in an extra spinner. That's forward. Dawson plays it out behind point. Dawson was very positive when he came in. A couple of lovely back foot drives, square of the wicket off Drizzell, and then he knew that Drizzell was going to pitch the next one up, and he came down the wicket and hit it over the top. Great stuff. Good cricket. As that's turned away towards mid-wicket, no run. Plenty of ways to pick us up. Live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, and also going back to the Durham Cricket website, and of course across the BBC on the website and app. As Dawson pushes forward, it goes out behind square on the leg side, no run. And on most smart speakers, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Durham Day 3. That's exactly
BBC
what you
Sounds,
say.
Yeah.
You just you say ask BBC Sounds to play Durham versus Hampshire Day 3. That's right. The day is very important, of course, because if you ask it to play Day 4, there'll be obviously nothing.
Yeah.
Because we haven't had it yet. Let's hit the pad. Dawson 226 for 4. Apparently the numbers have been very good on the smart speakers.
Have they? I didn't like our smart speaker because I didn't like the idea that it was just listening to us all the time. So it used to sit in the corner of the kitchen and I put it in a cupboard. And then I think my daughter found it. It's now up in her bedroom. But
I would hazard a guess that if your smart speaker was listening to you at home all day, it might have automatically already switched itself off.
well, probably. That's a good one, that, Kev. I like what you did there. Comedy's all about the timing. But I would also argue that half the time it was the only thing in our house that was listening to me because nobody else seems to.
Sorry, what was that you said? Top stuff. I presume the new ball has been taken after that little witty exchange.
Yeah.
I wasn't keeping my eye on the cricket. I think there was an announcement.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it is. I mean, there's no way that Potts is going to
Oh,
come on
that's
with
a
the old balls.
lovely shiny corky, that one. Golden lettering on it.
I have to say, Mr. Potts for me has been very impressive in this game. He looks very strong. He gets the he hurries the ball through. Tom Prest, I think the first 2 or 3 balls that he faced, one nearly squeezed through between bat and pad. He was surprised how skiddy that ball was coming onto him on a wicket that is really now really losing its pace.
Brown is on 40 as Potts comes to bowl to him. That's left alone. I said as he came out the back today, Brown's had quite a career and runs against Durham. 165 not out in a draw. Sorry, 163 not out in a draw at Hove in 2014. And coming into this game, he had 821 runs against Durham, including that 107 50s. So he's now on 40.
Mm-hmm.
Some players just like playing certain teams, don't they?
It does happen. For no reason, really.
Potts is in. And Brown looks to throw the bat at that one, and it's played over the top of a ball that pitched and stayed low and went to the keeper past off stump. Did you have a team that you used to cash in with or not?
Not really.
No.
I can't think. I mean, I must have.
As I was asking that question, I was thinking this is a closed question.
Yeah.
This is it really.
I don't think nobody comes to mind that I sort of especially thought, oh yeah, I enjoy playing against these guys, because I mean, for me the conditions made a big difference, whether you were home and away or maybe even on an outground, whether it was sunny, whether it was rainy. Things are just so variable. I do understand why players do find it in their careers, but
Potts again to Brown. Brown plays this to the covers, no run.
I think it's coincidence. I really do. Because of all the variables that I've just mentioned, there's no reason really, is there, to... I think there's some sides that you can play against that you think I do struggle against, but...
I do think there are reasons why certain teams have a terrible track record against others. I mean, you just have to look at Sunderland, for instance. They've never managed to beat Coventry in 20 years. And yeah, it's different squads of people, you know. Different generations of players have played in those games, but... you know, Newcastle United hadn't won at Man U since 1972 or something like that. Ball defended on a length by Brown.
Yeah, I do subscribe to the theory that it's coincidence more than anything. I mean, I suppose some batters find a certain bunch of bowlers a little easier than others. I never had that luxury.
How many did you have? 1 century, did you say?
No, I got about 11 on.
11, did you?
You know very little about me all over these years.
I've never looked it up really. That one's played by Brown up to mid-off.
I find that hard because
I have looked it up in the past. I just cannot remember it now.
For somebody that absolutely does bury his head in stats in between matches and even during matches, that you've actually never bothered to look me up.
I have looked you up. The court case was interesting. Before anybody rapped in, there wasn't one.
Not that I know of.
Yes, not that I've seen.
And there's none pending.
No. In comes Potts again. Balls. That one stayed fairly low, didn't it? Brown kept that away from off stump. Goes short on the leg side. So are you on Cricket Info then, are you, Kev? Let's have a look. Might be a write-up about you on there as well. Is that you with that fluffy hair? Wow. Look at that. Fluffy sandy coloured hair there. Oh, I like his BBC profile picture. That's a real one. That. Read about Kevin James.
That should be about it then, I should think. 226 for 4.
An archetypal county journeyman. That's the first line.
Brendan Doggett is on. I have to say, I like this guy. He's got very strong shoulders, this guy. Just skid the ball through. And
Hang on a minute. You said 11
how many
hundreds.
was-
10.
Oh, sorry.
How many half centuries did you get?
I don't know.
Eh?
I don't know that many.
42.
42. Oh, well.
A
Yeah,
capable
apologies.
middle order batsman, it says.
Yeah, apologies for adding an extra century on there, Nancy.
Unbelievable.
I don't, honestly, and people that listen regularly will know that I don't really look at my stats, to be honest. I mean, it's nice. I enjoyed what I did, and it was great fun.
Yeah.
It was a
How long have you
ago.
been in radio now?
Well, I left in my last year with Hampshire was 99, and I joined Radio Sonnet in 2000.
Right.
Yeah. Here's Doggett then. Right arm over. Oh, way down the leg side. Diving stopped by Ellie Robinson.
You see how much dust came up there as he was bowling there?
Incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah. What do you think is the last game that you are listed as playing on Cricinfo?
I know that. I do know that because Dave Bracegirdle keeps bringing it up.
Ah, yeah.
And there's the clue.
Yeah.
Trent Bridge. I forget what year.
2001.
Right, yeah.
1st of July 2001.
It was an England Legends 11 against Australian Legends or something. Is it Legends? Was
England
that
Masters against Australian Masters.
Well, I have told this story before, so again, apologies. That's clipped away nicely by Dawson to deep square leg where there is a fielder, 227 for 4. Was that at that time there was a mate of mine in London that was organising these games. And if you look at the names that played in that game, it's a little bit embarrassing that I was involved in it, really.
It's listed as an other one day. Oh, Graham Gooch. Oh.
You look at the England side, look at the Australian
Derek
side that
Randall.
played in it.
Mike Ganning, Alan Wells, Tim Robinson. He became an umpire, didn't he, Tim
Yes, yeah.
Dermot Reeve. Wow.
Yeah.
Chris Lewis, Bruce French, Kevin James and Neil Foster. Are you the only one in that list you don't know?
Yeah, well, that was the only one that didn't play for England properly. That's down the leg side again. Look at
Jeff
the Aussies.
Thompson, the bowler. Wow. Jeff Lawson, Rodney Hogg. Don't know that name.
Gosh, he was the serious bowler in the 70s for the Aussies.
A bit before my time. Simon O'Donnell, Tony Dodemaide.
Yeah, Donna May played
Dean
for Sussex.
Jones, formerly of Durham, of course.
That's right.
David Boone, former Durham captain. Jeff
Yeah.
Marsh, Alan Border, Kim Hughes, Tom Moody.
Some
And Ian
serious
Healy.
game, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
some good players there.
And you can read out my stats in that game if you want to.
Got a duck.
No, I didn't. Here's Doggett. Off the back foot is Brown. He wants a single. No, says Dawson as he goes out square.
Can you remember how many runs you got?
I got something like 20 not out.
Yeah, you came in at number 10. You got 22 not out. Only the 2 fours. Very conservative batting. About a run of ball, I would say.
Yeah.
Wickets wise, what did you do?
I didn't get a wicket,
You didn't.
but I didn't go for too many.
None for 22 in 5 overs.
There
And
you go.
4.4 and over.
There you are.
Mike Cutting went for 9.3 and over.
I'll tell you what saved me in that game.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, there were some serious players in that game.
Was there much of a crowd there?
Yeah, it was all
Yeah.
right actually. Yeah, it was all right. I can't remember how many, but it was a good atmosphere. That's nicely clipped away down to fine leg, 228 for 4. But I remember when me and Dermot Reeve bowled a lot of overs in the middle, which kept the run rate down because I mean we were similar pace really, not a lot, and the ball was incredibly soft.
Right.
And I remember these guys trying to belt it, but it was like a tennis ball on a cricket bat. It just wouldn't go too far. So I thought, this is all right. I ain't going to go for too many here.
So England made 248 for 8 from 45 overs, and Australia 215 all out.
Yeah, we won the game as well. Yeah. That was good
So
fun.
who put that together then? Did you say it was
Right,
a
well,
mate of yours?
there was a mate of mine in those days. They used to put these, because obviously a lot of the press people and media get us on the line of leg stump. It hits the pad this time of Dawson as they run through, waiting for the umpires to signal to clarify, which he does. 229 for 4. And, you know, the travelling media, you know, a lot of ex-players. And around that time, there used to be these sort of series of matches between old players, you know, wherever there was test series. and this one happened to be put together over here because Australia were here. So that's how that came about. And there were one short. And my mate in London phoned me up. He said, it was about a day before the game or something, and he said, are you doing anything on Sunday? Well, I think it was a Sunday. He said, because I'm one short. Can you play for England? I said, what? I said, I've never... England? And he said, yeah. I said, well, I've never played for England. You know, nobody knows who I am. And he said, don't worry about that, because he just wanted basically somebody to play.
Right.
So, yeah, that's how it came about.
Well,
yeah.
The romance of it all, eh?
On that note. But it was, yeah, a very fun day, and everybody was very friendly. But I remember there was a bit of panic in our dressing room because I think we lost a couple of early wickets. So it was going, oh dear. 2:29 for 4, and Martin Emerson on that bombshell has taken a bit of a break, and it's Amelia Clark coming in alongside me as Matthew Potts from the pavilion end bowls, and that's a nice looking drive on the up, half stopped in the covers, but it just falls away from Amelia Gay, and they come through for a single. Hello, Amelia. Yes.
Yeah, Durham starting well with the new ball. They've really come in, brought Potts back, fast bowl, put pressure on the Hampshire batsmen, really, you know, saying, well, you know, if you want to fight, let's have a fight sort of thing. But yeah, I think they've done really well. They've made the good decision there to bring Potts in, bring that fast bowl back.
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, I mean, they have to take the new ball, don't they, really? I think it's just that little bit of extra pace, maybe a little bit of extra bounce, maybe a little bit of movement as well, just might make the difference.
Absolutely.
As they try and whittle away and get these 20 wickets that they need to win the game. As play a miss there. Oh, Ben Brown's right the way down on one knee, trying to hammer that away on the offside, and as he gets up again, he just replays the fact that he should have left it, which was probably the better of the two options.
Absolutely, just a bit of gardening, just to play off the awkwardness.
It's always a bit of worry. He's played and missed a couple of times already, has Ben Brown, since lunch. Jeff, how do you say that surname? Ray? You can see the same email, Amelia,
yes.
can't you?
Let me just have a look.
Ray? Ruh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruh. Probably Ruh. We'll go for Ruh. Apologies, Jeff, as Brown plays a much more defensive shot and proper defensive shot as it goes up to mid-off. Jeff Ruh says, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for the great coverage as ever. Thank you. Apologies if this has been discussed already, but I wonder if you could enlighten me. Ali Orr joined Hampshire back in 2023 to great fanfare. I remember interviewing him when he was here, having just moved along the south coast from Sussex. I understood that he was the solution to Hampshire's top order problem. Well, that's when he was brought in. Ben Brown leaves that one alone. That's a good option as well. He sustained a nasty injury. He did. Which sidelined him for quite a while. This was last season. Then he scored a century last season, and in fact, rather coincidentally, it was against Durham here last year when he got 100. But since then, he's been conspicuous by his absence. Can you shed any light on his current place within the squad? Says Jeff. It is an interesting one. As Potts comes in again, I'll try and go through one or two little bits that I know. Or maybe think I know. That's left alone outside the off stump. Good decision again by Ben Brown. Well, it's true that he was brought in from Sussex last year. Hampshire was sort of, I wouldn't say they didn't have a settled opening partnership, but I guess they were always looking, to try and improve it. Fletcher Middleton started and shows promise and still does. But Ali Orr, who had a very good record at Sussex, having not played too many games but was injured, came across. And he played, I'd have to look it up, but he played a few games at the start of the season, but not many, before he got a horrible whack in the first T20 game. That's nicely played by Ben Brown. Opens the face, drives it out to deep, backward of square on the offside. And only single, 231 for 4. And the first T20 here against Surrey, and I think as left arm seamer, overseas, can't remember the guy's name, Jansen, was it? I don't know. Anyway, he got a real whack on the lower arm, wrist, that bone bit there.
The forearm.
And, I think it was the first ball he faced.
Oh, gosh.
But he just carried on, and we thought, well, that was a bit painful, and he sort of rubbed it a bit and carried on playing for a little while longer. And didn't get that many runs and got out. and it later transpired that actually he'd broken his arm
Oh my goodness.
and carried on batting. So, and I saw the X-ray actually. Somebody showed me it, and it was just a clean break. You know, the one bone went, you know, in that direction, and the other one
How
went
did he
there.
carry on playing?
It was
for
amazing.
that?
So then he missed the rest of the season.
Yeah. As Doggett comes in over the wicket this time. Good full length delivery, pushed out to the covers there.
So it was a real shame, and it disrupted the rest of the year, unfortunately. Toby Albert actually came in, did quite well, actually, to be fair to him, opening the batting. He got 100 or so, might even got 2, actually. Again, I'd have to look this up very quickly. But anyway, so that was that season, and I think, as I understand it, well, I was with him out in Guyana when Hampshire were there for the Global Super League. I mean, a tough T20 tournament, but you know, most of the Hampshire batters didn't get that many. He didn't get too many.
Doggett in again over the wicket. This time moved off to the leg side. Deep square will come in and collect that just for the one single.
And by all accounts, pre-season, you know, didn't really, you know, set the world alight with any scores. Didn't really show a lot of form. I mean, I'm very quickly looking here. The last game I have him down for is a second-team game, which was played a couple of weeks ago against Nottinghamshire on the nursery ground. He actually batted 3 there, got 34 in the first innings.
Doggett in again. Slightly longer run up this time. Much fuller delivery. Worked into the offside. Goes screaming past extra cover for 4. Yeah, really nice shot there.
That was, when it was right out the middle of the bat, that
You
one.
could hear it
You
coming off the bat.
certainly could. He opened with Felix Organ in the second innings and only made 10. There was a pre-season game here as well against Gloucestershire back at the end of March. He actually retired hurt on 51, so I didn't realise he'd got the half century there as well. I haven't actually spoken to anybody specifically about Ali Orr, but I think, yeah, maybe the feeling was he just perhaps, you know, just needs a little run of scores.
Yeah. Hampshire 237 for 4. Brown on strike as Doggett begins his run up again. Past the umpire and in. Well, slightly shorter this time, well defended by Brown.
He did at the back end of last season, when he just started to sort of play some cricket again. He did get 100 for the second team against Somerset at Taunton. That was back in the middle of September. But I suppose by then, you know, you're looking at the end of the season. It would have been quite. And Hampshire were going great guns.
Yeah.
Sort of the second 2/3 of the season, they were on a real march. It would have been difficult to break into the side then. So yeah, so it's been a bit of a shame for him. The injury, which he was out for quite a while, has not really helped.
Doggett once more. In and bowls. Again, shorter this time, really straight line. Brown did well to block that back.
Yes, looking good, Ben Brown out there. 47 not out from 98. 237 for 4. So these two have put on 43 for the 5th wicket so far.
Yeah, starting to create a nice little partnership together as well.
They bat well together, these
Yeah.
two. They've done that a number of times over the last 3 years or so.
I suppose the experience really helps.
It does.
You get used to the not only just batting, but also working with that person. You know when they're going to run, you know when they're not going to, you know sort of when they like to.
You need that understanding, don't
Yeah.
you?
It's like having a good telepathy between you. Doggett in again, last ball of the over. Shorter again, very good straight line, blocked back by Brown. Brings up the end of the over. Only 6 scored off that one.
Doggett's 12 overs, none for 25. Isn't quite getting the same movement with the second new ball that he got with the first, which will please the Hampshire batters, not only out there in the middle, but the ones to come.
Yeah.
Because he bowled some serious deliveries last night. There was a couple of balls at Mark Stoneman that, if he hadn't have kept the bat and pad close together coming forward, might just have sneaked between bat and pad. But no such movement for him here. It's a little cooler. There is a little bit more cloud around, but the air just feels generally,
It does. It feels cooler. Yeah, I think the clouds have thickened a little bit. This morning they were a bit wispy. They were coming and going, whereas now you can see quite like a solid onslaught of mottled clouds. It breaks up, but it is definitely a thicker cloud, so it's just brought that temperature with it. And the wind's still a little bit. The flags are still fluttering around the ground. So yeah, it's just brought those brought the degrees a few what is it, centigrade? Is it centigrade?
I think we use centigrade.
Centigrade down.
Yes, we do. Yes, you got me thinking now.
Degree C down.
That's right. Here's Potts, right arm over from the pavilion end, starting his 17th over. Bowls. Dawson drives, push drives up towards mid-on. And there is no run. We're keeping an eye on the two women's fixtures today, because both the Hampshire women and the Durham women are in action in Tier 1 of the Metrobank One-Day Women's Cup. Durham had a few problems with the weather a little earlier. I think it's down to a 39 overs a side game up there in Chester Street. Durham are 139 for 5 against Somerset. It is a 39 over game, yeah, because there's just over 12 overs left of that innings. Here's Potts again. Keeps a little though, and he's bowled him. Just knocked the off stump.
Yeah.
And Dawson just got down a little, but it was a little too late, and the ball has just sneaked through. It may have gone under the bat. We'll have to watch a replay of that. Potts bowling, here it comes, and well, it's beaten the outside edge, but it did keep low. Dawson was on the crease, didn't actually get forward. He's gone for 25. Potts has picked up his 3rd wicket, and Hampshire are 237 now for 5. He's looked very dangerous, Matthew Potts, whenever he's been on. And the dangerous Liam Dawson, who is, well, he always is, but he was playing quite nicely out there, and Matthew Potts has got through his defences. And Potts now has figures of 3 for 42. So another blow. Each wicket that falls, of course, will be a blow for Hampshire, because they've got to haul themselves back into this game. 237 for 5 means they are still 274 runs behind in the game, and they are still a long way away from the follow-on, which is 362. So they are still looking at about another 130 before they even get to the follow-on figure. So there's a lot to do. And a long time to go still. Still over 54 overs left in the day's play.
Absolutely, and the Hampshire women are playing the Blaze up at Trent Bridge. The Blaze are in for 15 for nothing, but they just had a bit of a injury break, because it looks like Lauren Bell, who was bowling, bowled a great ball, but as the ball came back to her, she sort of tried to catch it, and I think it injured her finger, and she was down for a little while, or her hand, and she's now going off, I think, to receive some treatment. So I think there's just a little injury break there. The target for the Blaze is 190, set by Hampshire earlier today.
Yeah, just having a look at who got runs in the end for Hampshire. We know Ella McGacken got a half century down the order. Freya Davis not out with 25. I think that's a high score for Hampshire in this season, and a bit that she's played for the Vipers as well as Hampshire. Potts then will be bowling to Toby Albert, coming in at number 7. Albert is forward. Toby Albert in the last game against Somerset suffered a bit of a back spasm, and so came in lower down. I think you remember you were there.
I do, yes, yeah.
Amelia.
Good to see him back in his normal place in the order, looking good.
Well, he's a little lower actually. He had been batting 4.
All right.
And did drop down to 9.
Yes.
In that Somerset, well, the one innings.
I think there was also a sort of a night watchman situation that kind of came in as well.
Yeah. Here's Potts bowls. Albert's on the back foot, steers that out into the covers, fielded by Amelia Gay. So yes, quite a handy player to have coming in at number 7. I think I'm off at the end of this over.
Yeah.
Charlie's lurking behind me, which just reminded me. Charlie Harden, local St Cross Cricket Club player near Winchester, who told me that he started really well. He started his season very well yesterday with 4 glorious shots, 2 of them through the covers, and then he got just a little bit over-eager, which often happens. Potts in bowls, 2 slips weight. Forward is Albert. Yeah, sometimes as a batter you think, oh, this is going well. I feel good here. I just might try something a little bit more expansive. I'm putting words in his mouth, actually. He didn't quite say that. Sometimes it's nice to be scratchy at the crease because it makes you concentrate a little bit more and makes you work things out a little bit better. If it's coming too easy.
Yeah, you lose that focus, lose that concentration.
Yeah. You think you can do things that perhaps you shouldn't do. But anyway, I'm sure Charlie is saying there's nothing like that. That's pushed up to mid-on as the sun comes out a little brighter. Amelia Clark will be staying on. Charlie Harden will join her with Hampshire 237 for 5. Wicket maiden for Matthew Potts.
Yeah, absolutely. So Toby Albert just coming in, having a quick chat for the first time with Ben Brown after obviously the dismissal of Liam Dawson. Hampshire 237 for 5 after 85 overs. They still chase the huge total that Durham put down of 511. They currently trail by 274. Toby Albert is looking fresh up at the crease, just doing a few stretches and sort of twists just to wake his feet up. As we will have a little change of ends, we're going to come up to the hotel end here with Doggett back in the bowling attack with the somewhat new ball now. A brand new partnership, yet to score any runs, but I'm sure that'll be coming soon. As Doggett stands at the top of his crease and begins his long run up in. Field creeps in with him, past the umpire, bowls. Full length delivery, nice, worked into the offside. Stopped by the wicket keeper running.
Good stop by Ollie Robinson. New ball is 5 overs old. We didn't think it was offering too much for the Pacers, but just as it's been going throughout the rest of this game so far, Matt Potts made the breakthrough with a low bouncer, I think it's fair to say, did beat the bat. But as we were looking and thinking that it was going to be a session ahead of not much for the Pacers, all of a sudden, Dawson fell to a good ball from Matt Potts.
Doggett in again. Field creeps with him. Bowls past the umpire. Shorter this time, well defended by Brown. Just pushed off into the offside. Covers will come and collect. Hold them for no runs. Toby Albert's walked almost to the other end to do some gardening there.
Not sure if Ben Brown would be too happy about that. Encroaching on his space. Toby Albert saw something he needed to sort out down Ben Brown's end.
Yep.
Thought he'd taken it upon himself. But yeah, it was a 43-run stand for Ben Brown and Liam Dawson. They both looked pretty set at the crease. Only for a Matt Potts breakthrough. He's bowling fast. He's bowling well.
Doggett in again. Bowls. Good line this time. Worked into the offside. All the way down. Is it going to reach the covers? There is a fielder chasing it, and it is going to reach the covers. Well done for 4, Ben Brown, and that will bring up his 50. 51 runs there for Ben Brown off 102 balls. A very well-deserved round of applause echoing around the ground. And that brings up Hampshire's 243 for 5. Yeah, really nice strike there.
Well measured, a real captain's knock this one. Just as Hampshire teammates tend to just be falling away around him, Ben Brown's holding up his end very, very well. And Ben Brown looks strong at the crease at the minute.
Absolutely. Doggett just receiving a little bit of advice from a fielder next to him as he comes in again. Bowls shorter this time, works into the leg side. Mid-wicket, got that covered.
Ben Brown especially has been playing the spinners very well. He's been looking to use that sweep, reverse sweep, used his feet well. When it's been dropped slightly short, he's gone back all the way towards the stumps and made the most out of that short pitch bowling. He's been working the spinners really well, and he's so far negotiated the new ball with a strong defence.
Absolutely. Doggett in again, doesn't waste any time. Long. Ben Brown waiting on strike. Bowls. Full length delivery straight back at him. Well defended by Brown.
I realise I'm treading dangerously close to a commentator's curse here. I don't want my first commentator's curse to happen against Hampshire, really. As a neutral, of course.
Yep.
Commentating today. But Brendan Doggett, as Kevin James alluded to earlier, not looking quite as threatening with this new ball as he did before.
Dog it in again. Bowls. Very short delivery this time. Pops up. Ben Brown had a right sweep at it, and the whole ground seemed to take a collective gasp. It was somewhat of a swing and a miss.
Just picked up a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
Ben Brown's gone for the pull shot. He's seen it short. He's compulsively gone for the pull shot, but he's just pulled out of it last minute as it just took a little bit of extra bounce from Doggett. After saying he's not looking too threatening, that was it's a good delivery.
Absolutely. Doggett has one ball left of the over. In, past the umpire, bowls. Short, worked into the leg side there. Fine leg will collect, only for one. Yeah, 244 for 5 for Hampshire. Moving well after the loss of Liam Dawson.
I feel as soon as we had those couple of quick wickets this morning, every partnership's just felt seriously important for Hampshire, especially this one now. You know, another wicket here and Durham will be thinking they're really on top of this game, but we've got 2 registered full-time batters at the crease. Captain's not out on 52. They're still in this, Hampshire.
Absolutely, and elsewhere we've got Somerset playing Essex. Somerset are 22 for 2 in their second innings. Somerset require 299 runs to win with 8 wickets remaining. Yorkshire and Warwickshire are playing as well. Warwickshire require 35 to win with 6 wickets remaining. They're also in their second innings.
Matthew Potts, the England Test squad member, into Ben Brown. Oh, it's been inside edged onto the pad for no run.
Managed to sort of kick that away.
Yeah, just kicking the ball away as it dribbled towards the stumps. But Matt Potts, he looks excited. He's bowled 17 overs, 3 for 42. I think that wicket of Dawson's really given him an extra bit of edge here. Matt Potts looks raring to go, bowling fast.
I mean, it looks fast from here. I can't imagine how fast it must feel coming at you. Says Ben Brown.
Well,
I know it's his professional job, but goodness me, I don't envy that sort of position sometimes.
Batting for his team here, Ben Brown. On 52. Played confidently for no run there to Matt Potts. I saw Matt Potts in the pavilion at Lord's. I think it must have been last summer. And he is a big lad. In particular, his thighs were huge. He is so strong. He clearly works so hard in the gym, and he's bowling a heavy ball at the minute, is Matt Potts. And he's really celebrating that selection in the England Test squad to play Zimbabwe late in May with a good spell of bowling here. As he begins his run-up towards the captain, Ben Brown. Edge towards Gully. Looked quite in control, though, for no run. Just angled the bat, outside half of the bat.
Yep, the Hampshire women playing the Blaze up at Trent Bridge. 24 for 1 now are the Blaze. Freya Davies just picked up a lovely wicket and that brought Bryce in. So yeah, 24 for 1. The Blaze still, their target is 190. There's still work to be done there.
Tammy Beaumont looks the key there. She's 12
Absolutely.
not out. We know how good Tammy Beaumont can be, especially in a chase under 200. While she's there, Blaze have got a chance. Matt Potts turning around at the start of his run-up. Big long leaps towards Ben Brown, who plays it into the leg side for no run to a short mid-wicket. 2 balls left in this over. We've got 1 slip. I'd call that a fly gully, actually. It's Gully's not quite in as close as you'd expect him to be, but he's a few steps back. We've got a deep point on square. Cover, a bit closer than the ring, but then mid-off and mid-on, both comfortably on that ring. Not that there is a ring laid out in the county championship. Mid-wicket, very orthodox. And then we've got 2 deep fielders on the leg side of deep square leg, bit behind square, and a deep fine leg. As Potts bowls again, played into the offside. That almost looks like they're expecting a bit of short stuff.
Yeah.
Almost as if they could be waiting for Ben Brown to compulsively pull one. Maybe Potts will drop one short in a minute for the last ball of the over.
Absolutely. We have had an email from Ralph Brookers, solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, hi, Kevin, the team. It seems a bit odd that the specialist batter comes in after Liam Dawson. Came in very low down the order against Somerset. Heard that was due to a back spasm. Yeah, I think we have now heard that it was, but he seems to be fighting fit. And we'll maybe try and find out why he's still a little bit lower down.
Potts bowls full, played well towards mid-on. For no run. It's interesting, isn't it? Because Liam Dawson, despite not being a specialist batter, is an unbelievably good batsman.
Yeah.
It's just almost the fact that he's also such a good bowler. It almost takes that label of specialist batter away from him, because he could make any side as a specialist batter probably.
Maybe it's the partnerships. Maybe that was in mind.
Yeah.
Maybe it's they want the experience in. Not that Toby Albert doesn't have that, but just maybe that little bit more time together. You know, from Liam Dawson and Ben Brown.
Yeah, I think Liam Dawson's obviously a very senior player in this squad, so I wouldn't be surprised if he has that number 6 role pretty locked in. Although he has drifted above and below that number 6 region. However, Toby Albert is having to deal with batting in many different spots at the minute in that batting order.
So we've got a Doggett coming in again. Just worked into the offside there. 2 fielding chasers, and it'll just be kept at a single. I was just keeping an eye on the women's game. Got the live stream in front of me. It seems that Lauren Bell, I don't quite know what happened. I'm waiting for the replay. But earlier she sustained a bit of an injury to her hand when it came back to her, and it looks as though the same thing has happened again, and it may have just targeted exactly the same spot. In fact, this time it seemed to get her in the leg, and she went down straight away in quite a bit of pain there. But the girls seem to be laughing, so hopefully she's up and she's okay and she'll continue. But really getting it is a bit Lauren Bell. Doggett is in, past the umpire, bowls. A bit shorter this time, worked off into the leg side.
Brendan Doggett, he's looking fairly threatening now after a couple of good deliveries in the last over. He's definitely got a little bit of confidence brewing now with this second new balls, taking them a little bit of a while to get into his rhythm. But Ben Brown still on 52. Hampshire are 245 for 5.
Doggett in again, bowls after a long run up. Shorter again into the offside. Jacob Norton, thank you for tagging us on at Solent Sport. He says he's in the crowd at Trent Bridge, and it was Davies. Apologies for saying it was Bell. Davies, who was hit by the ball in her follow-through rather than Bell, but she's continuing to bowl. That's good to hear. Thank you very much, Jacob. Keep us updated on anything that's going on there, but we are watching the live stream as best we can when it's not frozen. Okay, back up. Doggett heading to the top of his mark again.
They've got a leg gully in here, Amelia, just behind the square on the leg side.
Bowls, let's see where blocked well into the leg side. So they're thinking that maybe there's going to be maybe an edge or something going.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're almost setting a field for short pitch bowling, but they aren't bowling any short stuff. It's almost like it's going to be that surprise factor that's going to bring the batsman on strike into a full shot.
It's going to be long, short. Oh, there's the mistake.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we've got a leg gully, a fine leg, and a deep square leg back on the boundary. Deep square leg making sure he's in front of square, so we don't have 3 fielders behind square on the leg side.
In again. Second to last ball of the over. Bowls straight this time, worked into the leg side. Deep square will come and collect just to hold them at 1. Yeah, that was well done by Toby Albert there. Good strong shot.
Hampshire are 4 runs away from that first batting point. I really hope they do get there.
They will.
Let's not put the curse on here, Amelia.
No,
you never know what might happen.
You never know. So look at standing at the top of his mark. Just he and another fielder just shining the ball, having a bit of a chat, just deciding maybe this is going to be the surprise factor. Maybe there's going to be a short ball in here. Toby Albert on his toes. Needs to stay focused here as he begins at the top of his mark. Runs in, past the umpire. Bowls. I wouldn't say too much shorter. I would say that's about a full length delivery there. I'm going to be making way for Martin, I believe. So I will leave you in capable hands of Charlie.
So Hampshire 246 for 5. They've really kept us all wondering over the course of this morning and into this afternoon session. Every time they've looked to be getting a bit of a stronghold in this game, they've lost a wicket. So constantly just making us think, are they in this game or are they not? Where do you think the game stands here, Martin, as Martin joins us?
Well, I don't think Durham would enforce the follow-on if they were in a position to do it, because this innings is now 88 overs old, isn't it? So they'd want to rest the bowlers again and come out and bat again if needs be. But a lot riding on today, I suppose, as Potts comes in here, and that is defended by Brown, who now has 8 half-centuries against Durham, not to mention a century. Day 3 is the day that, you know, you often describe as moving day, but we were all saying this morning we still didn't really know which direction this game was heading in. So
no, it's interesting. It feels like it's constantly swaying.
Not really had a flurry of wickets at all in this match, have we?
No, other than those 2 this morning of Preston Stoneman, where we thought Durham were really going to take hold of the game.
And then everything calmed down again after that, didn't it?
Exactly.
Potts from the pavilion end. Brown with a little back foot jab out through the covers for 1 run. Moves him on to 54, 247 for 5. So 3 runs away from that batting point, which Charlie was on about a few moments ago. I have been eagle-eyed and noticed your Team Ineos water bottle. Where did you get that from?
Unfortunately, it wasn't from the Tour de France, Martin. Team Ineos.
See, we've watched a lot of live cycling over the years, and one of the things we do is at the end of the stage, you head to where all the team buses are, and they quite often hand out bidons, as they are called. Yeah. So we've got a collection of them going back through many, many different cycling teams over the years, Team Sky and varying others. So
it's a very famous sight, isn't it, watching cyclists launch water bottles off of their bikes. Fans scurrying over to pick them up. Lovely souvenir, that one, to tell your friends you've been to see the Tour de France live.
Yeah. In comes Potts, bowls, and the ball has gone out towards the covers, no run. I watched the Tour de France down here in 1994. There was a stage Portsmouth to Portsmouth, and it came up through, I think, round Mary St. Bourne, and I watched it in the little village of Wherwell. And took a photograph of the riders as they were coming round up this climb with all these thatched cottages in the background. And I was at the Velodrome in Manchester about 4 or 5 years ago, and there was a photographic exhibition on of cycling history in Britain. And whoever had the photograph on the wall must have been stood next to me that day, because must have been touching elbows with this person.
They didn't steal it from you, did they?
No, it's just I think it was the work of Graham Watson, the famous cycling photographer. Potts comes in again, and it's a shortish ball. It's pulled by Brown, and he's good. Not Brown, it's Albert by Albert out into deep mid-wicket for 4. And that brings up the 250 and a batting point. It's coming 88.4 overs. 250 for 5.
Interesting how that's kind of the target ball here at the minute, with a deep square and a fine leg out. They've taken on Toby Albert to see how he reacts, and he's hit a very well controlled pull shot in front of square on the leg side, timed it well, and deep square couldn't quite get around.
The ball has been retrieved from the boundary. We've had a message from Ralph Brooker. He said, you mentioned downhill mountain biking on day 1. I did, yeah. In fact, was that yesterday, or was it the day before? Yeah, day 1, I think. Ball played here, off towards mid-wicket by Albert for 1. Moves him on to 6.54 Brown has, 2.52 for 5. Yeah, because Robbie, who's the stadium announcer, was referring to these areas beyond the lower tier of seats in the bowl, the big walk areas I would call concourses, but he was referring to them as berms. I'm saying the only time I'd really heard of a berm is in downhill mountain biking, where the twists and the turns, the embankments that you race around, they're berms.
Are they?
So Ralph Brooker said, he was mentioning mountain biking on day one, he said, with Brendan Doggett coming on, it reminded me of mountain biking freeride legend Brendan Fairclough, nicknamed Bren Dog. As Brown plays this ball from Potts out through the covers, pitch just wide of off stump, it's one run.
I'm not
So
sure that's
Bren Dog.
Not sure that's a nickname Brendan Doggett would be too keen on.
I wouldn't be surprised if you got the same nickname.
Maybe we can start something here, Martin. Brendog has been taken off the bowling though. Callum Parkinson will take the ball. New ball is just 9 overs old, and Alex Lees, the Durham captain, has decided it's time for a bit of spin. So Callum Parkinson's taking off his jumper and looks ready to go. Ben Brown will be on strike. The score is 253 for 5 at the end of the 89th over. We begin the 90th. 4 wickets fallen so far today. Early in the day, Stoneman fell for 57 before Press fell for 1, bowled by Parkinson. Driscoll took the next one of Gubbins, 77, just before lunch, and then Liam Dawson has fallen since then for 25.
So Parkinson coming back into the attack here for Durham. Left arm orthodox spin. I've not heard of the downhill mountain biker Brendan Fairclough, nicknamed Bren Dog, but I have heard of Hans Ray, who's a former world champion, because I went to see him do a talk in Newcastle last year. It was fascinating, and he now does lots of films. He's been a stunt rider and BMX champion and whatnot for many years, and has been used in a lot of feature films as well as a stunt rider expert guide sort of thing.
As Callum Parkinson begins his over, bowls left arm around the wicket, pushed into the offside. That'll be 1 run out to the deep point, as Durham look to protect that point boundary with a sweeper out there.
Did you buy the bottle then, or did you get it as a gift?
It's actually my brother's,
Ah.
so it's probably quite a poor end to this story.
So, right,
But,
so he bought it then?
Yeah, so he bought it.
Right,
Unfortunately, you'd probably have to ask him the story behind it. Maybe he could email us. But very keen cycling family we are. As Callum Parkinson bowls again, driven to mid-off for no run.
I think the trick is, if you've got them from the pro riders, not to put them in the dishwasher, because all the logos and everything start to disappear. So we've got a few old team bottles in the house.
Well, then the question is, you probably wouldn't use those bottles to drink from, would you? As Callum Parkinson bowls.
Yeah. Ooh!
Oh, there's appeal for catch
No,
behind.
it's not given. It's not given.
It's not been given.
There was a noise. I think that was the noise of the bat hitting the ground.
Yeah,
there.
there's a lot of dust flying up. It's a loopy ball from Callum Parkinson. It's almost delivered a Yorker here to Toby Albert. It's gone for a booming drive. It's drifted in. And I don't know how that's missed the stumps. It's a great take from Ollie Robinson, very low, bouncing on the crease line as Parkinson bowls again. Defended this time by Toby Albert.
I think it did a bit too much.
It's drifted right onto the stumps line. It's gone from way outside the off stump onto the off stump line, and it's just gripped away, gone under Toby Albert's bat, and it's been really well caught. A good snaffle there from Ollie Robinson. As Parkinson bowls again. Driven this time a bit full, but for no run. Captain Lees throws it into Ollie Robinson.
Warwickshire have beaten Yorkshire by 5 wickets, finishing on 186 for 5 in their second innings.
And that's a Yorkshire team with Joe Root as Toby Albert works his way down towards the fine leg boundary, and it has run away for 4. Parkinson very frustrated with himself there, as after a good over he's just drifted it down the leg side, and Toby Albert has guided it well just on the left side of fine leg here, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. He moves on to 10. Hampshire 258 for 5.
I think that will be Warwickshire going second for the time being.
Yeah, so Yorkshire look to be struggling a little bit in this year, as they've only got 1 win to their names, along with 2 losses now. It will be.
They've gone above Surrey in the second spot, so with 66 points.
Dom Bess opening for Yorkshire. How did I not see that? That's quite a call. Unfortunately, that change didn't work for Yorkshire. And Warwickshire cleaning up with Bo Webster, the Australian, the not-out man for Warwickshire at the end. Looks to be a change of bowling though here.
I don't think he didn't play against Durham, I don't think.
I think this might be his first game, Bo Webster.
Yeah, he hadn't arrived, I don't think. Going to see Cody Youssef back into the attack from the pavilion end. Right arm over. Brown turns the ball out towards deep square leg for 1 run. He was thinking of a second, but the throw was pretty sharp back into the keeper from Jack Blatherwick, the low knee from Lancashire.
That was a good piece of fielding out there. He took quite an aggressive line to try and cut this ball off, and then slightly regretted it and was backtracking towards the boundary, but a good bit of work. Meant that it was just 1 run to start Cody Youssef's bowling.
Somerset 41 for 2 at Taunton. Need another 280 to beat Essex. That's played by Albert across towards short mid-wicket to Ackerman. No run there. Final innings taking place at Grace Road, where Northants are 31 for 2. They need another 258 to beat Leicestershire. At Lords, Kent are in their second innings. They're 380 for 6, so they currently lead Middlesex by 271. Gloucestershire currently trailing Lancashire by 93 runs in their first innings. They're 357 for 4 at Old Trafford. Ball's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. And in Cardiff, Derbyshire still in their first innings there. Glamorgan made 431. Derbyshire are 349 for 9, so 82 behind at the moment. That's what's going on in the county championship right now.
As here, Cody Youssef is probably the most expensive of the Durham bowlers so far. Just not quite been able to get into his rhythm here from the pavilion end.
In comes Youssef, bowled. Oh, he's bowled him! Bowled him. And Albert's not really sure what's happened there. He's looking around to see where the ball's gone, but I think, did he get York there? Came right off the bottom of the stump. Let's just see this again. Done for pace. And he's played right round it. It's I don't know what Albert's looking for there. He seems to walk away to be looking for something, didn't he? I mean, he was bowled sort of middle and leg there.
Well, so it's hit his front pad. He's gone for a booming drive through mid-on, and it's hit his pad. He's gone to look towards third man to see where the ball's gone, and he's only turned around to see the bails off his stumps.
Well, he must have heard this ball hitting the stumps. He's out anyway. He's gone for 10.
Toby Albert's innings comes to an end. 10 off 17 as I am making way. Kevin James.
So the wicket falling 259 for 6, 90.4 overs. And the partnership for that wicket was worth 22.
I think we'll do a double swap.
Yeah. I was just allowing. You got your headphones on?
They're here. They're
Good.
on.
All right.
They're all good. Thank you very much. Kevin James and Amelia Clark back with you. At the fall of that wicket, they're whittling away are Durham. That's the 5th wicket today, the 2nd since lunch. And Dawson was the first to go, bowled by Matthew Potts for 25, and now Toby Albert has gone. Oh yeah, I think that flicked the pad, didn't it, on the way through? I think that's why he was looking around, thinking there was a deflection of the ball going somewhere, but didn't quite realise that it had cannon. Well, it didn't cannon into the stumps. I think he glanced the stumps as well. So it's one of those which, yeah, but he did play a little bit around it. But another proper batter coming in for Hampshire is probably just as well, because they are slowly but surely getting a little more into trouble.
They are indeed. Durham seems to have come out from lunch, new ball, and a renewed sense of vigour of, right, this is it. We need to close this down. 2 very good and strong batsmen being dismissed by the Durham bowlers. Yusuf once again proving his worth for the short time that he's been brought in. And he is in and bowls from the pavilion end. Short alert delivery there. Just played off and held at no runs.
I mentioned earlier that Nick Gubbins is playing his 50th championship match for Hampshire. Of course, he previously played for Middlesex. Felix Organ just recently passed that mark, although it was in the end of last year. This is his 51st. He averages 22 with the bat. He has been an opener for Hampshire in the recent past. He is definitely a better batter than an average of 22 suggests.
Yusuf wants him again, running towards us. Length delivery there, big shout, but it's trailed off on the leg side, and it will go for 4 down at deep cover. Running, but just couldn't get there.
Nicely deflected, using the pace of the ball. So Hampshire are now 248 behind. And remember that figure with 362. That's the follow-on mark.
Yes.
Which is now 99 runs away.
Hampshire 263 for 6. Faced 91 overs. Ben Brown still standing strong at 57. Felix Organ coming in. A good 4 to get him off the mark. So hopefully this pair once again can begin a new partnership, and a strong partnership at that, and taking Hampshire forward.
Apologies if it's been mentioned before, but Ben Brown's innings currently is the first time he's passed a half-century mark for Hampshire this season. He's been very close, 49 not out in the game against Yorkshire here, when Hampshire were bowled out for 249 in their first innings. Ben Brown left high and dry there, one short of a half-century. 30 not out in the one innings against Somerset, when Hampshire were 336 all out. He was 30 not out as well. Brown, more runs for him as he hits it up towards deep mid-off. As Callum Parkinson, the left-arm spinner, is into his 29th over. What have you seen there?
The Hampshire women have managed to dismiss 2 more of the Blaze batters. It's their 38 for 3. Tammy Beaumont, though, still standing strong, so she's going to be a key element in that batting attack.
That's former Southern Vipers batter Georgia Elwis. I can see is in with her as well.
Just clipped that really nice for 4.
Beautiful. So yeah, that was a big disappointment for me. Georgia Elwis moving away. That's a hit back to the bowler by Felix Organ. Obviously, Emily Windsor on with us and will be back with us later on, is one departing member of the all-conquering Southern Vipers side, but there were others as well. As Organ pushes forward, Danny White-Hodge, of course, went to Surrey, Charlie Dean to Somerset. But I think Georgia Elwis, I think they were hoping that she might stick around and provide some experience in the Hampshire side, but she's moved up to the Blaze, where she's originally from, really, up in the Midlands, so probably understandable. Durham are still batting in their first innings. It's a 39 overs per side game against Somerset. They're 203 for 7. As well forward there is Felix Organ. Holly Armitage made 89 there for Durham. Phoebe Turner made 35 down the order. Sunshine out brightly once more as Organ pushes forward, back perhaps a little bit far away from the pad, but nothing to worry about. End of the over. Parkinson's bowled 29 overs, 1 for 67. Hampshire 264 for 6, and we've had 12 overs with this second new ball.
Yeah, Parkinson very much a key element in this Durham attack, of just trying to see if they can create something, get the spin moving on a very flat ground. But he's had some breakthroughs, some that actually he probably should have had more if the decisions had gone his way. But yeah, he's had a good spell of bowling here. So a lot of maidens holding Hampshire at not being able to score, causing a bit of frustration, causing maybe a few later flourishing shots that actually ended up in dismissals. So Hampshire 264 for 6. Yusuf back in the bowling attack from the pavilion end, running towards us in the Hilton, just adjusting his fielding ever so slightly. Ben Brown waiting on strike as he begins his run up. And his bowls. Shorter delivery there, worked into the offside, and that's going to go for 4. Just past third man, and wasn't able to get there. And, a really nice shot there from Ben Brown.
Lovely, wasn't it? He was almost waiting for that one
He
and just
was.
allowed the ball to hit the bat and just deflected it, used the pace. That's a beautiful shot. He was in position very early there. As the Hampshire captain. Moves on to 58. Very important innings. I was saying earlier, actually off mic, that I do think that it was quite a good move by Hampshire during the winter to make him captain. He's a very experienced player. 36 years of age now. He's captain Sussex in the past before he moved to Hampshire, and he's got a very good batting record. He averages, well, I think he came to Hampshire 3 seasons ago now, averaging 40, which is tremendous for a wicketkeeper. And it slightly dipped down to 39, which is nothing really to worry about. But his batting came back a bit more last year. It dipped a bit the year before, but I do think, you know, that added responsibility,
Yes,
I think would just give him a little fillip.
Yes, giving him that bit more oomph. I mean, you can see today he's been a calm boat in a stormy seas.
Yes.
Calm port, that's a better word. Calm port in a stormy seas, not a calm boat. You can't have a calm boat on a stormy seas. Go on, Amelia.
That's true. Just a chat here about the field behind square on the offside.
Ben Brown seems slightly impatient waiting. He's got his bat up on his right shoulder going, come on, like, let's get cracking. Tapping his bat away, going, yeah, come on. Ball at me. I think even the umpires turned around and said, yes, come on, let's move this along. As Yusuf begins his run up in from the pavilion end. Bowls full length delivery there, and they're going to scurry away for 1 on the leg side.
62 or 63 for Ben Brown. Yeah, I think sometimes you get to a position in your career where you've kind of done it, and he has done it. He's been a good player, a good solid player for a number of years. Good glove work behind the stumps. Good batter, and yeah, being given the captaincy at this stage, I think it just, you know, when you walk to the middle, you know, you're not only thinking about your own game and your own performance, but you're obviously thinking probably a little bit more about the team.
Yeah, you are the
being
captain. You've got to.
Yeah, and I think we may yet see one of his best seasons with the bat.
Absolutely. As Yusuf begins his run up again towards Ben Brown. Shorter delivery this time, well defended.
So this is the last of the recognised batters with Felix Organ alongside Ben Brown. We've got Kyle Abbott to come. We've got Brad Wheel and Sonny Baker. So we are into the seam bowlers after that. So if Hampshire really are determined, well, first of all, to get to the follow-on figure, and ideally you'd want to be a bit further on than that. Then yeah, this could be an important. Well, it is an important partnership.
Yusuf again in full length delivery there, off on the pushed off to the offside. Fielding chaser will be able to just get there before the boundaries. They run through for 2.
So yes, hopefully, from a Hampshire point of view, the ball will get soft pretty quick. I'm told it's quite a hard track out there. Two of the players, well, I think you were in with the interviews last night, weren't you?
Yes.
And I was saying, A.D. Birrell was saying that the track is very hard out there. So hopefully, if it's a little abrasive as well, it'll very quickly make that ball soft.
And again, very straight delivery there, and just played off to the offside.
It's interesting, isn't it? One or two of the Durham bowlers at time to time are just making the batters just hurry on their shots a little bit. Yusuf's done it several times, both last night and today. Potts certainly has, and Doggett. They're very strong. They seem to all have very strong shoulders, right shoulders, don't they? And when they come into bowl, there's a real force behind their deliveries. I'd like to see them bowl on a wicket that's a little bit up and down. I think they could cause havoc, these guys.
And again for Yusuf. Bowls. Oh, a short bouncer there. Well caught by Ollie Robinson as he had to go running after that. Felix Organ managed to
You didn't know much about that.
dive out of the way of that.
You know, just as Yusuf was running in, I was thinking, my gosh, this guy is running in with purpose. I mean, he's literally sprinted in like he's, like somebody who's doing a long jump. They were sprinting down the runway. He's absolutely running in. And I tell you what, Felix Organ, I think there was a fraction of a second there where he thought that ball's going to cannon into my helmet.
Yeah. But he didn't say Yusuf is in again. Again, his speed is a bit of a clip off, but he managed to miss that on the offside, and it carries through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, he does run incredibly fast, and I mean, it's quite a long run up, and it's over within seconds. It really is stand and just sprint as fast as you can.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, there's not too many running quicker than him. Maybe it was just that delivery that he really did give it some, but it's a shame we haven't seen a replay of that delivery actually. That nearly hit Organ. Maybe it's probably just as well we're not, but he's okay. But he literally did take his eye off the ball at the very last minute, because I think he suddenly realised that ball was on him. Yeah, it was on him quicker than he thought.
Yeah, he managed to get out of the way, and that is the main thing.
Yeah, I don't think we are going to get a replay, unfortunately. 273 for 6. Hampshire still behind by 238. Remember that mammoth Durham in first innings of 511, which lasted until an early tee yesterday, so virtually 5 seconds. Here's Parkinson then, left arm spinner around the wicket, bowls, and Ben Brown is a long way forward there, smothering the ball. There is a slip in for Parkinson currently. Nobody on the drive really, nobody else close to the bat, apart from the keeper of course, as that's played behind square, just riding the ball there, opening the face of the bat, out behind point. Ben Brown remains on 63. Those 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. Liam Dawson for 25, Toby Albert for 10, both with the new ball. That's flighted a little bit more. Ben Brown drives, and there is a deepish mid-off, allowing the single. That's Alex Lees. He's wearing a sun hat, which at various times is
he has needed, but right. I don't think he needs it now.
Not right now, but I suppose it would be a bit silly to sort of look up and say, well, I don't need my hat for the next few overs, but I will do a few overs up, which is what it's been like, isn't it? So it's the right headwear for a little while, and then the wrong one, and then the right one, and then the. So he's just decided, you know what, I'll just
leave it on. Yeah, absolutely.
Forward is Felix Organ, who's currently on 6. Yes, the new ball was taken after 80 overs at 2:26 for 4 after lunch. Liam Dawson falling at 2:37. Toby Albert at 2:59. That's pushed off the front foot by Felix Organ. Now we have got another close infielder that was at short leg briefly and now has gone to silly mid off. That's very close. That is very, very close indeed. On the line of middle and leg, Organ watchfully plays it out towards mid wicket. I do feel that sometimes those fielders get so close that if a batter gets a really good stride in and extends the hands with an extravagant extra cover drive, you'd almost be able to touch the fielder with the bat. Amelia, we've got a break.
Yes, I'm going to be making way for
Martin Emerson.
Martin Emerson is coming in.
Sure. Thank you, Amelia. So Ben Brown is not out 64 and Felix Organ is not out on 6. The wickets this morning, Mark Stoneman for 57 added only 3 to his overnight total. Tom Prest made 1, Nick Gubbins 77. All 3 of those wickets were caught behind by Ollie Robinson off an assortment of bowlers, Potts, Parkinson and Drizzle. And Callum Yusuf, who I have to say I'd never heard of the name before he came on loan to you guys, Martin, last week, but I think the guy is a really good all-round player, as that's played out on the offside start of a new over from Yusuf. He batted well in the first innings, 40 odd not out. Here he is. He's a real bustly bowler, isn't he?
He's quick, isn't he? He's had a good game.
Yes. He got 4 wickets in the 4-day final in South Africa recently. He had a reasonably good season actually domestically.
I thought they never got on in that 4-day final.
Well, it was a draw, so it was shared, wasn't it, between the Lions and the Titans? I think it was off the top of my head. Yeah, Lions and the Titans in the final 4-day game. Wrapped on the pad as he was trying to work that away on the leg side.
Because David Beddingham wasn't at Trent Bridge and Virayan wasn't there either, because they were in that match. But every time Brace looked at the scorecard. It was raining and they'd abandoned every morning. It was a bit like Hampshire Durham last year, or Durham Hampshire last year. So
I'll look up the scorecard actually. He got 4 for 40, I think it was.
right. Too far south, you see, to guarantee the weather.
Well, there you go. Here he is again. Right arm over. He's got the slip in. Bowls and Brown's forward to that good length delivery as the ball makes its way up towards mid-off. So here we are. Lions versus the Titans. That was in Joburg back.
Oh, it was Potchefstroom where the final was.
No, it wasn't. The final was in Joburg. 4-day.
Well, the game that...
Oh, well, he's looking at a different game.
No, Brace was reading from a game in Potchefstroom where I don't think they got on at all.
No, that must have been another one. Well, it obviously was another one. That's angled down to third, 275 for 6. Brown moves on to 65. So that was a drawn game. So they shared the cup. Actually, Luan Dre Pretorius was man of the match at that, and he's going to be playing for Hampshire in the T20 competition. Highest run scorer in the South African T20 competition during the winter. He's supposed to be a very exciting player. So Yusuf didn't bat in the first innings, where the Lions made 413 for 7 declared. In the 123 all out of the Titans, that's turned away by Organ out to deep square leg, 276 for 5. Organ moves on to 7. Yusuf 4 for 46 from 16 overs opening the bowling. And the Titans' second innings following on, 371. Yusuf didn't get a wicket actually in 20 odd overs. But useful figures nonetheless. His overall first class tally of 94 wickets has come at 27 apiece. That's before this game. Comes in again from the pavilion end, bowls. It's almost like Ben Brown is in position before the ball arrives. It's almost as if he set himself to play a shot before the ball has actually reached him, because he seemed to be in position there very, very early. 276 for 6.
What was the date of that game?
It was the 10th of April.
10th of April. That must have been the week after then.
Yeah.
So the game
10th to the 14th.
Right, the game we were talking about was Northwest versus Western Province in Potchefstroom from April the 3rd to the 6th. So that was the one where Beddingham and Varane were in.
Yeah.
And they never had a ball bowled in 4 days. Match abandoned without a ball. So that was the CSA 4-day series Division 1.
Mm-hmm.
So the final must have been the week after then.
Yeah. Yep. So a shared trophy.
Are there any other sports where they share a trophy?
I don't know, but there was one.
What
in
about
West
the Charity Shield? Did they share that? I don't know.
I don't know. They shared a competition in the West Indies during the winter for some reason. I'd have to look that up. There was a bizarre reason for that actually.
Here's Parkinson bowling to Organ, who comes 2 or 3 steps down the track to snuff that one out. There's a short leg in place. Keeper standing up to the stumps with a helmet on. If you want a message, you can email wearecricket at bbc.co.uk. So Parkinson bowls this one. Organ goes back into the crease to play it away up to mid-on, where you can message Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Parkinson round the wicket, and there's a bit of drift. It's played back along the floor to him.
I'm looking this up. I'm sure I read somewhere during the winter.
Left arm round, that's driven by Organ through the legs of Brown, who falls over as he tries to avoid that one at the non-strikers end, and that's gone for 4. Meaty thump takes him on to 11, 280 for 6.
That was a good shot. Maybe I'm making it up. Somebody out there, please help me. silentcricket@gmail.com. I am busy trying to find something. And if you can help me out, that would be I'll be much appreciated. There are plenty of people that have helped me out over the years, so I really need you right now.
Parkinson bowls. Organ plays the ball to mid-on, dot ball.
Perhaps I dreamt it.
Maybe. Maybe it's an anxiety dream.
Yes, there's the one.
Yeah. Parkinson skids that onto the batsman. He goes into his crease and plays us up to mid-off, no run there. Ralph Brooker's been back on. I mentioned Hans Ray, the former downhill world champion mountain biker who I saw in a theatre in Newcastle last year, and he said he used to ride with Sheffield's Steve Peat for Team GT back in the 1990s. He was a pioneer of free riding along with the Canadian Wade Simmons. Yes, they've made quite a few documentaries and stuff, and basically they're the inventors of mountain biking as we know it these days, really. Building all these trails in California and some pretty nasty injuries in the process.
I bet.
Fascinating documentary. He was actually out filming a sort of travelogue, mountain biking travelogue in Hong Kong, around all the mountains around Hong Kong when all the riots started just before COVID hit.
Okay.
You remember the Hong Kong riots? I got caught in all the middle of that, so brought out a documentary with all that information in it as well.
Yusuf's having another chat at the top of his mark. 15 overs, 1 for 60 for the South African. I was saying earlier, Martin, before you came on, I reckon if 1 or 2 of these bowlers, I mean Doggett, Potts and him really, they play on a wicket that's a bit up and down, I think they could run through a side comfortably. These guys. That's pushed away behind square. He's played that shot a few times as Ben Brown just opens the face, waits for the ball and just angles it down to third.
Where is the Zimbabwe test being played? Where? Trent Bridge, that's right, yeah. So that's later this month, isn't it?
So you'll lose Potts for something.
I left my new Playfair in the press box at Worcester last week, so Frank's in the process of sending it back to me in the mail.
Okay.
But our postman doesn't arrive till sort of late afternoon, so it probably came through the door on Thursday when I was on the motorway coming down here. It'll be there when I get home.
Oh, I'm sure it will. That or somebody put it on eBay. Other auction sites available as that's a length ball which brings Organ forward.
I can't remember the last time I looked on there, can you? It was a big thing for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah,
but
it was.
I mean,
yeah. Do you know what? Funny enough, a couple of times in the winter, I've thought I've got a couple of items that I think, I might as well, because I've heard other people do it, and everybody tells me that. No, not signed memorabilia. No.
Your England Legends cap.
No, I want to put something on that's going to make a few quid.
Yeah.
But I can't advertise these sites. That's a length ball, which again is not bounced particularly much. Dawson got one, but Morgan gets one that hits low on the bat. I can't say which site it is, but apparently there is one now that a lot of people use, and they swear by it and say that you're guaranteed to get rid of your stuff.
Is it clothing or you on about?
Who?
Clothing.
Anything.
Huh?
Anything. Yeah, it starts with F, and the other word is M. Hope I haven't given too much away.
It's a strange name.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you off, Mike, because
I've gathered what it is.
My bosses have already gathered plenty of evidence of which I'm advertising far too many things. That's again a length ball, which is half stopped by the bowler.
Well, we sold a conservatory on there.
Did you? A whole conservatory?
Yeah.
Did you? What
did we've had an extension put on the back of the house, so the conservatory had to go, but it was still in good nick. And my wife said, I think we could probably get some money from this. I'm thinking nobody's going to buy a second-hand conservatory, but because we've got a bay window, and you've been to our house, so you know what the house is.
Yeah, I do.
Because we had a bay window, we had a low-angled roof.
Yusuf Bowles, another length ball, and he's forward again. He's Organ.
Because most conservatories have a sort of V-shaped roof, don't they, with a sort of pinnacle across the top. Well, ours was just very low-angled roof, designed because of the overhanging bay window, and put it on that site you mentioned. And a guy who lives in Staffordshire, in Stafford, on a farm, saw it and came up with 3 mates, bought it off us, and they took it down and took it back and re-erected it in his farmyard in Stafford. And there was a reason he needed that type of design, because there was a low electricity cable going across his line, so he couldn't have a pitched roof. So
they dismantled it as well. Oh, he's driving inside edge, always looking around to see if it's gone on the stumps. Fortunately for him, it hasn't. as the ball goes out behind square on the leg side, but he did not know where that ball had ended up. Good bowling there from Yusuf once more.
Bottom corner of the bat, that wasn't it?
That was, wasn't it?
Yeah, I do
281 for
recall
6.
when they came up, they brought all these tools with them, and they did a good job taking them apart, but at one point they were shouting, "Do we have any bandages?" Which I was, oh, what's happened? And
Oh dear.
yeah, it's a bit of a slip with a Stanley knife and a thumb, but he managed to survive.
Well,
so.
that's interesting, because I might be in a situation where I will have to dismantle a conservatory at some point, and rather than just put it in a skip.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, if you, I mean,
me
yeah,
an
you
idea.
could. I don't know what condition yours would be in, but I mean, our next door neighbour, when he moved in last year, he was about to do some work on his house. So there was a conservatory on that house, and a guy came and took it down one morning and took it away to his allotment. So he's got this conservatory on an allotment. He has Parkinson with a start of a new over here from the hotel end, bowling to Brown. He cuts off towards the point boundary for 1, moves him on to 67. We also got rid of an entire kitchen. Guy came up from Teesside and dismantled the kitchen, and the patio doors, and the back door, and some lintels. So there you go.
I wouldn't be so rude as to ask you how much you got for your conservatory, but is it well worth your trouble for putting it on
I was
that?
surprised, put it that way.
Oh, well, now I'm oh gosh, I'm excited now. Oh, I'm excited about all this. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and then the kitchen.
Wow.
Don't tell the taxman.
No, I won't say a word.
Parkinson bowling here to Organ. That's played back towards him. No run. So yeah, it's if you can be bothered with a hassle.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, this winter.
Yeah. Oh,
Shot.
it's come down the track here, and that's launched back over the bowler, and 1 bounce for 4, I think. Yes, it's gone for 4, down below our commentary position. Got rid of the garage door. Because where our garage was is now our entrance to our house and new sort of hall area and whatnot. So a guy came and took the garage door away. The bloke who came and got the back door took it up to County Durham somewhere, and it was going on his new summer house or something like that in his garden. Next ball is played downfield and stopped by Doggett, who's gone down in a heap again. Picks himself gingerly back up after injured himself in the field yesterday.
He did, didn't he?
The one thing I was surprised about, quite a few years ago we got the loft converted, and we had loads of roof tiles, terracotta roof tiles, and I thought they would have been snapped up. Nobody wanted them at all.
Interesting.
Oh, a bit of turn on that one there as Organ's gone back into his crease and nearly missed that ball. He got the bat onto it very late and just pushed it wide of first slip across towards gully.
Neatly played. Just had time, just enough time to ride the spin.
In comes the bowler again, and that's met on the bounce and played back to Parkinson. 5 from the over, 286 for 6. How old's your conservatory then, Kev?
About 20.
Right, is it still in good nick?
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's just it needs a bit of attention in terms of it was put up okay, but it could have been put up better. There we go. I'm off to have a look at prices of conservatories on this particular auction site. Well, Martin Emerson is joined by Charlie Harden.
Yeah. Sold to the bidder over there. Yeah. Well, it did actually get me thinking. There were that many things that people came and took away with them. Somebody's probably got a house somewhere that is done up with stuff they've got online from other people's houses. Yeah. Gotta be there'll be a documentary in there somewhere.
Well, I can't say I've ever gone looking online for a part of my house.
No.
That I need fixing, I must say. As Cody Yusuf starts the over, bowls into Ben Brown, who tries to pull, but it is missed, and Ollie Robinson can't grab it, and it's going to be 4 byes. Yeah. It is. Ben Brown's just gone for a flailing pull shot, hasn't really committed to that. But Ollie Robinson just got a hand, but it wasn't enough to keep it from the boundary. It's been a far from perfect day for Hampshire. However, the positives they can take from it is they haven't lost sprees of wickets. They haven't gone for a little collapse. Their last 3 partnerships have been 65, 43, 22, so they've put up a little bit of a fight. They haven't fallen down easily, and they're clinging on to this game. as Yusuf starts his run-up. Bowls, Ben Brown tries to cut, but it almost chopped onto the stumps, and it's well fielded for no run.
Katie's messaged on Blue Sky. She says, afternoon, I'm on a day out in Arundel today. The last time I was here was the 7th of May 2018, when Durham were miraculously beating Leicestershire, having followed on. I remember that well. It's the only time that Durham have won a game following on. I think it's only happened something like 30 times in first-class cricket. And commentating on that match with Richard Ray from Radio Leicester, and he was saying to the Leicestershire, don't enforce the follow-on. You're Leicestershire, you'll lose.
As Ben Brown guides it down to third man, quite fine. They look for two, but Ben Brown's going for a second run here. It could be tight, but it's brilliant running in the end. He's taken on the weak arm of Graham Clark, who's running to his left down at third man, and Ben Brown's taken that on, knowing full well he's a right arm thrower of the ball, and he's taken a second run.
There were 2 home games in a row around about that time. So that Leicestershire game was a May bank holiday weekend. It was beautiful weather. I remember family had gone away to my mother-in-law's in Thirsk, so I was commuting backwards and forwards each day from Thirsk to Chesley Street for the game. But the drive back each evening was gorgeous. Lovely sunny weather.
As the clouds start to loom here, and Yusuf bowls, clip down the leg side again. Ollie Robinson can't get a hand on it, and it runs away for 4. More byes for Ollie Robinson. It's a bit unfair, isn't it, calling these byes, but it's going past the stumps, not far away from Ben Brown's legs. But
it's very little the keeper can do about this. Which brings me on to the other game around about that Leicestershire match, because Durham were bowled out for less than 100. The match before the match after against Derbyshire at home, and came back and won that one, and that's the only time I think they've been bowled out for less than 100 and won a game. But in the second innings, Derbyshire gave away a record 88 extras, quite a lot of them byes. Hardisfield-Jean's bowling was just so erratic, the keeper couldn't get near anything.
Blimey. Yusuf bowls again to Ben Brown, guiding down to deep third man. That'll be 1 run. He's played that shot a lot so far today, just letting it just hit a guiding bat face down towards third man in that point region. He's hardly moving, just dropping the hands there, and he moves on to 70. Felix Organ at the other end is 15 not out. Hampshire 3 away from 300.
Peter MacDonald emailed earlier to wearecricket@bbc.co.uk and said Durham are looking much better in this game.
As Yusuf, final ball of the over, bowls with appeal for OBW on Felix Organ, but it looks either high or down the leg side. I think Organ is just showing that it was drifting down the leg side.
It's taken Durham time to get going this season with all the injuries they've had and whatnot, and losing their opening game at Nottingham was fairly one-sided, and then losing by a wicket against Warwickshire. Then they managed to get that win on the board last time out against Worcestershire. They drew a sort of weather-affected match against Yorkshire as well. You do feel like they've got their stride, hit their stride.
Yeah, I must say that there was a lot of hype, a lot of talk about Durham as a side. It felt like they were looking pretty strong heading into this season. I thought a lot of people raising them as even potential title contenders. Would you say that was ever a possibility?
I wouldn't have gone that far. The one time I did tip them to win the title recently was in Division 2, and they got nowhere near, and the coach left before the end of the season. That was based on the bat and the end of a really good back end of the season before. But the one year that I did tip them as outsiders to win the title was in 2013. Everybody had them down as relegation certainties, all the pre-season previews, because they'd had a pretty poor start in 2012. It took them 10 games to get a win on the board, but it was a really badly weather-affected summer. They couldn't get matches finished. There was a lot of draws. And then they won 5 of their last 6 and drew the other. And when they went into the start of the 2013 season, I'm looking at that and thinking, well, that's championship winning form. And, you know, they did win the title in 2013 with a fairly youngish team, really. Parkinson bowling here to Brown. Brown plays that off towards the covers for 1 run. So he has 71, 298 for 6. So 2 away from a second batting point. We're in the 100th over as well, so there's time is running out for bonus points. Durham have got 2 bowling, and so far Hampshire have 1 batting, and the cut-off for bonus points is at the end of the 110th over, so Hampshire are they just looking at eating up time in this game and taking as much time as they can in the middle to make sure they don't lose. It would appear bonus points from a batting point of view are not the priority really. So when Durham were batting, they got 3 bonus points, and there were 2 bowling points for Hampshire. So Durham have got 2 bowling points at the moment, and Hampshire are about to get to a second batting point. As Parkinson bowls this one to Organ. Organ on 15, plays that ball back to him. He's faced 34 deliveries, Organ now. Parkinson once more comes in. Organ forward, meets it on the bounce.
They've put in a catcher at silly mid-on here.
Graham Clark's got in there.
He's got some fielding pads on and a wide brim hat.
In comes Parkinson again, and this is played up to Lees at mid-off, no run there. Saw a thing a few weeks ago in the opening game of the season at Notts, which I'd never seen before, and Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham hadn't either. Joe Clark, the keeper. As Parkinson bowls once more, that's full-length delivery, played back to him. Played the whole game without any pads on.
As keeper?
As keeper, yeah.
Oh, wow.
He said he'd looked at the regulations and you don't need to wear pads, so he decided he wouldn't.
Well,
next ball skids on and is kept away by Organ. End of the over, just the 1 run from it. 298 for 6.
One of my more embarrassing stories of playing cricket is going out to play on the first game of the season as wicketkeeper and forgetting to put my pads on. Getting all the way out there, having not put them on.
Well, he felt it made him a bit more nimble when he was able to get the balls that he probably wouldn't have reached. I mean, there was one catch particularly where he may not have got near it with the pads on, and from memory there was only once he got hit in the shin, and that was a ball that had sort of deflected to him from somewhere else.
What's interesting is you get the likes of MS Dhoni when a bad throw comes in and he sits there with his both feet together if he's not too impressed with the throw in, bouncing just above his just in front of his feet, sorry, and he just let it smash into his pads.
Yeah.
So that's one way of keeping wicket. As we've got a change of bowling, the current partnership is 39 between Brown and Organ.
Doggett's going to come back into the attack here. The ball has just been handed by Matty Potts to the umpire. The umpire's had a good look at it and then given him it back. So the ball's only 20 overs old, but we have seen balls change in this match around about 24, 25 overs.
As the overs go into triple figures, 100 overs are up. Brendan Doggett will begin his 15th over and a new spell. His figures so far are 0 for 34 with 5 maidens.
Interesting to look at the umpires today. They've got their thicker white coats on, but at the far end, Russell Warren has got a snood around his face as well, whereas Martin Saggers, who's officiating at point, he doesn't.
As the camera switches ends on the live stream and Brendan Doggett begins his spell from the pavilion end, Ben Brown smashes the surface, cutting through the offside to a deep point, should be well fielded and will be 1 run. Would love to see Ben Brown's wagon wheel. I feel like he's really milked that region down there towards point and third man.
Let's have a look.
Here's when I get shown up. And Ben Brown's actually got 90% of his runs through the leg side. Oh no, it looks pretty even. Oh no, that's the whole Hampshire team, as you'd expect. Felix Organ facing up. Number 3 on his back. Suits him well, I think. Brendan Doggett into bowl. Punching off the back foot. Drops to his feet, will be no run. As he offers to the Durham players whether he can pick it up and throw it back to him.
These two have put on 39 so far, so again another example of a partnership that has built. Not massive. Biggest partnership in this innings was 105 for the second wicket, which ended when Stolman was out this morning for 57, caught behind off Matty Potts. Opening stands 17 and 105, 7, 65, 43 and 22.
Doggett into Felix Organ, who defends into the leg side. A bit of excitement here from the Durham players. They think they're onto something here. They think maybe they could take this wicket sooner rather than later. But Brendan Doggett, he's looking a little bit excited. He looks ready to go. The start of his new spell looks threatening. And Durham looking to take that 7th wicket, as Hampshire are 1 run away from 300. They're 299 for 6. Ben Brown 72. Organ 15. Doggett in the end. Defended into the offside for no run. Some may call him Brendog. But nonetheless, Doggett is really finding his rhythm here. As the clouds start to loom, to all those not at the ground, it's a greyish tint to the sky. There's hints of that deep blue sky around us. The floodlights aren't yet on, but we've had a bit of trouble with bad light at some recent Hampshire games, but we'll hope to stay out for longer. Doggett in bowls, defended by Felix Organ. The Durham fielders are getting a bit rowdy, Martin.
How far are we to tea? Still 6 overs. 6.1 overs to tea. What's the crack on the rotor? Where are we on the rotor?
We've got Amelia Clark coming in soon.
Right, 3 minutes.
A few more minutes of Martin. As Doggett, final ball of his over, into Felix Organ. Defends into the leg side. This will be a single this time, and Felix will take the strike. He's weathered that storm well there, Felix Organ. And it's 300 up for Hampshire of 101 overs. It's taking them 381 minutes. Hampshire have battled well to reach that landmark.
Second batting point. So in order for Durham to get another bowling point, they've got to take 3 wickets pretty quickly in the next 9 overs. And if Hampshire were to get a final batting point and make it 3, they would have to put 50 runs on in 9 overs, which I don't think will happen.
With Hampshire playing less for the bonus points here, do you think that might be according to that fact that they've raised the points for the draw this season? Do you think that maybe they're just battling that draw?
They just don't want to lose. They're in a position where let's not lose this, first and foremost. In comes Parkinson, flights one in, it's played back to him. Leading edge there from Organ, who's now just checking the bottom of his bat. Trail by 211. The follow-on target was 362, but I think that's irrelevant now in the 102nd over. Next ball is defended and rolls out on the offside, no run. Gull flying past us, looking for some discarded chips, no doubt, for his lunch. Swooping down low towards the seats below us as well. Parkinson in again. We've got bright sunshine at the minute. That is lofted in the air, and it's going to go over the top of mid-off. It plugs a little bit there and doesn't quite reach the boundary. Lees is chasing after it with a floppy hat on. 2 runs.
I think that silly mid-on there is quite an interesting position. Organ's trying to work it against the spin here of Callum Parkinson, and if he gets a leading edge trying to work it into the leg side, that silly mid-on's really in the game.
So Organ just dropping that behind Alex Lees at mid-off. A bit like a chip shot onto a green, really. A 9 iron, maybe.
A little bit of backspin.
Yeah. He's on 18, 302 for 6. Parkinson round the wicket. Bowls. That is played to Lees, who I don't think saw that coming or wasn't expecting it, and it was Ackerman in short extra cover who went to pick it up, and then, in fact it's not, it's George Drizzell. Made that he was going to go and pick it up, and then suddenly it was past him and away to Lees, so they get a single there. Brown now on strike on 72.
I think that's quite an interesting misfield, I think.
Yeah.
Whether that took a little bobble on one of the used pitches to...
Maybe a bit of top spin or something as well.
Maybe.
Yeah. Right, Parkinson to the right hand of Brown is going to come left arm over now, so he's looking to aim at those footholes on Brown's leg side, and that one is quickly onto the bat and away off towards the covers for a single. Quick single taken there. We've got bright sunshine now, and it's obviously coming through a gap in the clouds because what we seem to be looking at is quite a lot of dark cloud. Doesn't look like it's going to rain, but quite a bit of grey cloud just drifted across us. Round the wicket comes Parkinson again. Organ forward to this one. Plays it to Clark at silly mid-on. And that is the end of the over. So 304 for 6 here on the BBC and on the Hampshire YouTube feed as well. And they trail by 207. So I think Amelia's coming back on now, isn't she? Is it 2:30? What time is it?
Yep, I think
3:30,
Amelia is due back on.
Yeah, here she comes.
Now. But Hampshire are 304 for 6. They are 207 behind. Brendan Doggett will maintain his spell here. He'll keep bowling from the pavilion end. As it looks like the 12th man for Durham's come out with a little bit of water for Brendan Doggett, just to make sure he's refreshed, hydrated, ready to crack through another over here. Ben Brown will be on strike. He's 73 of 142. The sun is still shining brightly as Brendan Doggett begins his over. Into Ben Brown, working into the leg side for a quick single. Felix going towards the danger end, but he makes it safely. Well ran in the end here.
Sorry about that, Charlie. I was enthralled in a story that Kevin James was telling me about the history of Hampshire and how they moved, and it was, yeah, amazing.
Wow.
It's still ongoing, but it was absolutely brilliant, the story. I was really loving it.
Is that a story for Kevin to tell us himself, or could you fill us in?
It was far too long.
Oh.
It was it was far, it was one of those. I thought you had to live it to remember it. But it was yeah. If you ever see Kevin James around and about, ask him to tell you the story. It's brilliant. But yes.
Cool. You've really left us on a cliffhanger.
Oh
there.
yeah, I like a cliffhanger. I do like a cliffhanger.
You got us all excited for a little bit of history, and then we got denied. Anyway, this will be Brendan Doggett to start his second ball. A lot of discussion here between mid-on and mid-off. It looks like we've got Matt Potts at mid-off and Alex Lee's the captain at mid-on. Felix Organ facing up to Brendan Doggett, who plays it confidently into the offside. That will be no run.
So there was also a little mention earlier that Kevin was trying to remember something that happened in the West Indies, and thankfully we have some amazing listeners, and Jacob Norton has gone back into 2024 BBC history and found it, and after this ball I will explain all about the West Indies and how the cup, the one-day Super 50 Cup was forfeited.
Wow. Brendan Doggett into bowl. Felix Organ drives towards mid-on. Will be no run. Amelia.
Yes, so the West Indies Domestic Cup one-day tournament ended without a winner after neither captain turned up for the toss, resulting in a double forfeit. Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions were scheduled to contest the final of the Super 50 Cup on Sunday in Trinidad and Tobago. This was in November 2024. Bad weather had reduced the scheduled 50 over to a 20 over, but neither side took the field because of the delayed start, and it was eventually abandoned. Cricket West Indies said, and I will tell you after this ball.
As Doggett approaches the crease, bowls defended into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, they said that they would have to... No winner would be declared, and they would now have to review the tournament regulations to avoid a repeat. And it goes on, and I won't read the entire thing out, but it was fascinating. So we're not sure why neither captain turned up, but there was obviously a reason. And yeah, there was never a winner of the Super 50 for the West Indies.
Wow, I wonder if no captain really fancied it, or they'd written off the day when the rain came.
Yep.
Maybe they'd written it off the night before.
Potentially. But thank you so much, Jacob, for finding that and sending it to us. We really appreciate that.
Brilliant story. Brendan Doggett into Organ, who drives inside edge towards mid-wicket for no run. Durham really carrying a bit of energy into this Brendan Doggett spell. It's a good battle here between Organ and Doggett. They look to be going head-to-head. I think Felix just might need a little release shot here in a minute just to take the pressure off him. However, he's 19 not out off 52 balls. Hampshire are 305 for 6. One ball left in the over. Brendan Doggett gets ready to run in. Sweeps past the umpire. Defended by Felix Organ. with confidence. Brings the 103rd over to an end.
So just to say, we've got our Hampshire women in play at Trent Bridge. They're playing the Blaze. Hampshire put down a really nice score of 190, and the Blaze are currently 108 for 3, chasing that 190. Lauren Bell is bowling at the moment. She's already taken 2 wickets today, so a really good day for her, but still lots more to do. Elsewhere, we've got Yorkshire in Division 1. Yorkshire and Warwickshire finished. Warwickshire won with 5 wickets in hand. Somerset and Essex are still ongoing. Somerset require 241 runs with 5 wickets remaining.
That looks to be an interesting game. Somerset
Absolutely.
just again behind the 8 ball. They really haven't been able to get their season going so far, Somerset.
And it looks like Parkinson will be back into the attack at this end, the hotel end. Hampshire 305 for 6, still chasing a huge score of 511 as the ball comes in. And just well outside the stump, but padded off the stump. The pads, not the stumps. That would not be good. Parkinson in again, bowls, full delivery this time. A little tap off the pad, but again well out of line, so no worry there.
Yeah, he keeps padding it away here, does Ben Brown. It's quite an interesting strategy. There's footholds just outside the line of leg stump in front of Ben Brown, created by the right arm pacers toiling away throughout the day from the pavilion end. But Callum Parkinson's looking to really land it in there, left arm off spin, get it to grip out of the foothold.
In again comes Parkinson. Same sort of approach there, but just pushed off into the offside. And quite a slow cover will go and retrieve that as they run for 1. Bit of a fielding change. Couple of maybe an extra cover being brought in. Backward square leg being brought in at a short mid on.
Not quite sure how I feel about that tactic from Durham to Ben Brown. Ben Brown looks pretty comfortable. He's either padding it away if it lands outside leg, or he's working it into a big gap in the offside.
I suppose maybe it's just to deter the padding away, but played straight to a short mid on there, Parkinson. Good bowl, but this time round the wicket.
Yeah, but the field for Felix Organs looks a little bit more attacking by Durham. Catches on the offside and at silly mid on.
Parkinson in again. Delivery there. Runs for 1 in the offside. It was quite a slow ball, that. I think, you know, it's still the second new ball of the over. It's not moving that quickly. I know the field is quite flat, but I wouldn't say the ground has been wet or stodgy, but it's not moving very quickly through the grass.
No, it's not the fastest of outfield, despite this lovely dry weather we've been having.
Parkinson in again. Full delivery there. Goes through the offside, and a roving cover will come and retrieve that for 1.
Yeah, they have changed up the tactic now to Ben Brown. Callum Parkinson staying round the wicket, as he is for Felix Organ. Just felt a little bit too simple, that, for Ben Brown, being able to work it into the offside or just pad it away. But it's 308 for 6.
Yeah, Ben Brown on 76 off 147 deliveries. Felix Organ at 20 for 55.
The lead is 203 for Durham, having set 511 in the first innings, characterised by 160 from Graham Clark, his first 100 of the season. That came off 309 balls before he was terrifically caught and bowled by Liam Dawson. I don't think anyone actually realised he'd caught it until all the Hampshire players gathered around him. Diving right-hand, one-hand catch away to his right as Doggett begins the over into Ben Brown, who just plays it into the leg side for no run. I've got a prediction here, Amelia.
Go for it.
I think Ben Brown, his next shot he'll get away off the square will be down to third man or deep point.
Right.
I reckon he'll just put the bat face down, and I reckon he'll drop it down to deep point or third man for 1 run.
Okay, that's quite the big prediction. quite a precise prediction as well.
Here we go. You're about to see it, Amelia.
Okay.
Brendan Doggett takes the ball from captain Alex Lees. Runs into bowl. And it is no run.
Not that.
Well, I did say the next scoring run, so
Oh, okay, okay.
it is still
The
on,
next
Amelia.
scoring run,
all right?
fine, okay.
It really is still on.
Yeah, dot ball. We'll give you that.
Yeah,
Next
yeah.
scoring run.
Yeah, I'm just hoping he doesn't work it down to fine leg for one. That's really his only other scoring option.
Hampshire still trail by 203. They have managed to pick up a couple of batting points, extra bonus points. Hampshire on 4, Durham on 5. So very positive in that sense.
As Doggett leaps in. Bowls to Ben Brown. Oh, he's gone for the shot I'm looking for, and it's a play and a miss. Just feathering outside 6th stump line. He's gone for quite a weak little push into the offside. Hasn't been able to get in a strong enough position for it.
Yeah, that was a little bit too close to the outside edge of his bat for any Hampshire fans' liking, really. There, I think even the Durham fans and players really thought that was going to be the one there.
Agreed. It really is this last registered batting partnership here. Both Organ and Brown, brilliant batsmen. As Doggett bowls again. And it's clipped down to fine leg. My prediction is completely wrong as it runs away to the boundary.
Well, that bowl was almost Yorker length, so it was sort of, a full volley. It was, yeah, I think Ben Brown did quite well to really get anything on that and just turn the bat face and just sort of push it, direct it where it needed to go. And the 50 partnership comes up, so a really needed good connection with these two. Brown and Organ working really well together, that 50 partnership up. And quite quickly as well.
Agreed. Ben Brown moves into the 80s, but another good showing of batting in pairs here for Hampshire. They haven't let wickets go in sprees. As Doggett bowls and it's defended by Ben Brown into the leg side for no run. 1 ball left in this Brendan Doggett over. 80 or 152 Ben Brown. Just a little bit of energy going towards Durham. We've been saying it for a while, but they're just clinging on to that bit of energy here. But nonetheless, Hampshire are putting up a good fight.
I don't know, I feel like at the moment, this partnership, Hampshire will feel just a little bit more comfortable.
I'm inclined to agree with you, as Ben Brown works it down to deep square leg for 1 run. Yeah, you're absolutely right,
Yeah,
Amelia.
they've still got work to do, and I think they know that, but I think they've got to be really proud of themselves for the work that they've put in today. Yeah, they've lost a few wickets, but that's par for the course. They're under the 200 trail by mark. They only trail by 198, so some real legwork that's been done by some really strong batsmen today. As long as they can keep a calm head, keep batting, as Emily Windsor has always said, and I'm going to keep saying, just keep batting. Just, don't mind sort of leaving a few, just being careful of it, very cautionary. Play the big shots when you can and you need to, but yeah, just keep going, really. And I think I'm very impressed by all the batsmen that have come out today. Yeah, I think they've done the team proud. They're pushing them forward. They've not made it easy for Durham either. They've made them work. They've made the bowlers really have to bowl well at them. As Parkinson comes in again, round the wicket, pushed into the offside there.
Yeah, no one's really given their wicket away, have they, Amelia?
No.
It's been very well measured batting by Hampshire, despite, fluctuations in how the Durham boys are feeling about how the game's going. Consistently, Hampshire look pretty resilient in their fight back.
Parkinson in again. That's delivery straight to a short mid on there.
But Hampshire have been strong in defence all day, it's fair to say.
Absolutely. Parkinson wasting no time, straight in. And short leg will wander along and grab that.
It was always going to be a day where you wouldn't win the game in this period, but you could definitely lose it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I think as Parkinson comes in again, bowls. Nice full delivery there. And they run for 1. Yeah, I think the Hampshire boys have definitely managed to keep themselves in it, keep themselves competitive. They've not lost the game today. Kept their eye on the ball as Parkinson comes in again. And potentially is that the aim of the way their head coach was talking yesterday, of just not looking at it as a whole total, looking at it in the the 3/3 of the day, looking at the innings and just concentrating on what needs to be done on that next ball or the next over.
Yep, they've come out every session with a clear plan and they haven't moved away from it for the full 2 hours.
In again comes Parkinson. Nice straight line there, pushed into the offside. Square of the wicket. Extra cover will go and fetch for 1. So just 3 off of that over for Parkinson. He's 1 for 88. Ben Brown is 83 off 156 deliveries. He's been out there for a nice long time. Felix Organ's also come in, 21 off 58. The partnership now 57. Hampshire 316 for 6. I think there's going to be a commentary change, and Emily Windsor will be coming on in a minute after the next over.
There will not be a change in the commentary
There will
box.
not.
Lucky for the listeners. We have 1 over to go before tea. It's Brendan Doggett to do it as he bowls into Ben Brown, blocking to mid-on for no run. So it's just dithering away a little bit this session towards the end of session 2. Feels like both sides lacking a little bit of intent now. But not to say that's how it'll be for the rest of the day, hey Amelia?
Well, I think, you know, we've just heard it's 1 over till tea. I think both teams will be very much eager to get in the dressing room, or, you know, in the tea room, and yeah.
As Ben Brown pushes into the offside for no run, that's for 1 run. Sorry, that was a deep point. That's the prediction I was looking for, Amelia.
Yeah, that wasn't what happened. But
No.
yeah, I think, as you say, this over, I think, is very much one that they'll always be hunting, they'll always be looking, everyone's always staying focused, but it will be in the back of everyone's mind, okay, let's go inside, let's regroup, let's come up with our 3rd innings plan, our 3rd innings tactics. What are we going to attack? Because they haven't been able to sort of really talk about Felix Organ as a team, potentially from the Durham point of view, and Felix Organ, you know, will have now been out there for a while and think, okay, I want to do this, or what shall I do here? And I think it would be really interesting coming back out who has the momentum.
As Doggett comes into bowl to Felix Organ, who works it into the leg side. They're setting off fast, but I think it will just be 1.
You really had to run out of the way of Doggett then. You had to sort of skip around Ben Brown and sort of jump out of the way of Doggett. They were all kind of sort of accumulated in the middle, and it was all too many people, but he managed to run well.
Yeah, Doggett not making it too easy for Felix Organ to run past him. I think that's fair to say. But I think what's always really interesting with these points in the game is you've always got people fighting for their place. You've always got people, you know, who really know they need to put in a big shift here. They need to be able to get the run so they can put their mark on this team. As Doggett bowls, guided into the offside, backward of point. They're setting off looking for 2 again, and Ben Brown's coming back for the 2nd. Well run, Graham Clark. I think it's because he's got the fielding pads on down there. He's yet to take them off, 3rd man. So he's just a little bit less nimble.
And he's got his big sun hat on as well, but it has been needed today. But I think if I was out there, I'd be thinking, do I just take this off?
Yeah, I wonder if it's
a breather, but
yeah.
Maybe it's locking him in. Maybe he's thinking it's like blinkers. He's focused.
Yeah, maybe I do think it's increasing the air resistance though.
When he runs.
Yeah, I think that's why they got 2 there, Ben Brown. As Doggett bowls, and Ben Brown again finding Graham Clark. This will just be 1, as it's well picked up. Thrown into the wicketkeeper, Ollie Robinson, who got 76 in the Durham 1st innings. He's yet to he was yet to get going in this season before this game.
Hampshire on my favourite score, 3-2-1.
3,
6.
2, 1, 4, 6. 3-2-1 is a beautiful looking score. As Doggett bends round at the top of his run-up. Organ is 22 not out. The score is 3-2-1. And Organ defends it well to mid-on for no run. It's a Yorker. And that Yorker signals tea. 321 for 6. The lead is 190. And we will see you after the tea break.
Yep.
And a welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. The two umpires, Russell Warren and Martin Saggers, are leading the Durham players out. It is a Division 1 fixture here between Hampshire and Durham. We're into the evening session here on day 3. The state of play is that Hampshire, replying to that huge Durham first innings total of 511, are 321 for 6, with captain Ben Brown resuming his innings. He's 87 not out. Felix Organ will be 22 not out when he gets underway, and the follow-on figure for Hampshire, which should be reached, assuming they don't lose 4 wickets doing it, of 362, will probably be reached sometime this evening. Your commentary team for this evening's session is pretty much as it was for this morning's session, which means we've added one from the afternoon, and she's next to me right now. I'm Kevin James. Next to me is Emily Windsor, Hampshire, former Southern Viper and now Durham women's player.
I thought you were going to say Hampshire player.
Very nearly did. And when Hampshire women are playing, I keep saying Southern Vipers. But she's been watching the Durham game
and the Hampshire
Somerset
game.
And the Hampshire game intently, the women's games which are going on at the moment. We've also got, still with us, Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. We've still got Amelia Clark, and we've also got Charlie Harden. They will all at some point give you their expert analysis between now and the close of play. So you'll have to make do with me and Emily for now.
The less expert analysis of the afternoon session.
That's for sure. The sun has just gone behind a cloud at the moment. It's been a bit of a mixture today. There's been some sun. The temperature seems to come up and down with a bit of regularity. And is that the end of the game?
It is. Hampshire have lost, unfortunately, Kevin.
Tammy Bowman with, what did she finish with?
100 and something.
Right, where Sir George Drissel getting us underway with his off breaks as that's driven down the ground by Ben Brown. So he moves on to 88 now. We have 32 overs left in the session. So we're getting through the overs mainly because the spinners have been operating a fair bit today in the hope of finding some extra turn, which still really hasn't materialised.
It's been the odd one, hasn't there, in that afternoon session for people to get excited about.
Just the odd one. Durham needed to turn a bit more, really. But they are putting Hampshire under pressure, as off the back foot is Organ. Plays it out into the cover. So Hampshire are 189 runs behind, and looking at the very least to get to the follow-on, which means that will take more time out of the game because Durham will then have to bat. Won't have a choice. That will take more time getting into tomorrow. Hampshire will then hope that they can save the game. That's driven back slightly aerial by Felix Organ.
Yeah, what we do know about this Durham side, though, is they're not afraid to, if Hampshire do meet that follow-on target, it's to dangle a carrot of a declaration.
Oh, that'll be interesting. Now, there's a thickish outside edge there as Organ was playing back to a fairly foolish delivery. The ball makes its way down or up towards third man at the far end of the ground as we look, and they'll pick up 3. Organ moves on to 25. Do you think Durham would do that?
Well, they did in the previous game. I can't remember who it was against, and they narrowly lost. It was a fantastic game of cricket to watch. Yes, it was Warwickshire. It was like down to the last wicket, and I was watching on the stream, and it could have gone either way. So we know that Durham are aggressive in that sense. They want results. They don't want draws. So I have no doubt it will end that way if that's the case.
Driven by Ben Brown out to deep point. Fielder at deep backward point picks it up, and Brown moves on to 90. Yes, that game at Chester Street. Warwickshire 344 for 9. Winning that game by 1 wicket after Durham in their second innings posted 276 for 8 declared. So yes, that could have been a very, well, it was a very good declaration because obviously that could have gone either way, as you say. Oh, he's trying to cut that one, he misses, does Ben Brown. Fortunately for him, that was dangerously close to a top edge. End of the over. Dressel has completed 18 overs, 1 for 61. The wickets that have fallen today, well, this afternoon, where Hampshire added 105. They lost Liam Dawson when the second new ball was taken at 226 for 4. They lost Liam Dawson on 237 when he was bowled by Matthew Potts. The ball kept a little low, but Dawson was stuck on the crease. And then Toby Albert, when the score was 259, was bowled by Cody Youssef. I think a deflection off the pad a little bit, wasn't it?
Yeah, Matt Potts is going to take the ball after tee from the pavilion end, who's obviously favoured end. We've seen all spin really from this end, the hotel end. Then Alex Lees has rotated his bowlers. Matt Potts bowled with the wind behind him this morning, and he looked right up for it, so Durham teammates need a spell from him. Maybe bowling to Felix Organ, who's played nicely for his 25 so far, but it's a big job still to do for these two Hampshire players. One slip in play as Potts bowls, and that's defended back to him. Will be no run.
Yeah, these two came together, as I said earlier, 259, so that's 41, 61, 68 these two are put on. Other big partnerships, well, one today, 105 between Gubbins and Stoneman, although it was 95 overnight, so they were parted very early on this morning. Stoneman only adding 3 to his overnight total. He was out for 57. Tom Prest for 1. Nick Gubbins for 77. Those were the morning wickets.
Yeah, and Ben Brown, I think, has played really beautifully for his 90, moving up the order to number 5 to give more opportunities to bat long, rather than necessarily with the lower order. So he's capitalised on that opportunity. Potts to Organ. That's defended again.
So the Blaze have beaten Hampshire women.
They have.
And the Durham game against Somerset.
So it's a reduced game because there was a bit of rain this morning, so it's 39 overs. Durham posted, I think, a good score of 213. Holly Armitage, the captain, top scoring in the 90s, and Somerset 48 for 2 in reply. So Durham in a good position. Fingers crossed, they've back-to-back losses, so change it to a win at home as Potts in again, and that's defended back to him again by Felix Organ.
It's been a good competition so far, isn't it, really? And maybe, even though it's early days, a good decision to make it all county-based.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been great, and I think that identity is only now going to grow as time goes on. But I think the standout thing for me is the England players being available to play in it. I think the standard's been exceptional all round. So I've had plenty of time to watch numerous streams as Potts into Organ and defended again, this time to the cover region. But it's nice to see those players come to domestic cricket and play, and there's been some good performances from those England players, but also equally players that are wanting to get into that England side. So making some tough decisions, I think, for Charlotte Edwards, selecting her first squad for the series against West Indies at the end of May. It'll be interesting to see where she goes, but it's just nice to see them playing regularly.
Do you think there's going to be some surprises?
Potts to Organ, that driven to mid-off. There will be no run. I think there'll be some deserved opportunities for some players. I think off the top of my head, I'd like to see someone like a Lindsay Smith involved, who plays for Hampshire. I think for me, over many years as she's shone in domestic cricket, I know she's been involved in England T20 squads, but previous years that I've played in with her, even in 50 over cricket, she bowls her 10 overs from 30 for 40, picks up key wickets, always bowls her tough overs, power play, not power play. So I'd like to see someone like her involved more regularly. As Potts in again, and that's defended back down the pitch. I'm not just necessarily talking about these two teams, but someone like Holly Armitage for me again, who's churned out the runs consistently over previous seasons, and is doing well at the start of this season. As that's a maiden over from Potts. She's probably won him with a shout. Paige Schofield at Surrey again has done well over a couple of years. So I don't think Charlotte will make emotional decisions over people that have just started this season well. She'll be looking, she's obviously seen and watched a lot of domestic cricket. And let's be honest, you've got to perform very well to outperform the England players that are currently there, because also the ones that are currently in possession are playing well at the moment, and they're bloody good players. So yeah, I think she'll have some tough decisions, but there are probably a few names for me that stand out with potential opportunities.
George Driscoll is just manoeuvring his deep backward cover fielder a little finer as he starts a new over to Ben Brown. Reverse sweep from Ben Brown. Slip moved across to pick that one up. Didn't quite come out of the middle of the bat. In fact, didn't come anywhere near out of the middle of the bat. 3:27 for 6 then. Hampshire behind by 184. Email here from James Bradley. sunandcricket@gmail.com. I'll come to that as Drissel comes up. He's got a man on the drive on the onside. Brown's on the back foot. That's kept a little low. Stabs that somehow along the ground to the slip. James says, I would love to know whether you think following a big first innings score and a steady opposition reply ruins the game, or whether it sets it up for a more interesting battle for the draw. There's another reverse sweep. He gets hold of that one, but the fielder's been perfectly placed. Deep backward square. Goes straight to him. 3:28 for 6. Could you also give a shout out to Sally for me, please? He says. Well, we've done that. Does it set up... Does it ruin the game then, after a big first innings score? Or is it more interesting watching the side battle for a draw? What do you think?
I think this is good red ball cricket, isn't it? If every game was over short and sharp, then what's the point in playing multi-day?
Agreed. Organ's on the back foot, steers that out to extra.
Like, you want to produce test cricketers. Test cricketers have to play 5 days. Often those games go into the depth of that. So actually being able to bat time, get wickets on potentially good pitches.
Turned away behind square on the leg side, no run.
That's slightly more rewarding, and I think credit to Hampshire. I think how they've gone about playing today, they've brought themselves back in the game. They were under the pump this morning. They were under the pump well, from yesterday when Durham scored 511.
Yeah, Drissel again around the wicket. Forward is Organ, back to the bowler. He's 25, 3:28 for 6. Hampshire behind by 183.
And I think at the moment we're sort of in this position where what's quite going to happen. That's what today felt like, didn't it? It was like, where's this game going? And by the end of the play today, we'll probably know what the likely result is. Probably at the moment, the likely result is that draw. But it could just take one session, one spell from a bowler, or a quick fire innings can quickly shift things. But it's a very good pitch to bat on. There's no doubt in that. And you've seen that by some of the big scores. Graham Clark's impressive 160 for Durham. Now Ben Brown's playing nicely. He's on 91. Just one slip, 2 fielders out either side of the wicket as Matt Potts in, bowls and defends. Does Brown, getting very low on that one, almost in a lunge position. Good line and length from Potts.
Yeah, we mustn't forget that Hampshire batted for 43 overs yesterday. You know, it's a very long time to bat if you're going to save the game, and different wickets in different conditions, you'd say sides would struggle to save it. It's just, I think Hampshire are at the moment hoping that this wicket does hold together, which it generally has.
Potts right arm over in again, and that's worked very fine. There is a fielder down there, but he won't get there. And that's 4 runs to Ben Brown. Very nicely played by him. He moves to 95. 332 for 6 Hampshire, with a deficit now 179.
Yeah, I mean, the real interesting facet of this game is that once Durham has scored 511, it was up to Hampshire to bat well to save it, and they were never really going to win it from that stage. I don't think anybody thinks that at any stage, however well Hampshire batted, they were going to win it. The only scenario is that they probably just get past, and I think you said it earlier, they probably just get past the follow-on score, get bowled out, Durham set a total, and then there's half a chance.
Potts in again, this time outside the off-stump, defending nicely out to Will Rhodes at deep cover. He picks up a single and will move to 96. 333 for 6. That follow-on score is 362. So in this position, you'd expect Hampshire to make that.
Yes, there would have to be a massive collapse.
Catching mid-wicket in for Felix Organ then, on the onside. George Drizzle still standing in first slip. As Potts approaches to the top of his mark with his little gallop. And into Organ. That's defended. Think about a quick single, but will be no run. Where do you see this going, Kev? You're the man who watches
Well,
this pitch day in, day out.
well, we've said it often, and it doesn't deteriorate as much as people think. This might be a 7-day-old pitch, effectively, although there wasn't quite 4 completed days against Somerset, but it is effectively a 7-day-old pitch. You know, it still hasn't deteriorated that much, and they don't really here.
Potts in bowl, short ball, good short ball. Organ happy to duck under that one. Bit of aggression from Matt Potts.
But, you're hoping really, when you're facing that deficit, you're hoping as a side that the pitch doesn't start to turn too quickly. It will turn a little bit here, and even A.D. Bill, the Hampshire head coach last night, said it'll turn at some point, but it hasn't yet. Not really. Yes, there's a lot of rough out there. Yes, there's a lot of dust out there, so it's going to turn from a little wide, but it's very rarely turned from straight, and if it has, it's slow.
Exactly, it's the pace of turn, isn't it? Turn and bounce, like threatening turn. See a change in field. I think we're going to see another slip in play. And everyone moving slightly square of the wicket. Colin Ackerman coming into second slip. There's Potts to Organ. That's on his leg stump line. Played out to deep square for a single. He'll move to 26. And the score 334 for 6. Deficit of 177. And crucially for Hampshire, Ben Brown still there on 96.
I think we've got a change here. Emily Windsor, you're staying on. And you're going to be joined by Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle.
Why'd you say it like that, Kev?
Well, I don't know. Did I say it some way? You tell me.
George Drizzle will continue the off spinner from the hotel end. I'll be bowling to Felix Organ, and just a standard field with a deep backward point, but almost a hovering mid-on to tempt him as that's defended back to Drizzle. We've seen Organ hit a few beautiful shots over the top against the spin. So Lee's just tempting him. There's Drizzle in, that's quicker, flatter off the back foot, played into the offside for a single. He'll move to 27, score 335 for 6. Ben Brown will be facing up on 96. As Drizzle comes over the wicket, catching mid-wicket in play to Brown, as well as a standard mid-wicket. As Drizzle's in quicker and flatter and defended. I'm joined by Martin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ben Brown looking for his second century against Durham after that 163 not out for Sussex in 2014. His last 100
Drizzle in again, and that's defended.
was on this ground last year. He got 110 against Kent, so he scored 3 centuries last season. 2 of them were in the matches against Kent in Canterbury and here. He also got 165 not out against Hampshire, against Surrey in May.
Reverse sweep by Brown, that's gone square of the wicket. So he'll just pick up a single and move to 97. That deficit's creeping down now, 175.
Anyway, the last time he got to 3 figures was against Kent on June the 30th last year, which was my birthday. Durham started a 4-day game at home to Worcester that day.
You did say before, just as Ben Brown came to the crease, he likes batting against Durham.
He does, doesn't he?
Round the wicket then from Drizzle. That's played off the back foot, fielded off his own bowling. No run. That's the end of the over. So Durham into their 112th over in the field. So that's a lot of overs in their feet.
He's now got 918 runs against Durham.
Sunglasses on order.
It's just a bit suddenly got very bright, hasn't it? Get the sunglasses on.
I'm not sure it's going to stay for long looking at the cloud above.
Yeah, it's a bit of broken cloud. It's had a mixture of sunshine and cloud today, but I think it'll be quite a relief for people down below us because it's rather drafty downstairs. I know you were sitting in the dugout, weren't you, at lunchtime? And I was talking to some people just behind you, and it was chilly over there at lunchtime.
But it was nice when the sun was out. It was nice temperature, sun out, cold when not.
Yeah. So Brown on strike here on 97. He's faced 172 balls. He's hit 10 fours. This will be century number 26 as he deals with this first delivery from Potts on off stump.
Where do you see Durham picking up the wicket here? Is it spin? Is it seam?
Well, I was wondering, because I think when a pair are going along well, and they've got a decent partnership going, and these two had added 62 up to tee. Tee's often a rude interruption to progress, isn't it? And I thought you might see something happen just after tee, but it hasn't happened so far. Here's Potts again from the pavilion end. The sun's gone in, and it's a slowish bouncer, which deceives Brown somewhat, and he sort of takes one hand off the bat as he tries to pull that through the leg side, and ends up just planting it down into the ground and onto the keeper.
Yeah, good stop by Ollie Robinson as well, coming round. Good option from Potts. So seen a bit of aggression in this spell since tee.
There's quite a few horse flies suddenly emerged just in front of us, zipping about. You don't want to get a bite off them. They're quite nasty things, horse flies.
How are you able to identify those type of
Because they're
flies?
big flies and they're right in front of us.
I can't see them.
Okay, you know. Potts again to Brown. Brown turns this to short mid-wicket, no run there, picked up by Colin Ackerman. There they are. Maybe I'm picking them out because I've got the sunglasses on, and the sunglasses have helped me spot them against the sky. There's about 4 or 5 of them up there.
I've just looked at the sun and I can't actually see at all anymore. Few seagulls emerging as well.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're in the south.
Get them all over the country and inland as well.
Seagulls or pigeons?
Gulls. They're common gulls. Potting again, balls. That's played off towards the covers. You get them everywhere. I mean, you don't have to be near the coast for them. They're
Surely
everywhere.
they shouldn't be called seagulls anymore
Well, they're
then.
not. They're not. That's not their technical name.
Oh,
They're
my bird knowledge is not strong.
That's just a sort of generic name for them. You've got common gulls, black-backed gulls. We've got a wildfowl and wetlands nature reserve near us. It's actually not too far from where you live. So I've gone there for years with the kids, and the black-backed gulls can be quite nasty and try to snatch the chicks off other birds. Potts again to Brown. He turns this off towards deep square leg for 1 run. Takes him on to 98. 337 for 6. The deficit 174. So follow on target 362, but there's no way Durham would enforce that now. Not after bowling. Where are we? How many overs are we? 125 in now. 32.5 overs with a new ball as well. Yeah, I think, as you were saying, the only way you're probably going to see a result in this game, which isn't a draw, is if Durham bat again and then declare quickly like they did against Warwickshire, but that backfired for Warwickshire because they lost by 1 wicket. Potts balls, an edge from Organ, and it's gone down towards third man for 4. It's not where he was intending to try and play that. Potts is standing there staring at him with his arms folded in disbelief. Bit fortuitous that was.
Certainly was. Definitely wasn't where he wanted to play it, but 4 more runs to this total. The Hampshire fans under us enjoying that one. Any runs is good news for them. 362, that follow-on score. So just 21 runs away, Hampshire. And we'll see more spin from this hotel end. George Drizzle. He'll be into his 21st over. Bowled a lot of overs here, as have most of the Durham bowlers. And he'll be bowling to Ben Brown, who's on 98. Reverse sweep, and that's gone through everything. Has he got anything on this? We'll wait and see. I think so from Ben Brown's reaction. That's 4 runs, and that is Ben Brown's 100 for Hampshire. It's come off 178 deliveries. The Hampshire captain has played a beautiful knock here, much needed by his team. He lifts his helmet off. And lifts his bat to his family and friends in the crowd. Appreciated by his teammates. He'll enjoy that one.
That is now 924 runs against Durham, including 2 centuries and 7 half-centuries. And his 26th 100, first since June last year.
Drizzle then. It's now about resetting as a batter. Drizzle can try and pounce on that as he bowls off the back foot, and that's played into a vacant square leg region. He'll pick up a single and move to 103. Hampshire 346 for 6. Organ, who's played nicely in this partnership as well. He's on 31. I'll tell you one thing, Martin, an over rate of +6.
It was +8 a few minutes ago, wasn't it? So you don't often see that, do you?
So that's played to mid-on by Organ. That has got to be a rarity.
I think there was a game last season where the opposition were using a lot of spinners and they got up to something like +12, possibly at Warwickshire, on a dead pitch.
+12. Drizzle then round the wicket to the right hander. That's played to just backward of fine, but will be no run. Fielded well. Somerset, they're going nicely against Durham at Chester Street. They're 73 for 2 for 18 overs. Chasing 214. It's a reduced overs game, 39 overs. Just change of field. Catch him mid-wicket in play. Short leg comes out. Drizzle over the wicket to Organ this time. Flights it up, chipped into the air in the offside, but no one there. So be no run. 346 for 6. Hampshire in reply to Durham's 511. There's Drizzle over the wicket. Bowls good line, good length. Organ respects it, and that's the end of the over. 5 runs from that over, including Ben Brown's fantastic 100. And that's 114 overs gone in this innings. On a very flat pitch, very little turn.
It doesn't look like a used track at all, does it? It's not playing like a used track.
Little turn, little bounce. Just looks good to get your pads on, have a net.
When will you be able to get your pads on again? What's the time frame, have they said?
I'm available on Wednesday to play for Durham against Hampshire women at Arundel. No, I'm not.
On your crutches.
I'd love to be.
Crutch before wicket.
No, hopefully around 3 months, but could be more, could be less. The physio and me knows rehabs can be very up or down, but fingers crossed I'll do all I can to be back as quickly as possible.
Here's Potts bowling to Brown from the pavilion end. Brown plays that off into the covers. That's quite a big op you've had, isn't it, really? I mean,
unfortunately, yes. But to be fair, though, I'm very grateful my leg wasn't moving at all the past week, and it's been very painful, and I feel like I finally turned the corner.
Yeah.
So I'm on the up now.
Are you still on painkillers or not?
I've just weaned myself off codeine.
Well, you'll be going
not
cold,
quite addicted.
You'll be going cold turkey in about 2 hours.
I was on morphine at one point, so I was at the more severe end.
That's tough stuff, morphine. Potts in again, bowls. This has gone off towards backward point for 1 run to Brown. I had an operation a few years ago, and I was released from hospital the same day, which I was a bit surprised about, but they sent me home with these morphine tablets, which were little round, were like little balls, and told me to take some of them and just take it easy. I woke up the next morning and
I'm glad you woke up. That's a start after morphine.
I felt dreadful that night, so I'll go to bed. I've been through a lot today. I've had an operation. Anyway, I got up the next morning and I tried to walk from the bed to a table to have a cup of tea. And halfway between the bed and the table, I thought, I'm not going to make it. There's Potts bowls. Oh, nearly gets through. Organ's defence is there. It's, I think, an inside edge onto the pad. And it's gone short on the leg side. I don't know if you've ever fainted before, but the walls were starting to come in, and I was starting to sort of get this tunnel vision.
The ears ringing?
Yeah, and I'm thinking, I'm not going to get to that table, so I just tried to hold on to the windowsill anyway. I was found on the floor, and I just blacked out and bashed my head.
Back to hospital, was it?
Yeah, bashed my head off the radiator and the skirting board and put a dent in the skirting board. And yeah, back to hospital to have my head stitched. And this is they fended off Potts by organ. So when I explained to the doctor in A&E that I'd just had an operation the day before and I'd been given these morphine tablets, he told me to chuck them in the bin and not take them anymore. So.
I'd have had them.
Well, it stays
last
in you,
week. I'd have had
if
them.
you've had an anaesthetic as well, which you would have done, it stays in your system for quite a while. It's, you know.
I had this lovely. It was like a Calpol syrup.
A Calpol syrup.
Of it's morphine, but in like liquid form. And yeah, it tasted nice.
I had an operation on my back a few years ago, so I knew the reactions to the morphine. So after that operation, I was in hospital for a couple of days. Yeah. As Potts bowls, and this is played up to mid-off, and I said to the nurses, look, if I'm trying to get off my bed or whatever, make sure that somebody around, and they had the sense to follow behind me with a little chair on wheels. And
yeah.
The same thing happened again. I said, well, I'm going, and they said, right, sit down. And then it passed by. So powerful gear,
but good stuff.
Yeah.
When needed.
Yeah.
That's just made me sound like I'm addicted to morphine. I'm absolutely not.
Especially when you've gone into your favourite flavours. Potts bowling to Organ. Organ drives that out into the covers to Rhodes. No run. End of the over. 1 run from it. Three, 4, 7 for 6. So they are 3 away from 350, but the bonus points disappeared a while ago now. 5 overs ago. So they've settled for 2 batting and 2 bowling.
That's the points up. George Drizzle will continue from the hotel end.
Bonus points wise, Durham have taken 5 from this game and Hampshire 4.
They all had their hands up then for whatever reason. There's Drizzle in, reverse sweep from Brown, but there's a man superbly placed by Alex Lees out on the boundary. Will be no run. Be 1 run, sorry. Brown moves to 105, score 348 for 6.
I made it my target last night to find a nice pub beer garden, so I put that into the sat nav. Find me a pub with a beer garden.
Have you found one?
When I got there, the beer garden was in the shade.
Oh, so that's worked off his pads, Felix Organ, but fielded well by Emilio Gay at mid-wicket to keep it to no run. Where did you go?
Just somewhere near where I'm staying in Fareham. It was just the other side of there's a little river runs up through Fareham, just the other side of there.
Drizzle in, that's driven beautifully through the covers. Matt Potts is after it, he's very quick. If he gets there, he's done a good job. Yes, he has. That's fantastic bit of fielding from the fast bowler. And he keeps that to 2 as well. It's very rare you see that, as that's 350 up for Hampshire. Applauded by the home crowd. Alex Lees is going to go and appreciate Matt Potts' work there. He just bowled an over and to have the dedication to chase that ball down. An athlete in Matt Potts.
This partnership's now worth 91 as well. Another sneaky little partnership that's built.
Drizzle to Organ, who advances and tries to hit down the wicket, but fielded by the captain, Alex Lees. Organ just showing a bit of aggression.
I wasn't expecting to see that. This is a record partnership for the 7th wicket for Hampshire against Durham. The previous was 84.
There's Drizzle in to Organ off the back foot, played to mid-wicket.
Michael Brown, was it? Yes. Yeah, Michael Brown and Shane Warne in 2007 in Chester Street. So yesterday, Durham broke a partnership record for the 6th wicket from the same game from 2007.
Records breaking.
Yeah.
Drizzle in, Organ advances, hits that pass mid-on. That will be 4 runs. Organ will move to 37, and the score 354 for 6. That deficit now 157, and we're having a change.
You'll not remember record breakers, will you?
No.
Probably finished before you were born.
So I'll be off, and Amelia Clark will be joining.
Who was on record breakers again? It was it Roy? Norris McWhirter, yeah, and Roy, the trumpeter, Roy Castle. Yeah, it was basically a television program about world records, with a studio audience mainly of children, I think, from memory. So.
Yes, I was working on our daytime show the other day, and we were doing a thing on record breakers, so I know, don't know a lot about it, but I know of it now.
I did meet Roy Castle before he died. He came on he toured Britain on a coach. So Potts comes in here, and that's played away by Brown off towards deep cover for 1. Brown on 106. Organ 37. He died of lung cancer, and he believed because he was a comedian and a performing trumpeter, and he used to play in lots of working men's clubs, and he reckoned inhaling all the smoky air in the clubs was probably what did it. And so he was campaigning to try and I think it was basically along the lines of a smoking ban and cleaner air in working environments, which did come in a few years later.
Yeah.
But he got the Newcastle on this bus, but he wasn't the best, so we had to go on and interview him on the bus because he wasn't really fit enough to get off. But lots of people who'd gathered to see him were invited on the bus to come and meet him. Record breakers. Sun's gone in now. 355 for 6 the score. There's a bit of a delay going on here.
There is a bit of a delay. We had an email at solentcricket@gmail.com from Simon Jones. He says, "Hi Kevin, the team. Just a quick shout out to the 1,000 male and female junior and senior teams starting their seasons this weekend. I was lucky enough to play for the Cradle of Cricket at Broad Penny Half Down, where Portsmouth's 4th team beat Hambledon's 3rd team in the Hampshire League Division. Feeling the pain now as are many older players. But exciting times for the 1,000s of players. So thank you very much, Simon. We appreciate that, and yes, good luck to all of those that are starting their season."
Potts bowling there to Org, and it's defended and pushed up towards mid-off, no run. Broad Half Penny Down's had quite a few mentions this week, hasn't it, with Robbie's documentary about the groundsman there, and me chucking Pepper Harrow into the mix, and the claims that first-class cricket was played at Pepper Harrow first before Broad Half Penny Down. So local rivalries down here. Potts again to Organ. This has gone off towards square leg, no run. Brown was setting off for a single there, and Organ sent him back.
Yeah, Brown doing really well, really sort of captaining Hampshire from the front. 106 off 83, a really strong performance and ongoing as well. He's seen and been a part of a few partnerships that have really taken Hampshire fielding bonus points to take them to 5. Hampshire on 4 now. As I believe it's Drizel comes in to bowl from the hotel end, bowls full length. Oh, very miss-hit there from Brown. He sort of completely thrashed the bat, lost his footing, sort of stepped backwards, but managed to keep the ball away from his stumps. A big shout from the Durham team as they thought that could be an opportunity. Drizel in again. Bowls full length delivery. Short leg managed to dive and stop that one to his right, so hold the Hampshire guys to another dot ball. Drizel in again. Shorter delivery this time. Played onto the leg side. Got a backward square leg gone chasing for it and managed to stop for just the one.
It's Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow, isn't it? We were talking about VE Day parade earlier on, and the Red Arrows are doing a tour of Britain tomorrow, so they'll be performing in varying locations around the country.
Zal in again. Fuller this time into the offside, goes for one. And square to point there.
Are you here tomorrow?
I am here tomorrow.
Don't have to be in the office, do you? Because it's a bank holiday.
No, I'm scheduled to be playing cricket. Well, not playing
Playing.
cricket, doing cricket, watching the playing of cricket. And Drizel in again. Time over the wicket, into the leg side, square of the wicket. Deep backward square point will come and collect just for one. Hampshire 357 for 6. The clouds really settling in. Still a mottled sky. There's areas of blue. I was off baking in the sun a moment ago as Drizel comes in, and that's blocked back to him. Just soaking up a few nice sun rays, warming up because it was a little chilly earlier. But the clouds have come over again. Bit of a big grey cloud currently sat on top of us. Still a few good spectators staying for the long course at 5 to 5. Got at least another hour's play that you can stay and watch, scattered around the ground.
So Charlie's on in 5 minutes with you.
Yep. Morgan.
How many overs have we got left to go now? 21.
Yeah. Felix Organ on 38 off 99. Brown off 51 off 66.
About an hour and 10 minutes worth of play left then.
So it sounds like we're just going to have a change of bowling up the pavilion end. The South African Youssef is going to come in. Batted well yesterday, started bowling well as well.
He's taken one for 64 in 17 overs, and it was the last wicket to fall actually. He got Toby Albert bowled him for 10 from the pavilion end. Brown on strike, tapping his bat into the ground on 108. Youssef bowls, that's played up to mid-off, no run.
If you do want to contact us, don't forget it's solentcricket@gmail.com. Send us your query, send us your thoughts, your insights on the game. What do you think, your predictions? What's going to happen? If you're in the ground, are you seeing something that's happening that maybe we haven't talked about yet? Please do let us know. solentcricket@gmail.com.
Youssef flicks the ball from one hand to the other, then comes racing in and bowls to Brown. Brown carves the ball nicely off towards deep point for one. And that, I think, is the 100 partnership. It is 167 balls.
Absolutely, these two really playing well together. They seem to be able to really know when the other's going to want to run, when they're not. Really communicating well in the middle, building a fantastic partnership of now 100. Well to be proud of.
Organ is on 38. This is his 100th ball. Youssef bowling to him. That's defended, goes off short on the offside. No run.
Kevin and I were talking about just how fast Youssef runs in for his run up. It's like a 100-metre runner or a long jumper coming at you.
Bit like Mark Wood to the opposite. Felix Organ until today had scored 130 runs against Durham in 3 games with a highest score of 79, and this is in all formats. That was in a one-day cup defeat at Chester Street in 2021. This is played up to mid-off, dot ball. Went to Canford School, played minor counties for Dorset. England under 19s, represented Hampshire through the age groups as well, school age groups. We have brilliant sunshine again now. And Charlie will be back on with Amelia in a minute. The end of this over. 2 2 balls to go in it. Oh, a misfiring shot there from Organ. He's played that one-handed. He's got an inside edge and it's gone off down towards long leg to Parkinson. He's got a run, but the ball has gone entirely in the opposite direction the way he was trying to play that there. Moment of fortune for him.
Yeah, not sure if it was maybe a glove issue. I think, I'm not sure if that was both of them. Both Ben Brown and Felix seemed to be sort of playing with their glove as they came through, so maybe it's just a bit warm out there, but maybe the sweaty palms just moving the gloves a bit, making it just a little bit uncomfortable.
Brown tapping his bat into the ground. It still sounds very hard, this track, doesn't it? His use of balls, and he cuts this off towards the covers for 1. He moves on to 110, and Hampshire are 361 for 6, so they need 1 more run, and Durham will have to bat again, but they would have done anyway.
Absolutely. Yep. Brown leading from the front, 110 off 190 deliveries he's faced, so he's been in the middle now for a good long amount of time for all those Hampshire supporters. Felix Organ has faced 100 deliveries, he scored 39, so yeah, really taking a similar approach, these two. Just being watchful, being patient, taking the runs where they can, both doing a little bit of gardening as they take their positions on strike. And at the other end, a couple of fielders just moving positions as the Durham captain and the next bowler, Drizel, will just have a little chat about what's going to happen here. So Drizel standing at the top of his mark, just adjusting a few last fielders, tosses the ball between hands and he's in. Over the wicket, bowls straight into the offside, and they'll run for 1. That was a quick run actually there. That was a big run.
Durham toiling away here, aren't they? A resilient partnership. This one for Hampshire. A tickle over 100 now between Organ and Brown.
And Drizel in again, fuller delivery this time, leg side. Square leg will leave that for deep square. And then holds them at 1.
Hampshire have scored 250 runs today for the loss of 5 wickets. Mainly thanks to a terrific 100 from Ben Brown.
Drizel in again. Brown fires it onto the leg side, but it's stopped by mid-wicket.
He's on 1-1-1. Going at a decent rate as well, he looks comfortable.
Absolutely, Drizel in again, 4th ball of the over. Nice full delivery there. Blocked back to Drizel.
I think what's impressed me most about Ben Brown here today has been how happy he's just been just to go along risk-free, take his singles, patience.
Absolutely. In again, blocked back nicely. Again, as you say, just executing that patience there from Ben Brown, not taking any chances, just biding his time, waiting for his moment.
Absolutely.
Last ball of the over for Drizel. Straight through the legs of his counterpart, Felix Organ, as that runs away. Down to long off, but there is a fielder there, so they'll just take the 1.
Really nice batting that from Ben Brown. Just soaked up a little bit of pressure, and then a bit of a release shot down to long on for a single.
Absolutely.
Real captain's knocked this by Ben Brown, as Hampshire go to 364 for 6. 120 overs gone. Not too much to offer for the bowlers today. Matt Potts looks to be the pick of the bowlers, but Cody Youssef and George Drizzle both have 1 apiece, who are the bowlers on at the minute. Cody Youssef to take away from the pavilion end. The Durham fielders look to have lost a bit of their pace, I think. Not really moving too fast between the overs. Getting to that point in the day now, I think.
Yeah, it's a long day. It's been a long slog in the field. It's similar to what Hampshire had, really. It's that point where it's been a while since there's a wicket, and there's a really established partnership in the middle, so you know you've just got to keep going.
Youssef into Brown, inside edge, almost plays onto the stumps off the back foot. It's collected by Ollie Robinson, but it's a very, Very good delivery this from Cody Youssef, swinging back into the batsman Ben Brown. And Ben Brown's tried to punch it into the offside, but it's just taken the inside edge. Don't know if it's clipped his elbow or a bit of back pad or something, but it's narrowly missed the leg stump. A good show of pace this by Cody Youssef as he stands at the top of his run-up. Throws ball from right hand to left hand as he enters the crease. Bowls to Ben Brown off his pad. No run is the call by the Hampshire captain, despite Felix Organ being eager to take the strike back. He's on 40.
He'll be looking for that half century. He won't be in, I don't think he's in a major rush. I mean, he's having a chat to the umpire at the moment.
Wonder if he can get him on side there. Maybe he'll be doing a little bit of... Weather's looking nice today, isn't it? That's always a classic. Cody Youssef. Once again, in bowls. Defended by Ben Brown, solidly off the front foot. He's looked very set there all day. He's looked so happy just to rock forward. Not too many movements, just always little forward press, bang, straight into the line of the ball.
He also hasn't seemed intimidated or rushed by the Durham bowlers. I think he's had that sort of calm control of the whole of his innings. It's been very much like, no, I know what I'm doing. I know what shot I'm going to play and when. And at times he's even looked like he's been in position before the ball's even been bowled, as if, yeah, I know exactly what I'm going to do here.
This time clipped away through the leg side, beautifully timed, and it's running away to the boundary for 4. The fielder out at deep square leg didn't have far to cover, but the timing of the ball just took it away from him. It was drifted down the leg side, a good length ball by Cody Youssef. And Ben Brown's just leant on it with a beautiful 4.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Cody Youssef, is that he comes in with so much speed and power that actually if you can kind of use it against him at times, it's great. And yeah, if you can use that pace and just redirect the ball, it's exactly what you want to be doing in that situation.
Another showing of Ben Brown just putting away deliveries that are just slightly offline. Well played, that. Cody Youssef looks to be having a little chat with whoever's at mid-off. I think it might be Matt Potts.
Yeah, maybe just deciding, okay, well, you know, what are we doing here? Where do we need to change? Do we need to change? Also looked like the captain of Durham was just having a bit of a chat with the umpire, so maybe just about the ball as well.
Yeah, going for a ball change.
Yeah, trying to get that ball changed.
Yeah, not a bad idea, is it?
No.
Clearly not doing much for them at the minute.
Yeah, get that change up. Try something different.
Cody Youssef leans into the bowling as he bowls, pulled but missed, and collected by Ollie Robinson. I think that's their plan here, Amelia. Seems to have been the plan all day, but Ben Brown looks pretty compulsive on that pull shot, despite there being 2 catches out on the boundary. Cody Youssef is bowling with enough pace, enough fire to beat the bat on that occasion.
Hampshire 368 for 6. They've had 120 overs. Ben Brown on 116 off exactly 200 deliveries. And Felix Organ 40 off 103.
As the Centurion looks up and he sees Youssef steaming in, who bowls, pushing and edged towards third man. Will be 1 run collected by Graham Clark. Another Centurion. But the late afternoon sun, it's slowly dropping down into our eye line. But it's a beautiful day here, despite some lingering grey clouds. Nothing has reached as far as the Utilita Bowl today.
Absolutely. It was a little chillier this afternoon, but I feel like the clouds have really come in. The wind has maybe just relented a little bit. The flags they're still fluttering, but not quite as vigorously as they were this morning and early afternoon. So really nice to have a little bit of warm sunshine on the face. So we're going to have a change of bowling of Callum Parkinson up at the hotel end. So maybe Durham just trying something a little different again. Bring Parkinson back in.
Ben Brown's 100 today has taken him past 2,000 first-class runs for Hampshire. Brilliant show from the captain. He's only been here for a few seasons, but the captaincy at Sussex has given him plenty of knowledge to carry the weight of the Hampshire armband as a chair gets dragged in the background by Kevin James. It's all right.
Just a bit of background noise. Parkinson just warming up there, warming up that shoulder. He's going to come around the wicket from the hotel end, running towards the pavilion. Goes to the top of his mark, which is just behind the umpire, only a few steps away, and he bowls. Good delivery there.
I think Durham will be pretty pleased with how Callum Parkinson's gone about his day today.
Yes, I think so. He's had a lot of overs to bowl, but he's dealt with it really well. Again, big very similar bowl to the first one. It's pushed away into the offside, but there's a deep point there ready to collect.
It's a good sign, isn't it, when you're even on a day where nothing much is going on for the bowlers. If the spinners bowled a lot of overs, it showed that the captain's had a good amount of trust with him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's bowled consistently away, not making it easy for the batters. And the whole point of this spinner holding up an end on a day like this is just to slowly tempt away, gradually working away at the batsman, try and tempt them into making a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think good delivery there as it's worked into the offside extra cover. Will go and collect. But yeah, I think as everyone said before, the ground is quite flat. It's not turning that much, but it's exactly that. The spinner's job now is to cause frustration and cause a little bit of potential, you know, wrongdoing in the batters.
Interesting fielding position at long on, not quite out on the boundary, but he's 3/4 of the way back.
Again, put in, and extra cover will go and collect that, and they'll scurry through for one. Not too rushed.
Almost as if Callum Parkinson's trying to tempt with a little bit more flight, try and get the batsman to wait more, and then hopefully the batter's eyes will light up and think they can go over the bowler's head for 6, and that's why there's a catcher just on long on.
In again. Well, good delivery there, nice and straight. Well blocked by Brown.
Interesting, he was just out for Organ, not for Ben Brown. The end of the over, 371 for 6. Ben Brown moves on to 118. Organ at the other end, 9 away from his first 50 of the season, on his first innings of the season. Felix Organ's been getting plenty of runs in the pre-season. He got 140 odd for my home club, St Cross in Winchester. He also got 100 for the Hampshire second 11. So he's really earned his spot as a batsman, but he is coming at number 8, and he's a very good bowler as well. Bowls very handy off spin as he faces up to an over from Cody Youssef. He begins his run up, a hop and a leap, and he's into bowl, defending into the leg side. No run for Felix Organ. Organs look good today, don't you think, Amelia?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, nice and strong. I mean, as you say, coming at 8th, but still a recognised batter. Been strong, been determined when he needs to be, but also been watchful and patient when he needs to. He's had a really good relationship with Ben Brown. They've worked well together. He's made good decisions when he needed to, left balls when he needed to. So yeah, should be proud of the day he's had.
As Youssef bowls, driven, not convincingly, back to the bowler for no run. If you think about when he came in at 259 for 6, Hampshire was still over 250 runs behind at that point, with this last certified batting pair at the crease. And what Organ's done so well here is just to dig in. Strike rate of 38, he's got 41 not out of 108 balls. He's done a brilliant job for the team here.
And he's brought that trail down to only 140.
As Youssef bowls again, clipped away down to fine leg, a good delivery from Youssef swinging in. And Felix is able to get a bit of bat on it to stop it careering into his midriff.
Yeah, it did look very tight to the stumps, and that's where Yusuf's been playing really well. He's been forcing the guys to play a shot. You know, you can't just leave with him because that was plumb in line, and you had to get something in front of that.
He's definitely bowling the odd nasty ball, isn't he?
Yes, especially at the speed he's got. They're coming thick and fast. 372 for 6 at Hampshire.
Cody Yusuf's asking for a catcher behind square on the offside. He's got Gully in, and third man's actually perfectly on the line of Gully as well. Bit of a strange call as Yusuf comes into bowl, and it's pulled away down to fine leg for 1 run. Ben Brown moves on to 119 as the field switches again, and the slip comes in for Felix Organ. Durham still think they've got a chance to take this wicket, whereas the Ben Brown field's a lot more defensive. However, it's fair to say I think they're defending for both batsmen.
There's going to be a change of commentary after this over. Going to be making way for Emily Windsor.
As Yusuf bowls, defended by Organ. And that is almost the end of the over. 1 ball left to go. Emily Windsor's already placed down her iPad of the Durham versus
she's on the
Somerset
crutches.
game.
It took her a while to get over this. She had to start early. But she's moving so well, she got here earlier than she thought.
Must have been that physio session.
Absolutely.
The ball gets passed back to Cody Yusuf, who's coming to the end of his 20th over. He's got 1 wicket for 74 runs. Into Felix Organ, who bowls driven to mid-on for no run. There's the end of the over. 373 for 6. Change in the commentary box. It's been an interesting day. It's been seesawing. It's been drifting from side to side. But it's always been either Durham or somewhere in the middle. Hampshire have never really been ahead of the game. Durham set a great first innings total of 511. But thanks to consistent partnerships of 20, 40, 60, Hampshire have just always been clinging on. Don't you think, Emily? Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good to be alongside you. Yeah, I think Hampshire have had 2 key partnerships, haven't they, in this innings between Brown and Organ. It's now over 100, and then that partnership between Stoneman and Gubbins overnight again was over 100. So they've really battled hard here, Hampshire, to keep themselves in the game. And when I say in the game, that's for a draw. And I just think as time passes, the pitch isn't changing too much. So the draw still feels the most likely result. As Parkinson in, and that's it, defended by Brown, will be no run. So change of spinner from this hotel end. Parkinson into his 38th over. Bowled again, flighted leg stump line, fielded by Graham Clark at mid-wicket. Bowling 38 overs, your body's got to be sore, surely.
Even if you're bowling off 4 or 5 steps like Callum Parkinson is, can't be easy.
He bowls again, that's pushed nicely by Brown into the space in the offside. He will move to 120, 374 for 6. That deficit still is a lot, really. 137 runs. They played beautifully, Hampshire, and they picked up 4 bonus points, Durham 5. But Parkinson in quick and flatter to Organ. Gets forward well. Played back to him.
I've been very impressed with Callum Parkinson. I feel like he's lived a bit of a career in the shadow of his brother. However, he's really breaking through at Durham here.
Parkinson in, flighted, little bit of turn. Organ takes his hand off the bat, but no fast turn. Ollie Robinson behind the stumps, hand on head. I can't work out if he's stretching or if he's just throwing into moves and R's.
Matt Potts has just dived for a ball that was about an inch away from his foot.
Parkinson in, advances Organ, gets a thick inside edge and finds a way to get a single. He moves to 43, 375 for 6 now. That's the end of the over, 2 runs from it. Deficit of 136 in this first innings. Still first innings on day 3 at the Utilita Bowl.
I'm trying to think, Emily. Matt Parkinson and Callum Parkinson brothers, spinners, but spin it different ways.
With different hands.
With different hands. And I'm interested to think, because obviously you've got Rehan and Farhan Ahmed, who are leg spinners and off spinners. I'm just starting to think, how common is that when you've got two brothers who are both spin bowlers? It must be common that they spin it different ways. I'm trying to think of other examples.
Surely you wouldn't want to, as a sibling, you wouldn't want to be constantly competing at the same thing. I mean, to be fair, with my older brother, I always just did whatever he did, whether that was football, then into cricket, and I just wanted to be better at him at whatever it was, to be honest. So I copied whatever he did. But I think as siblings, maybe, would you want to do something different? I mean, Callum Parkinson's clearly left-handed and Matt Parkinson's right-handed.
As Yusuf begins his over, into Felix Organ, who defends off the back foot for no run.
Yeah, I wonder. Many brothers on the circuit.
There must be some more examples, mustn't there, of brothers spinning it different ways. I don't think I've ever seen two brothers spin it the same way or anything like that.
Durham women have picked up another wicket. So Somerset requires 73 off 71 balls, so it's close in that sense, but they are 5 wickets down. Fran Wilson is at the crease, who is an experienced county cricketer, to say the least, so she'll be a wicket Durham much need to take.
As Yusuf bowls, deflected into the offside for no run, picked up by backward point. It's 375 for 6 here.
So I'd say Durham in the commanding position there at Chester Street. Hampshire unfortunately lost earlier today, their first loss of the One Day Cup, Women's One Day Cup. They've had a draw, they've had a couple of wins, but today the Blaze was just too good. Tammy Beaumont, a name that many will know, picked up an impressive 100.
We'll have to see if they'll still be top at the end of today. I'm not sure they will be. As Yusuf comes in and bowls to Felix Organ, again defending off the back foot. No run, well punched up to mid-off.
I'm going to have a look. I don't even know what the table looks like.
14 overs, 14 and a half left in today's play. Durham will be looking for some extra wickets here. See if they can potentially eke out a result of this game.
Yeah, the Blaze have already leapfrogged them. They stay top of the Women's County Championship, Women's One Day Cup, Division 1. Hampshire sitting second at the moment, but results are yet to finish.
Yusuf bowls to Felix Organ, who guides it straight to backward point for no run.
Essex picked up their first win today as well, beating Lancashire, who were undefeated, so table's much open this year.
Very interesting first year of Tier 1 women's cricket. A lot of quality cricketers going head to head. And Hampshire going to be a force to be reckoned with moving forward in the One Day Cup this year.
So are Durham.
So are Durham. As Yusuf bowls full this time, clipped into leg side by Felix Organ, who gets one. You moved to Durham there, Emily.
Both can be, but Durham just slightly on top. Not currently.
I was about to ask you, having been both at Hampshire and Durham, where your loyalties lie. But obviously, as you're currently at Durham, that would be an impossible question to answer.
Impossible. It's been lovely to be back for a few days and see some familiar faces and to still be so welcome here. I'm very grateful for. But yeah, Durham for the win at the moment. Sorry, Hampshire fans. You're my second favourite team.
I'm not sure they'll take that, to be honest.
I won't be back tomorrow.
Here comes Cody Yusuf. Bowls driving extravagantly through the offside, but it will be collected by the deep point fielder. 1 run added to Ben Brown's total brings him on to 121. That's the end of the over. The score is 377 for 6. As Cody Yusuf picks up his jumper and trots away to fine leg.
Yeah, Ben Brown. Just the one chance after he scored his 100, missed stumping from Ollie Robinson, but otherwise, fabulous knock for his 121. Really held this Hampshire innings together, played maturely, played to his strengths, seen a lot of reverse sweeps and sort of he plays the ball so late and through the offside.
It was almost his first chance he gave, wasn't it? That mis-stumping, and it was not an easy one. One of those where you come down the track and it's way too full, and it's probably blinded the sight there of Ollie Robinson, which made it very challenging, as well as it being quite a full ball to collect, not high off the ground. But he also probably hasn't seen a huge amount of it.
Parkinson, left arm round the wicket with his spin to Brown. That's played through the offside out to the deep cover sweeper for a single. He moves to 122. It's just easy at the moment, isn't it, for batters? Sort of look, Alex Lees has tried lots of different things in terms of field positions, mixing up his bowlers, and there's just been not much changing as he's having a conversation with Parkinson now. He's moving like a fine leg into that offside to try and plug that easy single in the offside.
Wonder if they'll get a catcher into, or two of them. No, I think Matt Potts going to take on the catching role, bringing in like a silly mid-off, I think.
And then the deep square has gone slightly behind. Two catchers really, one very close to the stumps. The pitch, and one in a catching cover position. But I like this from Durham. They're trying something different, and they've got to, because wickets are important, as that's pushed to Matt Potts in that silly mid-off position.
It's interesting putting catches in, because not only are you giving yourself an opportunity to take a catch there, but it's also just putting pressure on the batsman in general.
Parkinson in quicker and flatter, but he still finds a way, Felix Organ, to work out to that cover space. He picks up a single. Organ's on to 45 now. 379 for 6, and the deficit still 132.
It's slowly going down, Emily. It is going down, but the deficit is slowly going down.
Parkinson in again, and that's defended. The extra cover. Matt Potts does the fielding there.
Callum Parkinson is 1 for 94 of his 39 overs.
Then again, quick, flat, and cut well, but that's great bit of fielding by Matt Potts at extra cover. I had a couple, if not 4, written all over it. Brown hit that so well. Good stop in the ring. There's Parkinson, sneaks in behind the umpire again, and this pushed exactly to Matt Potts again. He's busy in there today. He's been busy in the field, busy with the ball. And that's the end of the over. That deficit still 132 on day 3 here at the Utilita Bowl.
In other news, Somerset have just lost a wicket. They're 185 for 6 in their final innings, with 135 to win. James Rue is on 41 not out, and Lewis Gregory was on 57. They had a great partnership building, but Lewis Gregory has fallen now for 57, and with James Rue and Craig Overton at the crease, all of a sudden 135 to win looks a lot less likely against Essex, but a good showing nonetheless from a struggling Somerset side. Glamorgan are 76 for 3 against Derbyshire. Glamorgan leading that game by 157 runs. And Gloucestershire versus Lancashire, just like here at the Utilita Bowl, Gloucestershire in their first innings late on day 3, 495 for 6. As George Drizzle comes onto the bowling here to bowl to Felix Organ, who clips it over mid-wicket coming down the track, and it's going to run away for a 1 bounce 4. And he moves on to 49.
Yeah, not letting George Drizzle settle into his spell. It's his first delivery from the pavilion end. Attacking straight away into that mid-wicket pocket. And he moves himself on to 49. St Cross friends.
I know. I could be commentating.
Or commentator's curse.
No, not going to happen. Felix Organ defends it into the leg side. They look for a single, but there is no run. Being very careful what to say here, Emily.
And I'm going to say silent to put the pressure on you, I think. I've lost. Yeah, hold on 1 second.
So there's a deep backward point. There's a slip in, extra cover, and a mid-off. We've got a long on, a catching mid-wicket, a silly mid-on. It almost looks like they're trying to force Organ to try and play through that gap to long on out there, and a deep square leg as George Drizzle bowls And it's edged into the offside and will be 50 for Felix Organ. He gets in safely and he raises bat. And he makes the cross sign with his forearms.
Was that for you?
That was for St. Cross. I can't say it was just for me, but it was for St. Cross. He's pulled the forearms together.
Yeah, he's played beautifully, hasn't he, for his 50? A very important knock. They're under a bit of pressure, but he's built a partnership of over 100 with Ben Brown. Coming into the side for the first time this year. Put in a good performance with the bat.
George Drizzle bowls, swept by Ben Brown firmly. It's spinning, but it is fielded out at deep square leg to bring back on to strike Felix Organ.
Getting tight as well at Chester Street. Somerset require 48 to win. Still 5 wickets down, crucially for Somerset. Fran Wilson still there. 54 balls remaining.
And Drizzle bowls, 2 balls left in the over. Swept by Felix Organ, firmly out to the boundary, and it will run away for 4. Just freed him up a little bit there.
Yeah, both Brown and Organ have made an effort not to let Drizzle settle into his spell and just bowl here. I feel like they've played him nicely and aggressively, making Alex Lees think in terms of his field positions. But they're just ticking away now. That deficit's down to 122. Believe it or not, still over 100.
Yeah, but it's been a brilliant 50 this from Felix Organ. It's been measured. He's come in at a challenging time for Hampshire when the game could have gone either way. And it's been risk-free. As George Drizzle comes on to bowl, and he's just been deflected into the leg side for no run. And that will be the end of the over. And it will be a change in the commentary box as I sub out.
2 changes.
Double change. And Charlie Arden is swapped out for Kevin James.
Thank you. 389 for 6 in Hampshire in reply to Durham's 511. That deficit of 122. Parkinson will continue into his 40th over, joined by Kevin James.
Thank you, Emily. That's Emily done for today. Great stuff from you. And back tomorrow as well, Emily. She's on a dual mission. One, to sort of reunite herself with some commentary up here at the Utilita and the camera gantry, but also she's here because she can get seen by the Durham physio at the same time. Yeah, so it's worked out really well. Callum Parkinson is bowling to Ben Brown, who's turned that away on the leg side, and there is no run. As the sunshine comes out, do you know what, Martin, you probably noticed, and we were just chatting, that when the sun comes out, the temperature goes up by about 10 degrees.
Quite nice, isn't it?
And vice versa when it goes behind a cloud. It's really real big contrast. Nice push out into the covers, into the gap, and Brown moves on to 124. 390 for 6, which means Hampshire trail by 121. And
could get level here, couldn't they?
Well, you'd hope so. I mean, obviously I'm a little biased, but
oh yeah.
Well, I'm happy to admit to a little. That's hammered away by
Saudi and Alec.
to the deep covers, and it's 391 for 6. A very good partnership. It's already been mentioned that it's a record 7th wicket partnership for Hampshire against Durham. These two came together at the fall of Toby Albert's wicket before tea, when the score was 259. Parkinson bowl, still waiting for one to really turn, but the odd one is gripped. I think it's about as much as he's really got. It's not his fault, it's just the wicket that hasn't quite turned as much as people thought it might by now. Parkinson again, sun's very warm all of a sudden, as it's pushed quietly out on the offside. I know Martin mentioned it earlier, but Ben Brown has now hit 26 career hundreds, playing his 201st first-class match. He's 4th for Hampshire. Cut away to backward a point. Looks disappointed that he didn't find the gap. End of the over. There is 11 to do tonight. 391 for 6. Brown has 124. Organ has 55. And the deficit between these two is 120, which means Durham will be batting again. And depending on when Hampshire are bowled out, bye Emily, see you tomorrow morning. And might mean, would they be tempted to set a target? Emily suggested that would be the case. I haven't asked you.
Well, they did it against Warwickshire and it backfired on them. I think And I remember Clive Egan from BBC Coventry in Warwickshire said he thought they were generous in their declaration. I think the target was something like 3-2-1. Warwickshire got there with the last pair at the crease.
Yeah.
Is it Drizzell bowling? Yeah. First ball bowled by him to Organ, played back to him along the floor. How many overs did you say are left tonight? 11 overs.
Yeah. 10.5 now, yeah.
Drizzell round the wicket. Organ turns this down towards fine leg. For, where is it? I can't see the fielder. Oh, it's been fielded. He was behind the TV screen. I couldn't see him. 2 runs.
Hiding.
He's hiding next to Channel 4. Next ball is bowled, and that's gone to short mid-wicket. No run there. So what's Organ got now then? He's got 300s, hasn't he?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, he has happened to batting, for a reasonable period of time here.
He looks to drive this one from Drizzell, and that's an inside edge, and it steers out across towards Parkinson at deep mid-wicket for 1 run. He does have a, you were at this game, he got a 79 in a one-day cup game at Chester Street in 2021. It's quite a high-scoring game. Durham won.
Yes, I remember it, yes.
So I think I was checking in on you, because I think you drove home that night, didn't you, after the game?
I think I tried to.
You,
yeah, I might have done. I can't remember. Actually, I can't remember, but I do remember the game.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Fletcher Middleton's debut. First team debut, actually.
Brown is waiting for Drizzell to come over the wicket. And he pulls that one down towards long leg. And it's cut off again down below us. Who's number 10? Cody Yusuf.
Yusuf,
yeah.
I was right, actually. Yeah, it was his Hampshire debut, list A. Fletcher Middleton, that game we lost. Somebody got some runs for you guys, wasn't it? I remember batted really well.
That's a slog sweep. That should go for 4. Yusuf just can't get across to it at backward square leg. Nice shot, that one from Brown. It just dropped down the leg side slightly for him as well, and that brings up the 400 for Hampshire. So these two came together earlier today when Hampshire were 259 for 6. They're now 400 for 6. 127 overs it is.
Yeah. Graham Clark got 141 not out in that game.
Which is his joint highest score, I think, in one day cricket, because I think he got the same score against Kent as well at Beckenham the same summer.
Remember somebody getting a big one. Couldn't remember it was that big. So yeah, 400. Wow, 511 not out, placed 400 for 6. Not a good time to be a bowler in these last 3 days. They've toiled away. Matthew Potts, for me, has been really impressive. Has tried his absolute heart out, and deserves better figures than he's got in this game. He's made the batters hurry on a pretty slow pitch. 3 for 62 from 24. Callum Parkinson about to start his 41st. 1 for 96. Around the wicket, flighted. Forward is Felix Organ. It's almost like something got into his helmet as he finished that forward defensive. Just turned away. 2 men on the drive for him on the offside. Parkinson bowls again. Comes down the wicket. Just nudges that between bowler and mid-wicket. And he moves on to 59. Quite a useful batter to have coming in at number 8, Mr. Organ.
Yeah.
Bit annoying, isn't it, really, when you're trying to bowl a side out and you...
This is his 51st first-class match. So he started with 1,711 runs.
I was just saying he's earlier that his average of 22 is a better player than that. Much better player. He's showing that today. Not easy, of course, when a lot of those games we've been opening in. That's full on leg stump, and it's helped on the leg side, but straight to a fielder. And there's the sun out again, and there's the temperature rising rapidly. Beautifully, beautiful. 40146. Fielder goes out at deep square leg from square leg. That's Graham Clark. Sweep shot there from Brown, who sweeps it down to deep backward square leg. The fielder there actually had a look at the sun behind him.
Yeah.
To make sure that he throws in low, one bounce, which is exactly what he did. That's very good awareness. Of course, the Hampshire fielders would know that anyway, but of course when you're at not a strange ground, but not an unfamiliar ground, that was very good of looking round behind him as the ball's arriving.
I think it's Rhodes.
That's very good.
All the roads lead to Southampton.
Thinking about his wicket-keeper's eyes. It's just held a little bit in the bowler's rough, and that'll be a single square on the leg side. And 403, is it? I think it is. No, it'd be 404, I think. There's the scoreboard and ticked over. It is 403. 9 overs after this. Slip in for Ben Brown. 131. Magnificent stuff from the Hampshire captain. Just at a time when, oh, there's a little sweep shot. Just a thump sweep shot, which rather than going all the way through with the shot, just a little stab. That was the word I was looking for. A little stab sweep shot. Ended the over 404 for 6. So Ben Brown came in when Hampshire were 129 for 3, weren't they? Fall of Tom Prest's wicket this morning. And, always when a wicket fell, especially this morning, you always think, oh, are Hampshire going to bat out for 2 days? Are they going to make 20 wickets last 2 days? But you're getting into a situation now where you think, oh, Hampshire should at least save this. Mainly down to the captain.
Sweep from Brown to Yusuf, square leg boundary, 1 run. Brown moving on to 132. Organ is on 60, partnership 145.
Smashed the previous best, as we've mentioned, for the 7th wicket.
Yeah. In comes Drizel to Organ, that's played to mid-wicket. So Durham's 6th wicket stand yesterday against Hampshire, 163 was a record. I think it broke 154 from Benkenstein and Ben Harmison in that game in 2007 in Chester Street, and the 7th wicket stand broken today by these two came from the same match. So that's a really spooky little thing then, isn't it? Dot ball there as Organ plays this to Lees at mid-wicket. Next ball played off to long leg to Yusuf for 1 run by Organ, who's now got 61. Brown back on strike at 133. 405 for 6, so the deficit now is 106. This is played away deeper to square leg for 1 run again by Brown. We're nearly into the last half hour of play here, because 2 deliveries after this will be 8 overs to go. In fact, 1 delivery after this, the scoreboard's caller. Drizel bowls again. Organ plays the ball to Clark at short extra cover. No run. End of the over. 3 runs from it. 407 for 6. What's the crack on the old malarkey?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a double change quickly
in
a minute. Yeah, next over. So I'm doing some quick calculations.
They're loitering, Kev. They're loitering.
And they are. They're hovering.
Yeah.
They're keen.
Yeah.
59 overs there will be with this second new ball bowled by the end of play tonight, which means there's 21 overs until the 3rd new ball.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, well, 21 overs is, well, it depends how quickly Durham try and get through the overs tomorrow, but I think they'll still try and bowl Hampshire out. But you're looking, I don't know, 40 minutes before lunch tomorrow. Low full toss swept away by Brown.
Well, the way you can get a draw is Durham need to be batting as you go into 10 minutes to the final hour tomorrow and then declare ahead. Hampshire are happy not to.
Yeah, as long as the captains agree.
I'm heading up to Banbury tomorrow.
Oh, lucky you. But I'm just thinking, yeah, you know, you're looking in the second hour, aren't you? The third new ball due. If Hampshire have still got a wicket or two left, then as that's worked off the back foot by Organ. Again, he's found the gap. 62 to him. 409 for 6. There's the 150 partnership between Felix Organ and Ben Brown. 245 balls, 156 minutes. Brown's contributed 78 of those. Felix Organ 62. So, yeah, even then, and even if they can finish off the Hampshire innings, then scores, Hampshire would probably just about have a lead. Is there enough time left in the game if Brown really wanted to set something? Probably not. That's worked off the back foot by Ben Brown, who moves on to 136 for 10 for 6 now, Hampshire. So time is running out. It was imperative Hampshire got to that follow-on figure, really, just because that takes a lot of time out of the game. With Durham having to bat again. Here's Parkinson again. Lovely cut shot, back with a point. Felix Organ, a little bit more on that. That's going for 4. Moves on to 66, 414 for 6 now. Hampshire trail by 97. And interesting what you were saying earlier, that with Durham having set Warwickshire, that run chase and Warwickshire getting home 9 down, would they want to risk that again? So
they had quite they were only going along at about 3 and over as well. It wasn't a massive requirement. They had 100 overs to chase it, I think.
Yeah, well, sometimes you do have to sort of dangle a bit of a carrot. It's driven hard in the air, one bounce to mid-on. I'm not sure he's trying to go over the top there. Brendan Doggett moving well to his left. It might have been Felix Organ was trying to hit that over the top. Got a little bit close to the pitch of the ball. Cut away straight to short extra cover. That'll be the end of the over. 42 overs for Callum Parkinson now, 1 for 107. Done quite well, actually.
Did you write down the 150 partnership, how many balls it was or not?
I read it out, but I can't remember what.
No, I know.
It was.
I listened to you as well and I've forgotten it straight away. That's around about, where are we? It's about 245 balls, something like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll let Amelia and we'll let Charlie come in.
Yeah.
We're both going off for a quick rest. And we'll try and work it out between us while we're off. So the next voice you hear will be Amelia Clark, and Charlie Harden will be in for the next 15 minutes.
Thank you, Kevin. Yep. Hampshire doing very well, 414 for 6 as Drizel comes in, and that's just blocked away on the offside for 1. Yep, Ben Brown on 79 from just this partnership. He's actually on 137 overall, and Organ 66 off 142. So both doing very well. Really solid partnership as Drizel comes in again over the wicket, and it's just padded all the way back to him. Doesn't even leave the square.
This partnership now rising above 150 between Brown and Organ, as Durham's innovative fielding positions start to drift away as the end of the day's play looms.
Drizel in again, little full delivery there, played off to the offside.
Matt Potts has been the pick of the Durham bowlers. He's bowled 24 overs, 3 for 62, with good pace.
Drizel in again, this time played leg side, goes for 1. Deep square will come and throw that all the way back to the keeper, over the head of the umpire. And the field resets, and Drizel, I think, is now going to come around the wicket. Or even over the wicket. And the ball played straight back to him by Brown as he starts his walk back to the top of his mark. The clouds, I think we have a bit more sunshine in a moment, which will be nice. Drizel comes in again, doesn't waste any time. Full delivery there, played into leg side. Straight to mid-wicket. There it is, just on cue, just to start talking the glimmer of a sunshine. Warm up our bones a bit.
It's just about to come into our eyes as well, Amelia.
Yeah.
Luckily we brought the sunglasses.
You haven't been here for the fun that is the glaring sunshine, but
no.
It's lovely now. It's a little bit warmer.
I cannot wait. As Ben Brown ends another risk-free over.
And I think that has been the key to to the Ben Brown innings today. He's been risk-free, but very consistent, and yeah, really just getting the job done. And to much of the relief of the Hampshire supporters, Hampshire are finally under the 100 trailing mark.
As Felix Organ pushes the ball back to Callum Parkinson.
And they only trail by 95. So a lovely number compared to what was this morning, around 400.
They've done very well as Parkinson bowls again. Punched off the back foot to backward point. We've talked about Ben Brown's risk-free innings, but so commonly on pitches like this as games head towards sometimes a draw or maybe a late result, as Parkinson, not Pakistan.
Oh,
Parkinson bowls in and it's clipped into the leg side, and they're going to get 2 runs here as there's a little misfield.
There's a low inlet there, I think maybe for like a drain system, and that kind of kicked the ball up and actually stopped it running away from the fielder there. But I think it was almost stopping anyway, so it wasn't going to change it too much.
As a little change in fielding positions.
Gosh, and you can really see the wind picking up around Parkinson's top and trousers now. It's really, the gust there was very strong a minute ago. Seems to just sort of come in and go.
As Parkinson bowls again, left arm round the wicket. Punch towards long on, and they're going to go through to a single. Parkinson's tried his best to collect the ball, but it's a failed diving attempt. I think his legs got stuck or something, and he's still lying flat, face down on the surface.
Yeah, long on sort of collected the ball and then just strolled very slowly up to him. Are you okay? I'll help you up. There we go.
I think the 42 overs is...
Yeah, I think it's taken it out of him a bit, and yeah, you could just see as he got to his feet there, sort of hands on knees for a minute. Just kept my breath back because he's had a hard, long shift today as Parkinson. But 1 off 110.
As Parkinson begins his small run up, bowls shorter this time, clipped into the leg side by Ben Brown. What I was trying to say is that so often these games are decided by those tiny half chances. I think Ben Brown must have been on about 70 odd when there's a little half chance to Ollie Robinson as keeper for a quick stumping, quite low down. But so often these big innings are decided by a small half chance as Parkinson bowls again, defended by Felix Organ. Straight back to the bowler. Will be no run as he ends the 43rd over of Parkinson's bowling this innings.
And he does look a little tired coming off of this over. I think the big dive didn't help that, but he's definitely put in quite a slog, and he's still moving and walking well, but I think you can just see the fatigue of the day setting in a little bit as he heads out to point.
Definitely, Parkinson's put in a great shift for Durham today.
Yeah, Hampshire 420 for 6. Giselle coming back in at the pavilion end, facing us here at the hotel end, as we oversee the match from this lovely viewpoint as he comes in. Bowls over the wicket, full length delivery, just pushed onto the offside.
A little bit of gloom surrounding the ground as the sun hides behind some lurking greyish clouds. They look a little bit heavy, but no sign of rain as of yet.
Absolutely. Giselle in again. This time blocked in the leg side. A bit of a half shout, but nothing, no interest from the umpire. No run scored either. Hampshire still trail by 91 runs. Giselle in again. Bowls. Full length delivery this time, almost a volley. Scurries past the umpire out, and it will be picked up at deep square. Yeah, there is at least 4 and a 4.3 remaining overs of the day, so might just go ever so slightly past 6 o'clock, but not that much past, as we've been very much on the time today. Giselle coming this time around the wicket. Again, full length delivery there, pushed into the leg side.
I think Organ's done well to keep that down. It looks like it took a little bit of grip from the surface, and it's almost bounced up a little bit more and hit Felix on the glove, I think. It was worked into the leg side. And as a result, leg slip comes into the camera for the YouTube stream.
And Giselle goes back around the wicket. Again, nice full length delivery. This time hit straight down the ground, past the bowler, but mid-off will come and keep that at bay of a dot ball. Drill still by 90. It's going down in the right direction. Giselle in again, full length delivery. Offside, and Slip will go and fetch that at the end of the over. 421 for 6 at Hampshire. They trail by just 90 runs. There's 4 overs left in the day. A fantastic partnership between Ben Brown and Felix Organ have definitely put Hampshire in a much healthier position. They'll be very glad to be of it.
Yeah, some might think it looks easy out there, but I can't tell you how hard these two have worked over the course of the last few hours. Organ's got his gloves off, giving his hands a bit of a breather, as Parkinson very, very slowly gives his hat back to the umpire as he reluctantly...
He had to walk all the way out to deep mid-wicket, right on the boundary, and then come in again. Oh, goodness me, I can imagine how tired he is.
As Parkinson bowls, defended into the leg side by no run.
But do you know what, actually, now from a Hampshire perspective, as you've seen him visually have that fatigue, he's not hiding it, he's not using that poker face. So actually, is this the time to keep your composure, but
as Ben Brown cuts
strike
away
like that?
Into the offside.
Just keep looking for those strayer balls. You know, he's not maybe as sharp as he was this morning. He's just letting them go slightly. The ground's not working in his favour. So can you just make something happen? You're not looking for too much, but just keep taking from him. Just the ones and the twos.
As Parkinson bowls again to Felix Organ, who worked into the leg side, so will be no run. Yeah, these two, as tiredness starts to creep in, these two batters just need to make sure they stay mistake-free and see it out. As Parkinson bowls, defends Felix Organ. Picked up by Callum Parkinson. In the last over, he sprinted back towards long on to try and collect a ball, gave a massive dive, which was a failed attempt as he bowls again. Driven for no run, Felix Organ. But we said it just taking him out of it a bit.
Yeah, and I think it's a very similar vibe, if you can give me that one, as to yesterday for when Hampshire were in the field.
As Parkinson bowls, clipped into the leg side again, no run by Felix Organ. End of the over, 422 for 6.
And it got to this point in the day, and it was actually a very similar sort of setup. There was a substantial partnership in place. Hampshire hadn't had the breakthrough that they necessarily wanted, and you could see that it was maybe a little bit cooler today, so it's been kinder on the Durham fielders, but they still had a work to do. And I think it's very similar in this sense of that kind of they're just going through the motions. The last 3 overs, they are dying to get back in that changing room, get in a nice bucket, and just regroup, because I think the fatigue's really sort of setting in for everyone on the field. But I can imagine a long day, and you're just ready to get out. As Giselle comes in from the pavilion end, the ball goes straight back past him down the leg slip, but long on will be there.
Just a matter of overs now for the Hampshire batters. Their job is so almost done for today.
But they can't lose sight of it now. They can't. This is when you've really got to just stay focused, stay locked in. You've only got 2.5 overs left. Giselle in again around the wicket. And he's gone. Felix Organ, he went for the huge one, just as I said it. Stay locked in, stay focused. He went for the big driving shot to the covers, and it just clipped up, and it was taken so quickly. It was a mistake that the slip Gordon was loving, because he was able to grab that. Felix Organ on 70, he was caught by Ackerman behind and bowled by Giselle, and he'll be thrilled by that. Ben Brown standing hands on his head as Felix Organ has no other option but to trudge back to the changing room. My co-commentator's heartbroken to see his fellow player and teammate of the St Cross Cricket Club departing on a fantastic score of 70. Felix Organ, a brilliant innings, but he will be disappointed with that.
He has batted so very, very well. He'll be absolutely gutted to be out just a few overs before the end of play. But you can't take away the absolute grit from that innings. Coming in at a tricky time, it was 259 for 6 when he came in. The score is now 423 for 7. The game could have gone either way. And number 8, first game of the season, Felix Organ. He's had a good pre-season, but he's trudging up the stairs now with a well-made 70. He should hold his head high.
So was that commentator's curse, me saying stay locked in, stay focused?
No, no, I don't think it was. We can't take the blame for this, Amelia.
No.
All right?
No.
That is not our fault.
Okay.
All right.
But it was, yeah. Do you know, I kind of, you could kind of sense something like that could happen because everyone was just, you know, was there that lack in concentration? Was it that, oh, we've only got 2 overs left, I'll just play through? Maybe a bit of a flourish of, I want to get this done, I want to get this, just drag us nearer the end. It's quite nice batting conditions out there at the moment, and yeah, Felix Organ, oh, that's a sad to part, unfortunately, of such a good partnership as well. Ben Brown will be sad to see his partner of over 160 odd runs depart, but Kyle Abbott is in now and on strike to face a ball from Trezel, who's got his 2nd of the innings.
Fair to say Kyle Abbott's been giving it a bit of a whack this year.
Good, we need that.
Years.
Hampshire 423 for 7 as Trezel comes in facing Kyle Abbott, and it's played straight back to him nice and safely. I like that, Kyle Abbott. Yep, he's thinking, I don't want to get out this tonight, I'd like to see the day out, and that's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to be in there tomorrow. Well, Trezel thought about going, but something just adjusted. There's a few very tight fielders around Kyle Abbott waiting for that just slight knock, but he's pushed that lovely all the way through the covers, out past deep cover, who's just stopping it just at the boundary, but they'll be able to run.
There's definitely a part of Kyle Abbott here who must be thinking, I can end this day on a high. I can hit a few booming sixes over the bowler's head. A little part of him must be thinking that.
But also maybe he's thinking, oh, I might just save that for tomorrow. Might, you know. Yeah, the little chips, the clips that have just come in there, that was nice. Just played off square of the wicket, no runs. He's gone to crouch next to 2 of the other very tight fielders in at almost a, is that a short leg and a gully almost?
Yep, short leg, probably a 2nd leg slip if that's possible, just wide of 1st leg slip.
And again, full volley back, straight past Trezel there, played all the way through the bowler, and long on was able to retrieve. But they've managed to get the 1, which will put Abbott back on strike. An interesting decision to run on that one, but yeah, fair enough. Hampshire, 426 for 7. Brown, 141. There is going to be a double commentary change, and Kevin James. I don't know.
You've got Brown on the brain.
I have got Brown on the brain. Has just joined me, and I will make way for Martin.
Thank you very much. Just as Charlie goes, great stint from you, Charlie. I forgot to mention this earlier, this email from Ian Keith, who says, is Mr Harden of St Cross Cricket Club also one of the same of the Stroud School in Romsey? If so, Mrs Keith, the matron, remembers him well. Make of that what you will. Penultimate over of day 3, Hampshire trail by 85. The sun has disappeared behind the cloud, which means the temperature has dropped a few degrees very quickly. I'll just put this stat out here, as well forward as Kyle Abbott, that Kyle Abbott has the 2nd highest batting strike rate in Division 1, 142 per 100 balls. And he started quite well already. Not sure.
I saw that stat the other day.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the situation merits him continuing with that one, but we'll see. That's a perfect forward defensive.
Fancy getting yourself out 3 overs before the close of play after such a big stand. 164 runs. Bet he's kicking himself now.
I bet. Yes, but
looked like he had a century nailed on there, really, didn't he? Not really had any trouble at all that I can think of.
Just an edge through to the slip, trying to heave over the top as Parkinson bowls, and Abbott's forward. That's beaten the outside edge. That's turned. One of few that have gone off the straight today, it has to be said. But that, I think if we saw that regularly every over, the score might be different. And immediately let's board a response of an extra gully in. Abbott drives back to the bowler. That was a little fuller, that one.
Paul says this pitch is too flat, it's poor, it's not good spectator sport, I believe. It's sad, he says. It's a mirror image of last year's game. The only difference is that Durham was still in their first innings on the final morning last year, weren't they, on another flat track.
Yeah. Abbott is forward again, back to Parkinson. Yeah, I think both sides, and I'm sure Durham would, I know the Hampshire team did, I think they would have expected it to have turned a bit more by now. As I say, it never turns huge here, but probably by now it would have been. Lovely drive on the up by Abbott, and I think it's hit short silly mid-off before it's made its way out into the covers. Graham Clark, I think, just got a little whack on the shins there. We come to the last over, maiden over Callum Parkinson.
Messaged earlier on Blue Sky, 26th first-class century for Ben Brown. Tony Sweeney says, I think he deserves the description stalwart by now, doesn't he?
Stalwart.
Is this his second season, isn't he?
Third.
Third, is it?
Yeah.
So, just came a little bit west along the coast from Hove.
Yeah, not too far.
Yeah.
As long as the traffic's not too bad.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? First ball of the final over of the day from Drizzell to Brown. It's played back to him. Can you commute that on a daily basis or not, or is it just a little bit too far, do you think?
It's with no traffic, it's probably about an hour and a quarter.
Right.
A bit more.
Brown turns this out through mid-wicket for 1 run.
There's usually traffic though, and the Chichester bypasses are not.
Chichester bypass is a nightmare. I've been stuck there plenty of times. Arundel's a bit of a pain to get around as well, because it goes down to 1 lane, doesn't it, there?
Yeah.
There's a duck heading for us. I'm glad it's changed its direction and gone over the roof, because it looked like it was going to come straight in and hit us there. Drizzell now to Abbott, who drives up towards mid-off, and Doggett stoops down and picks that up. 1 run. This'll never catch on, Kev. It's 6:05 and we're nearly done for the day.
Oh, no, gosh,
What's the over rate? Is it +6 or something?
Yeah, don't know what we're going to do with ourselves. This is Ben Brown's 4th season.
Fourth season.
Yeah, 4th season. 2022 was his first one.
Drizzell in the game bowls. This has gone off towards mid-wicket by Brown for a single. He's got 143. Abbott's on 4. Brown's top score was last year, got 165, not out. Was that against Surrey, I think, was it? It's in my notes, but they're out of reach.
I'm guessing it was Kent.
Kent, was it?
At Canterbury, but that's a guess.
Can I reach my
Put on a
notes?
big stand with Liam Dawson.
Next ball is defended by Abbott, where we are. 165 not out in an innings win against Surrey.
Oh, was it Surrey?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
He did get centuries in both matches against Kent last year, there and here. So, is this the last ball of the day? It is a dot ball. And there you are. We're all done for the day. Day 3. Still the first innings of the game. I can only see one conclusion tomorrow. And the deficit is 82 runs. Hampshire closing the day on 429 for 7.
Yeah, well, another good day for batting. Hampshire were tested this morning after losing 3 wickets. They went to lunch at 216 for 4. They were still trailing by 295, and the second new ball brought a couple of wickets after lunch. Liam Dawson and Toby Albert, but Ben Brown has played a captain's innings and will resume again this morning. Hampshire not totally out of the woods yet. There is still work to do, and if Durham do polish off Hampshire in the morning, they might have the option of setting a declaration if they want to. But Hampshire trailing by 82 currently, but I think Hampshire on the whole will be satisfied with their day's work. But Durham did toil, they did work hard, no doubt about it. Matthew Potts personified that with a hard-earned 3 wickets to date. But warm round of applause for Ben Brown as he makes his way off at the top end of the ground. Thank you to everybody today. Well, fantastic having so many people with us in the commentary team, and we'll be back with you just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.